Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to the third and final day here in Gosforth for the IPA European Championships. And if you've joined us for the first 2 days, what a treat you have seen with some of the finest players in the world going head to head, culminating in our two finals last night with our champions Deb Birchall and Clint Jansen. I'm here with our resident expert Mark Pickworth. Mark, first of all, reflecting back on the ladies elite section, Deb Birchall, the first ever winner.
Yeah, well, if we can, they actually hear me in this very noisy, atmosphere at the moment. But yeah, Deb Birchall, fine winner, played some brilliant stuff. Brilliant for Rihanna Graham to get to the final. But Deb Birchall, the first ladies elite champion, and I'm sure she was very proud. I'm sure there's a few tears last night, and but again, played some brilliant stuff. Well-deserved champion.
And a great platform for the 8 elite ladies now to kick on for the rest of the year.
Yeah, kick on for the rest of the year, and I think obviously every lady that's playing in the event now, they're all looking up, on their own little tables, little corners, and playing the race to 7. It is very, very good for the ladies' game currently.
Absolutely, it's in good hands at the moment. And then last night, Clint Jansen, the world champ, and putting to bed any talk of hoodoos and jinxes. He was absolutely his indestructible best last night.
Yeah, I think if we look back at the record books, the world champions when they've come to the first tour, after winning the Worlds, have they won the tour event after? Probably not. But the way that Clint Jansen played, he was like a machine. I had a lot of conversations with different players, different people that was watching, and they all said the same. And that he played absolutely extremely. He was solid. And he didn't even look like he got out of first gear sometimes. So that's could be a frightening thing for some of the other players that are here this weekend. Everyone's got to beat Clint Jansen.
Absolutely. And a word about Gaz Hibbert, who we beat in the final. Great to see him in a final again, and just shows that age is not a barrier to playing well in this game.
No, in an IPA Tour final. I mean, he's been in the Champions Cup final, the World Final, etc. in the past couple of years. But the best way of explaining Gareth Hibbert is granite. How he keeps on going, these long races, these long weekends, and he's hit there at the business end again, and wow, fabulous.
And for any player who's watching, thinking, I'd like to play in that. Looks like my cup of tea. What do they need to do?
Well, ideally they can sign up whenever they want, but some of the videos that are going to be coming out just to show behind the scenes, etc., they want to be watching them, and this is some measurable organisation, a brilliant place to be, and it's fantastic. The positivity around the room at the moment with regarding everyone playing, the playing conditions, everything about it is the number one class, and I think anybody wanting to join, there is still a few places here, for the next event at Coventry. We're open to, for £140 to play at least 3 matches. It's very good value.
So all the details for that are on the website, ipapool.com, if you want to take part of these fantastic events. And just a word, you've touched on it, about the atmosphere over the last 3 days. I mean, even now on a Sunday, when things can sometimes quieten down a little bit, it is absolutely buzzing out there, isn't it?
Well, we've gone past midday now, and we've obviously still got to get the tables down. We've all got to be at work tomorrow, but this is electric everywhere. You look around, even for this amateur final next, which we'll go on to next. There's people here watching. Every table's buzzing, and the atmosphere. Everyone's chattering. There's lots of crowds behind the screen, here, all talking, and just saying how fabulous this event is.
Yeah, certainly has been one of the best events I can remember, and a great venue to have it in. So today, coming up next, we have got the amateur final. So 160, 170 players started out on Friday, and we're down to the final 2. And then after that final, we'll be concentrating on the open event, which will come to a conclusion tonight, maybe around 8, 9 o'clock, depending on how the schedule works. So let's look forward to this final, and what a final between these two guys, Matt Schofield and Nicky Griffiths. Just tell the audience a little bit about these two great players.
I will do. But let's firstly start. They started on Friday in a double elimination competition, as you said, up to 170 players, and they've come through, an absolute immense field. And getting to this final is a really, truly great achievement. And both these players here, we know them from years back. Nicky's an ex-professional. Matt, he goes to every World Championships, and but this is now another event for them in the final to really showcase exactly what they're about, and they're both very, very excited. Trust me, I've spoke to them both.
Yeah, and it's so difficult to win one of these, let alone get to the final. So that it means a great deal to these players, obviously, to lift the title, but about those ranking points as well.
Yeah, and to get off to a great start, because both these players they're going to be striving towards the end, trying to get to that top 16 spot. There's only going to be 16 spots to turn a professional, for the 2024 season, which is going to be an exciting year for us. But yeah, it'll be a great start for either of these players to take the maximum points possible.
Absolutely, sets them up for the year. Well, you've set it up there perfectly. The players are ready, as you can see in the arena behind us. Our referee Fiona Atkinson's just putting her gloves on, ready to take charge of proceedings. So without further ado, let's get over to the commentary box with Andy Richardson. But first of all, Dan Fairway.
Thank you, Kev. Yep, another tasty day. Blackpool Pool awaits. We start with the amateur final. Matt Schofield up against Nicky Griffiths, two quality amateurs battling it out for the first amateur title of the year. As Kev said, I'm joined in the commentary box by Andy Richardson.
Afternoon, everyone.
Oh, yeah, it is, just.
Only just.
I haven't finished the coffee yet, but...
Yeah, another high-quality final about to start.
Nicky's looking quite sharp, isn't he? The check trousers and shiny shoes. Former professional, of course, and I strongly suspect he's looking to work his way back into those rankings. He certainly looks like he means business, and the results are showing that as well. Schofield there. Not a player I've seen as much of as Nicky, I have to confess.
I'd have to say the same.
More of Nicky in my time. But that's one of those players who you tend to see in the latter stages of the amateur event. First final for him.
Yeah, this is a big occasion for Matt Schofield, that's for sure. As Kevin just said, extremely difficult to get to the final in the first place. But this will mean a great deal to both players.
Yeah, it's a crazy field these players have to get through. There's a few easier draws than in the professional, sure, but when you get sort of down to the last 32, last 16, it's almost a similar standard. Oh, how's that gone dry?
Well, I think he can count himself lucky that the cue ball didn't drop in there, to be fair. I mean, he wasn't lucky he was kicked in, but yeah, the white nearly dropped, and that yellow just seemed to roll across the face of the pocket.
Yeah, it wasn't the best contact. The cue ball screwing into the side cushion like that from a front ball break. Didn't get a lot of power through the pack, so there's a fair bit of working out here for Nicky.
Yeah, he's elected to take the yellows. So, red onto yellow. But look at this table. Congested. The black's going to need developing. Couple of yellow, well, 3 yellows on a cushion. So he's taking this ball down the rail, and it's in or over.
It's neither.
Yeah, it's neither, as you say.
I think Matt's going to have a look at that red just below the breaking line there, because it certainly goes. He could play a plant afterwards if he pots it. If not, if he gets the pocket, he'd be quite happy, I suspect.
Well, it went quite comfortably.
I think he wanted the pocket, to be honest, the way he's played that. He's not done anything with the cue ball.
Yeah, it was difficult to play at pocket speed there, wasn't it, to be fair?
Yeah. Double. Oh.
Clean as a whistle.
Absolutely, and actually this is starting to develop into quite a nice chance now. If he can plant these two reds, I think the black might sneak past that yellow as well.
Yeah, I think the black does go. So it's all about the plant. And then obviously, he still has a red up table. And yeah, I like that. He's going, well, he's attempted to go further up table. Just landed a little short there, I feel, but...
I think he's just far enough that he can just drift this in and hold. Oh, but he's missed it.
Yeah, did the hard work. Just landed a little bit short there on that red.
Yeah, and it might have been that caused him to miss, because I think he caught it just on the thick side, so probably just trying to hold the cue ball.
Yeah.
Nicky with a double of his own, and that's poor, actually. you'd expect him to make that quite comfortably. And
yeah, he did get straight down to it, didn't he? Must have
yeah.
been confident. But as we always say, it's early days, TV table. Both players have been used to playing on the outer tables, which don't play quite as quickly as this one. The TV lights make this a lot quicker playing surface, and the reaction from the cushions isn't quite the same, so understandably it takes a little while just to accustomise.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, probably quite a nice way to start the day on the TV table, because at least you don't have that experience on another table to get you going. I say that, they may have played in the Open.
On table 16, please, John Payne, Craig Brown.
And in fact, they
John
did.
Payne,
Nicky
Craig
Griffiths
Brown, table 16.
knocked out Mark Boyle, so that has to go down as a bit of a shock.
Well, he must be in good form.
Yeah.
Must be. And he's not hanging about here. Very confident.
Pretty sure Nicky needs to move that 8.
I think it goes, but it is close. We'll soon see. I think it goes. From the overhead, it just looks a little clearer.
Half a pocket type thing off the far jaw.
Yeah.
It must be.
Yeah.
Right down on it. Oh, flies him. Nicky Griffiths then takes the lead. A little bit of a topsy-turvy frame. Both players spurning chances before Nicky gets his campaign for this amateur title underway.
Yeah, Nicky took on the double there. I think we both expected him to get the double. His first attempt, but the second attempt at a finish there. High quality. And I like the way he goes about his business.
Yeah, I would argue Nicky was a bit fortunate, because when he missed that double, he left a horrible shot in the middle of the mat. But, you know, Nicky did what he had to do in the end. That'll be disappointed if he didn't take his first opportunity as well. So
I think he's sorry, Dan. I think the victory against Mark Boyle this morning will have done him the world of good.
Yeah, I think I'd certainly be pumped up, and
yeah,
he's certainly pumped up off his break. That's a great split. May not be the best result in the end, but he's certainly caught them well.
Yeah, struck those very well timed. So first look at the table with a red and yellow.
Just that red, really. If that red was anywhere else, you'd be going for. Other than that, they're easy. But it's an awkward red to get out. There's not really anything in prime position to move it.
Yeah, he's going to need to move it, isn't he, if he goes reds here?
Yeah, the red. See, the ideal candidate would be the red to the right of the black spot, but with the position of the yellow that's just below it, that's going to be in the way of that angle. He's tried to move it there, it hasn't worked.
No, he knew that it would be on this bottom red if it didn't work out.
I think he might be trying to cut this now. I don't see any value in leaving it there. He's got very little options to get it out of it. He could try and play this off the yellow.
Off the yellow, off the red as well. Well, that's what he attempted to do. And he was asking a lot there.
In some ways, I feel like he tried to hedge his bets there by going both in the middle and off the red. And it might have been a better idea just to focus on one.
Yeah.
Now, he's opened up a great chance for Matt. Moved the only difficult ball that Matt had.
If you're not playing and you're staying in the hotel, can you please do your check out now?
Position from this ball's key. You feeling this finish?
So if you're not playing,
Great.
can you please go and check
I
out
don't think
now,
it's come
please?
far enough that he's on the long one over the bottom right bit.
And if you're not
He's got a
playing,
thinnish
you
cut
can
into the
check
middle,
out,
but
please check out.
not going to have a huge amount of control of the cue ball. Does it go long? It might go long. If it does, then hopefully he's golden.
It's a good recovery. So it wasn't where he wanted to be. And now, with the 4 balls all in the same area of the table, you would feel this is a great opportunity to get his first frame on the board in this final. And that's what you want to do. Settle your nerves. So, just wants to take his time here. About position on the final yellow before the black. No silly mistakes. His choice of pockets here. Could go black to middle if he so chooses. And that's what he's decided. Could have done with a little run further there. A little bit, just a bit short, but
It's an enormous
yeah,
pocket,
enormous back. Absolutely.
This is unmissable, I'm
Absolutely.
afraid.
Well, they're never unmissable, but I'm with you.
No problem at all for Matt Schofield, and he levels the scores at 1 frame apiece. Nice finish from him after sort of messing up in the first frame. It's easy to get bogged down in your own head at times, especially even early on in a match, I suspect, when you're under this kind of pressure on the TV table.
Yeah, I think it's a good finish from both players in the early stages of this match.
Certainly looks focused. Matt looks a little more relaxed, although there's a bit of tension in the face.
Yeah, it's. I'm sure neither of them are particularly relaxed.
No.
They'll be pumped up for this final.
Matt will want a better result off the break this time. He needs to get a better contact for starters. Going cut break.
Needs a good cue ball. It's a safer option for the cue ball, maybe. That's what he's thinking. And he's made a ball in the corner.
That's pretty decent, that. It's a bit similar to Nicky's last break in that the reds are there, apart from one which is pretty awkward, but the yellows are there too.
Yeah, I do prefer yellows. In this
Just wonder about that
situation.
yellow on the side rail. Is he going to leave that for a double? Does he play position on it? Because again, there's no yellows in the top half of the table to get down there for it nicely. You're going to be moving the cue ball a lot to get on that.
Yeah, I think he may well leave a double. See how he decides to go about it.
I'm surprised he didn't play for that double with the first shot. He's playing it now. I'm not absolutely convinced that the cue ball has come far enough back up table. But this is where I'm surprised that he didn't play it initially, because it's essentially probably his last ball now.
Yeah, and the difficulty here is he's got to make sure he gets position on this final yellow.
Yeah, this is not easy. Needs a full ball contact with that red. Oh, he's gone round it. Oh, he's gone round it to good effect. It's overrun about 6 inches.
That was the issue he had, leaving the double until near the end.
Yeah. Just wonder if he can use that red to the right of the yellow now. If he tops this through and just skims off that red and goes back up the table that way. It's not easy to get on the black from here, whichever way you go. It doesn't go to either corner pocket.
He could screw off this red. I think I prefer to draw off it. So soft screws this, which is what, well, he's missed the pot. Can you believe he's missed the pot?
Yeah, I think he might have been caught in 2 minds, because one of us said thin off it, one of us. So maybe he was trying to catch it a little thicker to play the shot you said and screw back off it.
Yeah, I think he did attempt to screw back off it. I felt that was the option I would have taken, but I'm not at the table, am I?
It's one of those, isn't it? It's actually a fraction of angle difference to which one of those you're playing. opportunity knocked then for Nicky Griffiths, and that's a confident pot.
Very confident.
I mean, he's played it that way so that it's safe as well, which I quite like. Sort of allowed him to free his arm up, I guess, and get through the ball that well. But if that had rattled, what's he left Matt? Absolutely nothing. So. Clever.
Striking the ball with a great deal of confidence. And this can be quite intimidating for an opponent.
Yeah, a little short pace there.
Just runs into the... Well, he's not knocked it far enough, has he?
No, see, the previous shot, he looked a bit straight on the red to the centre. If a little more angle, and he just runs full ball into the yellow and just knocks it out of the way.
He could be looking at safe here if he thinks that's the shot.
I think it's kind of got to be, isn't it? What's the point in pushing
Yeah,
the boat out, really?
Well, as it popped out, can he see this yellow? Don't believe he can. From the overhead.
If he can, I don't think
It's
he
an
can
edge,
see
yeah.
it full.
So he's playing two cushions, attempting to cut the yellow into the middle here by the look of it. Well, he caught the right side of it.
I mean, fair play, that's some effort. But it's not good enough. I think he's got to play a good shot here. All the reds are open. Hasn't got too much angle on this next one. Okay. Coming down table here, just bring the black into play as a blocker.
Doesn't want to bridge over that black though.
On table 15, please. Simon
Well,
Wall,
that's
James
as
Clark,
awkward
Simon
as it
Wall,
possibly
James
could
Clark,
be.
table
I
15.
feel like Nicky's just rushing a little bit at the moment. Every time he plays a shot, he's got 20 seconds left on the clock. Could just steady himself just a fraction.
Yeah, I think it's maybe his style though, Dan, don't you?
Well, possibly. That needs to run. Ooh. Well, that doesn't pass the yellow, so this is a very thin cut.
I think it's too thin, don't you?
Oh, maybe. I mean, it might be gettable, but where's the cue ball going?
Well, he's elected to play a good cue ball. I think that's about all he could do, really. Make it as difficult as possible for his opponent. He didn't really have anywhere to hide.
It looks like it's an in-off in both pockets, this.
Yeah, I think this option here, I don't think it's quite enough if he gets full pocket, but we'll soon see. There you go.
That is a hell of a pot. That is a brilliant pot from Matt Schofield.
Yeah, one for the highlight reel, that. Under pressure. Was close to enough. But he got down and struck that with some authority. That's a fantastic last yellow. And that gives him a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, magnificent shot there from Matt Schofield. Nicky Griffiths basically gave him a tempter, and I wish he didn't now.
Yeah, well apparently this is the amateur final, Dan, but playing to a standard here that the pros would be proud of.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's not really a surprise, to be honest, at this point.
No.
We see that, week in, week out, essentially.
Obviously the elite of the amateur field are the pros of tomorrow, aren't they?
Yeah.
So, the standard is just so high these days.
I mean, arguably, almost anyone that makes it to an amateur final probably good enough for the professional round, and would probably do reasonably well.
So,
Nicky would be disappointed at this point. In his head, he'd probably feel like he should be 3-0 up. He's had a great chance in every frame.
yeah, he certainly should have had that last frame, shouldn't he?
Yeah.
Well, he's hit those well, but where's the cue ball? Ooh, close, close.
I mean, it would have been unlucky. But he was certainly flirting with danger.
Yeah, he didn't half hit those. So
Is this red onto yellow to start off? Yeah, great shot. That's a great shot.
that was a great shot, yeah. And that's opened things up for him here with yellows. Has a yellow up table, middle of the rail, middle of the cushion. But there's nothing hampered, so may elect to go up for it now. And he has done.
This needs to slow down a little.
Yeah, and he doesn't want to be straight either particularly.
Just a fraction of angle, but I mean, he could just drop this in and take the long one. I don't think he needs to do too much. He's just not quite got the pace of it. Yeah,
which is understandable.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he just holds on this red. Yeah, and that's good. He's good here.
Yeah, his cue ball is just not quite there.
Doesn't look like he's dead straight, does he? If he's got any angle at all, you would feel he'd be okay here.
Yeah, just needs to punch this quite hard off the side rail. I think he feels he's quite straight. Probably doesn't want to pinch it. So I think he's been caught out by doing that in this match so far. At least already.
Yeah, and he did have enough there, didn't he? I think he was probably overthinking that. So, perfect on this yellow. Black to centre. And the high standard continues. Parity to a piece.
Yeah. Nice solid break dish there for Nicky Griffiths. First of the match. Expect it won't be the last. He's playing well. I think he's had the lion's share of the chances so far, Nicky. And I think, realistically, he will probably feel that he should be better off than Tool. I think Matt will still be quite happy to be at this scoreline, considering the chances that he's had.
Yeah, I think that's right. Nicky has had more opportunity up to press. But I have a feeling this one's going to run close. Race to 7. So we're down to a best of 9.
I mean, in pool terms, how quick this game is, all of these races, even the pro final at race 10 yesterday, they're all quite short.
They are. And the break is all important. So he elected to cut break once again. And nothing down.
But he's left a messy table. If you're going to have a dry break, this is not a bad dry break to have. Say that. Other than that yellow over the left centre, they're pretty nice. He can get into that straight away. He's tried to do.
And even if he can't, Dan, he could always make a plant, couldn't he, or something? There's a possibility at some point.
Yeah, absolutely.
He could even move it now, potentially.
Well, it's worth having another go at.
Yeah. Although does this pass? Maybe not.
Well, I think it might be a plant first here.
I think he may. Yeah. So he's gone back up table.
Quite aggressive, that.
Yeah, but does this yellow going off the red? Is he looking at that? I don't feel it does. It looks too low.
I just wonder whether he could have played that plant a bit softer and given himself a nice angle to get into the next one. He's chasing this a little bit now, and this is a key shot. If he doesn't get into them off this one, I think he might be in trouble.
Yeah, and even if he does get into him and he kicks it in, he's going to have work to do. So, well, yep, he's released that yellow, but unfortunately,
not much.
What's he on?
A thin cut. It's a very thin cut.
It's a bacon slicer, this one, if he takes it on. I mean, he could go across. Does he go across table, Dan? Attempt to drop it in the middle. I think the problem there is he's probably going to snooker himself, isn't he?
Yeah, you're on nothing if you do that, unless you play it with quite a lot of pace.
And you are chancing, and you're chancing. So does he take this cut? I suppose if he cuts and takes the pocket, Still takes some control, but ideally the aggressive option would be his preferred.
I think you've got to go for the cut. Just don't see what else is on.
Well, he's going across, but the problem here is the cue ball. Well, fantastic result.
What a shot that is. I mean, nerves of steel from Nicky Griffiths to take that on and play it like that, and it's come out absolutely peach. If a little bit straight, but I think he's got enough angle.
No, he has an angle he can punch back, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he played a great shot there when he kicked across table, because he had to hit the right-hand side of that yellow for the cue ball to get out. And the pace he played it, that's what was his intention. So look at this, and he doesn't hang about. I think it's just his style of play. It would be easy to think he's rushing, but I just think that's the way he approaches. Well, he's missed that, I think, has he? He has, he's missed it.
I think he could do with taking a couple more seconds on each shot.
I think you're right.
I know, like, I've had this conversation with many people many times, and they say he plays quick, it's how he plays. But these players, you know, Nicky Griffiths is one, Tom Barley is another. Tom Barley does it quite a lot, where, yeah, he plays quick, he throws in the odd ridiculous shot, and Nicky Griffiths has just done exactly that.
Yeah, well, you can't afford to do that at this level, certainly not in a final.
No, that was crazy, absolutely crazy. For a player of his standard, that should be unmissable.
It was such a good finish up to there, wasn't it? Done all the hard work.
Yeah.
But he's come up a little short here, so he would have liked to have taken the red he's closest to, but he has this red to middle.
Huge stumbling block.
So he's going to take this ball into the corner, and you feel it's the ball next to the left middle of screen now that he needs to make sure he gets on nicely.
I think that dropped in quite comfortably,
Yeah,
actually.
it does, but he's made sure he's on it early.
Yeah. I'd have almost left that, and I still think he might.
Well,
His second last red. Because if you drop that in, you're perfect on the one in port. I think that red near the centre pocket is easier than it looks from this camera angle.
well, I did think he'd have taken it when he was near it, if that was the case, but he has other plans.
Yeah, I think that drops in much more comfortably than it looked. They are quite big, these middle pockets on Supremes.
Well, he's a little further away from it than he maybe wanted to be, but
Let's see.
I'm pretty certain he's going to get it.
Oh, he hasn't.
There you go.
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
I did feel that when he was closer to it, I felt he might have taken it on. So, a couple of unforced errors on both sides.
beauty of pool is that everyone has their own style. These two are quite contrasting, and apparently so are me and you.
That's it. Yeah, and he's been a little fortunate there, hasn't he? Because he's missed it, but he's blocked the double.
Yeah.
Into the middle pocket.
Yeah, this is tough
so it's
now.
Double to corner.
Oh, effort. Thing is, with the double to corner as well, he had to screw out of it because it was quite inoffy.
Tried to do his best to leave this cue ball as difficult as possible, but this does cut back into the middle. Obviously, this white will be travelling.
Do well to get round. You'll have to almost go round the table twice here to get on it.
Well, enough. Yeah, it was a thin cut, and he was concerned about the cue ball, but unfortunately, scratched in the corner. So, a fair few errors in this frame, but it's been the first frame really where we've had any number.
Well, yep, from the sublime to the ridiculous, to be honest, in that one.
Yeah, to and fro, errors on both sides.
Particularly from Nicky Griffiths. It really was for him. The come cushion first, not that yellow in the centre, and then miss a simple black. All in a nutshell, really.
Just talking to himself, Nicky.
I think that's probably a good idea. I think both of these players will give themselves a bit of a talking to after that one.
Yeah. I mean, there is a lot of pressure out there. This is a real big title in the amateur Amateur World of Pool, Tour 1. The points, if you end up in the top 16 at the end of the year, the option to join the professional ranks. I'm sure that both players would love the opportunity. So we're going to have these moments, I feel, in this match. The odd error, as we do at all levels. So Nicky with the lead, 3-2, and the break. Let's see what he's got here.
Struck them well again.
Yeah, he does hit them well at the break, he really does. Well,
that's a real tool in the armoury. That break.
so Reds at first sight.
Yeah, I mean, he started with a plant in the previous frame. Shock to do that again. But having said that, that red's got a bit more open space around it for a cue ball.
Yeah. The problem red here is the one sort of on the cushion near the middle pocket.
Yeah, there's two in very similar positions, aren't there?
Well, he could try and move it now if he felt, and that's what he's tried to do. Yep, just bumped it, that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, the red on the other side of the table is slightly easier.
Yeah, and he has the advantage that he has a red near it, so...
Try and move it now, he could try and pop in.
Could even try and drop behind. Oof. Well, he didn't mean to nudge it like that.
No, now it's in a very similar position to the previous one. I'm going to say it again, I think he could drop this in the middle, and if he does, he's nicely on the run.
I don't think he's going to try and drop this in the middle, you know. Do you?
He's right behind it. But having said that, there are other options available.
He needs to run, and he's dropped short.
He played this for a double.
I think he played to play out onto the open red. I feel that's what he was trying to do, or onto either ball, but he's dropped short, so doubles the order of the day.
Oh, that's close, and so's that.
So once again, he's let Matt Schofield back to the table. You can't keep doing that. Matt would have liked an angle there, wouldn't he? If he'd have kept running a little bit. It's this ball on the side cushion, just below middle, that he needs to concentrate on. And
Pinched it.
Yeah, and he played it well. Stunned it with side.
He's a bit unlucky there.
Can he see this ball to middle? If he can, he's perfect.
Oh, he can.
Yeah, he's perfect.
Sure, he can see all of it.
Yeah. On the overhead, it was a bit clearer, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, well, he's just overrun slightly. And this cue ball is tracking away from where he wants to be.
Yeah. You can drop this in dead weight, and I think it'll be okay, but he doesn't want to finish straight on the one in the middle because of the position of the red between the yellow and the black. It needs an angle.
Yeah, even if he overruns and has to go back round table.
Yeah, I think.
I feel he just does, yeah.
Right.
That's what he's elected to do.
Bit in now, but a right-hand side.
Well, he can use 3 cushions here. So he goes middle, so he goes side, bottom, back out to side. So he's put a lot of right-hand spin on the ball, and he's gone 3. He's played that well. Slightly overrun, but I like the way he played it.
Yeah, he was always going to have a shot.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Played a great line. Yeah. So just not the easiest of blacks, but that was a good shot to get on to where he is.
Nailed. Brilliant shot. 3-all. These two just can't keep away from each other. I think Matt will be the happier of the players, definitely at this point. I think Nicky will probably feel in his head that he should be out of sight. I would make the case that it probably should be 5-1 if Nicky had taken his chance.
Yeah, and I think Nicky has made more errors.
Yeah.
There haven't been a lot of errors, don't get me wrong.
There is Clint Janssen, the world champion and the European professional champion. So he broke the trend of world champions not winning tour events yesterday. Gareth Hibbert being the only other person to have done it way back in 2016 in his year as world champion. Clint Janssen has just smashed that out of the park, and at the very first attempt, gone, no, I'm getting rid of that.
Yeah, and against Gareth.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So, sticking with the side. Well, he's cut again, another cut break.
Oh, how's nothing gone in there?
Well, it has. Last roll, red in the corner.
Oh, I was so focused on the black, which I was about to say, and I will say, that's going to make this frame incredibly awkward.
Most definitely.
I think we might see a bit of tactic here, because you can't really go red. You've got two reds around that black. Equally, the yellows are covered by it too. I think just take control here and try and wait for your opponent to make a mistake. Particularly, I have to say, if I was Matt Schofield, I feel like Nicky's got perhaps an aggressive shot too far in him, the way he's playing in a situation like this.
Yeah, he's got a lot to do here. He's got a couple of balls on the, well, it's 3 balls on the cushion, or near enough the cushion.
You can't go for it.
He's got the ball tied up near the black.
Can't go for it.
Well, I don't know where.
I mean, if he gets them, then fair play, but I just can't see it. Move the red out of the way now, so there's a double in the middle. I'm not sure.
No.
I think that might be a blessing in disguise for Matt. I think missing there might be a good thing.
Well, Nicky can. I was going to say, got to be careful there.
That's madness.
Yeah, I'm surprised there. I mean, I don't blame you for trying to move one of the reds out, but he was way off where he needed to be.
Yeah. That's, wow.
It looked like a little bit of a rush of blood to the head, it has to be said. As you say, Dan, you know, people say he plays quickly, but yeah, is it time to maybe just pull the reins in a little bit?
The thing with that kind of player, and I'm glad that they're here. I'm glad we have that kind of player. You don't want everyone to be the same. You don't want it to be a robotic experience, watching the same style every time. But the players that play really fast, how often do you actually see them consistently winning things? They'll have good tournaments, but your top players, your Mark Farnsworth, Clint Janssen, Gareth Hibbert, they're really attacking, but they're not that quick.
Yeah, very measured.
Yeah.
That's a fantastic break once again.
Oh, this doesn't want to finish touching. Okay. I reckon these yellows are going to be gone in about 40 or 50 seconds.
That was some break. So he'd like that to just hang over the corner, yeah, that helps him. So, just need to be careful with this shot. Played it well, played it well.
Either way, take your pick on these two yellows.
Yeah, and I think he needed this after knocking that black in the previous frame. Put it out of his mind. Get himself back level. You can see the quality of player that Nicky is. Just to eliminate those, I can't say the careless errors, but maybe just steel yourself a little bit, just slow yourself down, just a touch.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. We're not,
Maybe just
we're
have
not trying to
yeah.
change him completely. You're just going, just take that second.
Right, I'm going to take this shot on. What's the risk?
Yeah.
If it doesn't go as planned, what do I leave?
Because you are right. It almost was the right shot.
Yeah, I agree with the shot. It's just
it was a great opportunity to get those 2 reds out.
Certainly get one of them out, and he
yeah,
he had to develop it. I'm totally in agreement that he played the shot that he played. It's just the execution.
Equally though, Matt had gone quite early into a finish that wasn't really there. The yellows weren't that great. It might have been worth Nicky having a look at a safety option, getting some control.
So, once again, side break.
Nice break that from Matt. After 2 dry breaks in a row, carried on. This time has found the formula.
It's messy.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, very awkward.
Obviously, easy yellow if he was to take yellows, but look at these yellows at bottom of table.
This bottom cushion is horrible for both colour sets really, but probably worse for yellows. The problem is he doesn't really have a red to go at.
He doesn't have an easy red,
No.
that's for certain.
Take this longer one on. Can get through to it. Ah, nice shot.
Yeah, good shot. Took the risk there, took the difficult opening red, but you feel that reds were the colour set that he needed. So, giving himself every chance again here. Just needs to bump.
I don't think that could have worked that much better.
So he's going to have to work out how to get on the red, which is hampered by the yellow, bottom left.
There's definitely a window there. You can definitely get on it.
Yeah, and I like that shot.
Yeah, that's
He's
nice.
used the red. He knew if he held on the red, he'd leave himself this awkward red into corner.
Just got to try and get the cue ball out now. You would like to be able to get up to somewhere in line with the black spot, but he has. That's pretty good. That's about as good as he could have done from there.
Yeah, he did really well there. That was very awkward. I thought he may have even tried to nudge into that red. But, well, it's more of a cut than we thought it was, so I think he made this ball, but the cue ball's running. He doesn't want to land behind the yellow or black.
Oh, he's found the gap, has he?
No, just that final touch on the black there.
I think he might have found the gap.
Yeah.
It's a little swerve.
Well, yeah.
Not very far away. Good effort.
Great effort. Oh dear. Don't fancy his next shot, do you?
Well, I've got a feeling Nicky might just go.
Well, he can go.
he might just go.
Yeah.
No,
I think this is the shot, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Good luck with this one, Matt.
Check side, off the side rail.
When you look at that angle, it's not as difficult as you think it is.
Yeah, it's just the case it's a TV table, so it slides more than most.
Effort.
Great effort. Great effort.
And he's given Nicky a problem. It's not a huge problem. And Nicky could play safe again if he wanted to. Yeah, it covered that yellow in the middle of the bottom rail, so just giving Nicky something to think about.
Yeah, it was a good attempt, was that? He struck the red. If he'd have been on one of the outer tables, I feel he may have made that ball.
I think for me, Matt, there, when you're faced with an impossible situation like that, where your opponents put you in a snooker, their balls are everywhere, you've just got one left. He's done the most important thing and just got a hit. The one thing you don't want to do is give your opponent 2 shots and the absolute chance to clear, because now that red has become a bigger problem for Nicky. He's just made a mistake.
Yeah, he's just kicked his yellow behind it, hasn't he? So again, safe. Put the yellow over the pocket. Hide behind the other yellow.
May not be a total.
problem here for Matt is, yeah, he may be able to see the red, but in effect, he doesn't want to move it, does he?
No, but I mean, if he can see it, he's only going to be able to see it very thin anyway. So.
Can't do anything productive with it.
No, but at least he can leave it where it is pretty much.
So he's going to try and come off the side rail, hit the back of it. Yeah, and I like that shot. That's a great shot.
Terrific safety shot.
Great touch. Great touch. So once again, just trying to hide the cue ball.
That will be a total snooker.
So this red is not touching the cushion. Just needs to make sure when he hits the red, he makes contact or something.
I think it's a total snooker, Andy.
Oh, is it a total? Sorry.
Yeah, I think
you're
right.
right.
Cool.
Right. My mistake.
But Nicky's got to be a bit careful if he does continue to leave totals, because Matt gets the pace of this shot right. He could get a little bit of a snooker himself. He could get a telling safety. Just you've got to be very brave to play it at that pace.
Yeah, so this time it's the yellow. Yeah, similar to his shot a couple of shots ago.
This is tough.
Yeah, they're getting more difficult to escape.
This is the first really tough hit for Matt.
So he's looking at two cushions. I think he's just trying to check that up, but it's not a bad line.
Oh, well, this is a great shot. Oh, it's not.
Well, you can't get any closer than that, can you?
What a phenomenal effort there as well.
Yeah, that would have been a great escape, wouldn't it? So, his patience paid off.
All table 7 ladies, please.
So, he's released that bad yellow.
Not the best shot ever, that. Hampered on the bad yellow now.
Yeah, he's a little bit too close to the other one, isn't he, for comfort?
Yeah. It's just a sense of danger watching him play. You just feel like anything could happen at any moment. He's either going to be brilliant or miss a sitter.
His bags of talent, he can.
Oh, absolutely.
And again, it's not quite where he wanted to be. But the cue ball, naturally, is going to get position. For a second, do you know, I thought he'd missed that. Must be honest. But yeah, patience paid off. Kept playing safe. Had his opponent in all sorts of trouble. And there we see it. Regains the lead. So it's Nicky Griffiths with a 5-4 lead in this final. Race to 7.
So tough to call this. Just can't tell which way it's going.
This could go right down to the wire, couldn't it?
Yeah.
And that was a great attempt to escape from that final snooker. Had to check the cue ball slightly, and he was millimetres out from a great escape.
Yeah, the thing is, he was so far behind in the frame. That would it have mattered if he hadn't got out. The chances of him winning the frame from there were slim to none. But it was good that he didn't give up on it. You know, kept just making Nicky play.
Yeah, and if he could have made contact and maybe just pushed the yellow away, you know, maybe at some point he'd have had a chance at flying at it and maybe kicking it in somewhere. So he was doing the right thing. So 5-4. Is this the point in the match where, well, for me, he's had the best break in this match.
His breaks.
He's got a great break.
It's brilliant.
Yeah, really well timed. Gets a lot of power into the ball. Look at that. That is a big break.
It's quite Hibbert-esque.
Yeah.
Got that power, but with the control as well. It's his cue ball isn't wild.
It's timing. It's very well timed.
Yes.
New red in the room, please.
Imagine Nicky's got a plant in mind here.
He has.
Pretty good.
Well, just drifted out slightly, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's a little thin now. He's going along instead.
That was a brave shot, wasn't it?
It was, wasn't it? To play it at that pace. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great pot, but look at the cue ball. Noticeable that he's slowed down slightly, Dan. Do you not feel?
Yeah, I mean,
Just taking a little bit longer, just having a...
Nicky really wanted to be straight on this yellow so that he could drop the next one in the left centre. Now tried to go round it,
Well,
and
that's a
that has
great
worked
shot. Yeah.
brilliantly. What a shot that is. Yeah, it is definitely noticeable that he's just taking an extra couple of seconds on each shot.
Just a little bit more care. Yeah, definitely. He'd have been down by now, wouldn't he, normally?
Yeah. He's got to thread the cue ball between the reds here.
Yeah, just checked it up.
Wasn't very far away from catching that red and potentially being in trouble.
No, just slightly overrun. It's the wrong side of this yellow for perfect position.
Yeah, I feel like he might screw back and take the black to the right centre.
Yeah, that's my first impression. And he wants to overscrew rather than underscrew.
Certainly done that. He screwed it in. That's wonderful timing on that shot.
It is, yeah. He doesn't hit it that hard, does he? But
No. Gets movement.
it is timing all day. There we have it. Opened up the first 2-frame lead in this final. And I just had a feeling there before he broke in this this frame that this could be pivotal.
I mean, that's his third break dish of the match. And that says a lot about how well his break is working. To be honest, those 3 chances you'd expect him to get. So his break has been probably the difference maker in this final so far.
Yeah, it's a fantastic break he has. And he has he definitely slowed down in that previous frame. Just took a little bit more time, a little bit more care. And he's on the hill. So we need 3 frames on the bounce from Matt Schofield if he's to stay alive in this amateur final. And up to press, he's been cut breaking, and it hasn't been that successful, has it?
No. That's really.
But one thing at once. Needs to get a ball down.
Worse than that, actually. He's only had 2 successful breaks from 5.
Needs a ball down.
Like,
Yeah.
got one. This is his best split of the match.
Yeah, it's a good split. It's a great split on yellows. It's a good split, and the cue ball's okay.
Yeah, that's nice, because he needs to clear that yellow closest to the pocket before the one behind it will go.
Yeah, and he's elected to do that early on in the clearance.
Yeah, had to really for me.
What's he on here?
I don't think
Ball
he's-
to middle, but it's not perfect, this.
No, it's not, and he's pushing the black towards those 2 reds.
Call for an extension.
He just didn't get out far enough, did he, from that previous shot? That could be close here.
Well,
Has gone right in between the 2 reds, but it has come out.
yeah, but it only goes in one of those 2 corner pockets, doesn't it?
Yep.
And it means that he's going to be taking this ball to middle now. And he's going to have to go down table, trying to hold for the other yellow.
Got to get out from here now.
So yeah, takes the pace out of the ball. And this needs to be struck well.
Can he get a lot of side on this and hold on the red?
He may not even need to, but he just needs to drag this in. Well, he elected to run into the red. I thought he may have tried to come back out with a checked side and leave a similar shot, but he hasn't got a great deal of angle here.
No, he's going to have to punch this hard. He's missable. That's a great effort. That's a fantastic effort.
Yeah, I think he'll take this. So, to stay alive in this match, black to corner. Solid.
Absolute nails. Brilliant stuff from Matt Schofield. A break dish gets him back within one. He still needs to win the remaining 2 frames. And Nicky Griffiths will have the chance to keep him off the table. Frame number 12. But under pressure, brilliant clearance from Matt Schofield.
Yeah, he had a lot of work to do in that frame. Landed awkward early on. Played the shot to middle, moved the black down table. And that's second to last yellow. Played great position. Didn't leave the easiest of blacks. Facing defeat, made it even more difficult. So, it's Nicky to break. He's been breaking well. He'll just be hoping now, just praying. More of the same, please.
Hasn't had a dry break so far in the match, has Nicky?
The way the balls have been splitting, he hasn't looked like having a dry break, has he?
But, it would be typical.
Well, once again, struck with authority, great timing, but look at the cue ball, and it's tracked straight back into that corner,
Oh.
and that's got to be an error. You can't say it's unlucky.
I said it'd be typical. It's dry as well. It's, what a chance this is for Matt Schofield. What a chance. Just going to bump this yellow away from the cushion with the red, but red safe at the same time. But there are no problems on this table.
This is a golden opportunity to take this match. Hill.
Well, we love a final frame decider here at the IPA.
We do.
Who doesn't love a final frame decider? It is the pinnacle for me. It's the best thing you can watch, particularly in a final.
So, just needs to take his time here. Obviously, the adrenaline will be pumping now. This is the chance he's been looking for. He's punching these balls in.
This is the first time in the match, really, that Matt's had 2 really presentable opportunities in a row.
So he wants to make sure he comes down far enough here. Doesn't want to land short. He'll take that.
Yes, it's about all right. Not perfect. A wise use of the extension, I think.
So he's just got to be careful here. Ball that's near the black spot is key in the remaining 3 balls here.
Rob Wilson, are you in the room, please? Rob Wilson.
I love that shot. Played that remarkably well.
So Dan, he has options here. Yeah, he could have gone middle if he wanted to.
Yeah, no, I think this is the shot all day long.
He's just a little bit off straight here, more than he wanted to be. Yeah, negotiated that well.
Yeah.
It was easy to catch the red.
I liked his reroute. I think his original plan was to go middle as the first of the 3 balls.
Just be careful with the cue ball here, that's the only thing.
A bit too careful, if anything.
Yeah, not ideal, but this does go to middle, doesn't it? And this is to get you on the hill. Well, back up there, wasn't comfortable. Cue ball will be going somewhere near that red in the middle of the bottom rail. And there we have it.
Final frame decider. Break dish and a reverse dish from 6-4 down. We are back to 6-all, and Nicky Griffiths has hardly seen the table. Just the one in off from the break. Now Matt Schofield will be pumped up.
Yeah, Matt will be feeling the better of the two players.
He's got the break in the deciding frame.
He's hung on in there, got himself to a decider. Nicky Griffiths has been the more dominant player in this final up to press, in my opinion.
It's just been
It's
break,
been the break, obviously, yeah, of course. He's had more opportunity because his break has been more productive. So, customary handshake. And boy, you want the break in the final wrap, don't you? Yeah. This is huge. Just need to concentrate, keep your timing. Well,
took a bit off.
He did take a bit off, yeah.
Bit of a tentative.
What a mess this is. This could be a nervy end of match, this.
This looks like it's going to be a typical final framer, where there's certainly 2 or 3 visits each, possibly 2 or 3 chances each.
Well, it depends. That's not a plant to middle, is it, that red?
It looks tight, doesn't it? I think you'd have to catch the yellow quite thin to make that. I think it would.
If it is a plant to middle, it's an option.
It's still congested though. Not.
It is, but I think I'd rather go out attempting something more positive. Yep. And there you see straight away. He's on this ball.
Well, this could be the chance.
Yeah, he could straight away. At first sight was a horrible table, wasn't it? Boy, he'd take that.
Yeah, that's a good result.
So he's got ball on the balk line there. That's going to be a concern. So yeah, he's elected to take the lowest of the 2 balls to middle. Okay. And that ball on the balk line does go to the corner, I believe so. Yeah. We're a few shots away here, I feel, from a Nicky Griffiths victory. Just needs to keep himself. Well, they are. Just needs to keep himself under control. He's taking his time. He has slowed down. And this is the shot. This is the shot. Just to run, keep running. And he's okay. So drops this in the middle. And there you are, you see him look up. Just takes a deep breath. And it's this black.
There. Brilliant performance. Nicky Griffiths takes the IPA European Amateur Championship final by 7 frames to 6 in a deciding frame thriller. A brilliant game from both players. Credit to Matt Schofield. But in the end, it was Nicky Griffiths who shone through. And that mega break of his, which probably in the end won him the match, Andy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a fair result. 7-6. Both players played outstanding, to be fair, but that break was the difference.
Yeah, we finished with 4 finishes from the break, 2 each, but actually Nicky had 3 off his own break, and it was a brilliant performance from him. And we'll hear from him now as we go down to the arena with Kev Barton for the trophy presentation.
Thanks, Dan, and welcome down to the arena for the presentation after an absolutely thrilling final here in the amateur section of the IPA European Championships. Unfortunately, there has to be a loser, but you should be very proud. It's Matt Schofield.
Yeah, thank you, Kev.
Matt, a fantastic comeback at the end there, but obviously the pull goes just the dry break in that last frame, and that was the difference.
Yeah, to be fair, I stuck in, managed to get back, and I thought it's my break. One good break and I win, and went against me. I've brought like a dream all week, and then it's just deserted me in this game. And they come out a little bit messy, but he still had a chance and he took it, so fair play to him. But yeah, a bit gutted to lose, but that's how it is, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, you must be proud of getting to. Getting to the final in one of these events is an incredible achievement in itself, and showed real character at the end there. So you must be proud of so many aspects.
Yeah, I am proud, to be fair. I've not put a lot of practice in, to be honest. So I've done really well. I've beat a lot of good players and played really well all week. I think I come through at winners half and won like 8 games, I think.
Right.
Nicky's obviously come through similar and just a bit gutted, but at least it was a close game for people watching, and I'll try and win next one.
Well, that's it. It sets you up well for the rest of the season, doesn't it? And gives you that appetite, to go one step further in Coventry. Yeah,
definitely. Yeah. Like I say, I enjoyed it, but a little bit good about the dry break, and I thought I'd half a chance when they were a bit messy, but I couldn't really see from my chair how they were. But he's took them out well in the end, and
yeah. Well played, Matt, on playing your part in a great final. Congratulations. Well done. Matt Schofield there. Great performance, but he's been away for a few years, but he's back with a bang. It's Nicky Griffiths. Nicky, IPA European Amateur Champion. How does that sound?
Well, firstly, I just want to thank Rock, who've put me in the event, and my practice partner. So, firstly, that's what I want to say. Congratulations. But yeah, I'm over the moon, to be honest. And
obviously, you were ahead in the match, 6-4. You looked to be, as if it was going to be a nice, comfortable win. But Matt showed great resolve and pushed you all the way there.
Yeah, it was quite a tough match. There was a lot of pressure out there because it's probably my biggest title I've won. So yeah, I'm just lost for words, to be honest. So yeah, just excited. I'm still in the other event as well. So
busy boy. And just tell us about the double limb coming through all the rounds. All the matches that you've had to play to get here. It must be quite mentally draining.
Yeah, definitely. I think you've got to prep for it. So long hours in practice and just making sure you rest up and drink plenty of coffee to get you through the day, to be honest, Kev. But apart from that, you've just got to grind and get through the pain.
Yeah, and just tell us your thoughts on those last sort of 2 or 3 balls. He's walking around the table. I can see some puffs of the cheeks.
Yeah, I kind of, as soon as, obviously, I didn't use the shot clock, but I seen the finish, so I kind of knew I was there. So it's nice when you got that vision. So it's yeah.
And obviously, the ranking points. 25 ranking points. Get a great start. You'll be top of the rankings.
Number 1.
You probably depends on the Open as well, of course. But
yeah.
Just sets you up for the rest of the year, because what are your goals and aims going forward?
Just keep working hard, really. I mean, that's all you can do in anything, and just try and get fit for the next one. But yeah, that's it, really.
Well, Nicky, congratulations. Matt's going to present you with the trophy. It gives us great pleasure to announce you as the 2023 IPA European Amateur Champion. Congratulations. Mark, I don't know if we should be surprised. I mean, these amateurs keep putting on a show, tour after tour, and that was no different.
Yeah, Matthew and Nicky, they've got to be really pleased with the performance, and another great match in the IPA ranks, and I'm sure these two will go from strength to strength. But a great start to the season for them, to be chasing a top 16 spot. Both of these players are on the tour all this season, so exciting times again for both of them.
Yeah, I'm just seeing them talking in the background. Great respect, amongst the players, and great camaraderie.
Yeah. Well, you think about some of the players that are still playing in the amateur ranks that have not even made it to the final. I mean, we saw last year there was 5 different winners, and I'm sure that could happen again this year because of the strength in depth here at the IPA.
Okay, well, if you joined us last night, you would have seen Clint Jansen finish off Gareth Hibbert in quite convincing fashion, 10 frames to 2. And we caught up with Clint earlier this week and had a few words with him.
Great to have you with us, and obviously with your magnificent World Championship trophy.
Yeah, it's great to be here.
How does it feel to be able to call yourself World Champion?
It's one of them. For like the first week or two, it didn't really sink in, but now it's settled in, and it's a great feeling. Obviously, since I've been playing for 25 years, that's the main ambition, to be the world champion, the men's world champion, and I've actually done it now. So I can hopefully, the next year's IPA World Championship, I can kind of relax a little bit. As before I won it this year, I put a lot of pressure on myself. Probably too much pressure. That's probably why I haven't won it. But luckily, I've won it now, and hopefully I can just enjoy the rest of the years and hopefully win it again.
You were the runner-up in the very first IPA World Championships. So do you feel like you've put some demons to bed now with that victory?
Yeah, 100%. Because you look on the IPA, I don't think there's anything I haven't won. Well, there might be, but like the odd thing here and there. But like all the main ones, I've won now, and that was the last one to tick off. So I can sleep well now.
So let's talk about your run to the final. Now, obviously, the first match, Gareth Higgins.
Yeah, I remember it very well.
Somewhat of a stroke of luck.
Especially in the last set, yeah. I mean, he played unbelievably well.
Yeah.
Really, really well. I was really impressed with how he played. But yeah, you're right, in the last set he had the, I'm not sure, I think it was a red or whatever he was on, it jumped out the middle bag. He didn't really hit it that hard either, to be honest. No. And it kind of like just jumped out the bag, and luckily I managed to win that frame, then win the last set to get through to the second round.
So that was the first match in your run, and then in the next match as well, I think you found yourself 2-0 down to Dan Wiley in sets.
Yeah, I did, and I think I was 2-0 down and maybe 3-2 down in the last set. And fortunately for me, Dan missed a chance, and I managed to pinch that set, and then I actually played really well after that, because I was just, I don't know what it was. I just struggled to concentrate in that match, because I was out over the other side of the arena. It was a struggle to concentrate, but as soon as I won the third set to get it 2-1, I zoned in then and got the job, played really well and got the job done.
So, having been through those two narrow escapes, did you almost feel like your name was on the trophy at that point?
No, a lot of people throughout the week was coming up to me and saying, especially after the first match, your name's on the trophy already, you're bound to, and I'm just laughing it off, kind of thinking, well, I hope so.
Yeah, you got a bit of stick from Dean Shields, didn't you?
Oh, I always get stick from Dean Shields. Always, and Corey. They think I'm the luckiest man in the world, but I don't know how them two dare say anything. Dean's born dripping.
Moving on to the final, like the very first thing I saw when I came into the arena just before I started watching it, was the amount of support you had. It looked like half of Nottingham had turned up and camped in your corner.
I've always had a really good support, and yeah, like you said, probably I would say 40, 50 people come and watch.
So was that pre-arranged? Like if you got to the final,
no.
Or it was
well,
just
obviously,
like, Clint's in the final, let's go.
Some of them probably would have been said if you get to the final, we'll come and watch, like my real close mates and family and that. But then obviously a lot of all the pool lads from Nottingham come and watch, which I didn't really know about until I was sat there in the final.
And of course the other person who was, I mean, there are plenty of people in the audience, but Amy Beecham was in the audience as well watching, and of course you then picked up the mixed doubles world title with her the next day. How was your relationship with her? And then obviously you watched her win the ladies' final.
Yeah, it was great to watch her win. Obviously she's used to winning it anyway. I think she's won 2 or 3 world titles, singles world titles, so it was brilliant for her. But then obviously she was in my corner watching me win my first. It was a really nice feeling, to be honest. And then obviously the very next day we won the mixed pairs again to retain it, so yeah, it was a great feeling.
Moving on to the match, you got off to a bit of a flyer, and you sort of raced to a 3-1 set lead, really.
Yeah.
When Simon Ward came back at you in that 5th set, and he won it 4-0, cleared the table every single time, did his reputation as a player who likes to come back, was that in the back of your mind, the boomerang nickname and the whole mythology around the way that he plays?
No, I didn't think anything like that, to be honest. I didn't really, I probably only got one chance really in that 5th set. So like when it went to like 3-0, I'm thinking, well, if he wins this set, you just play on scratch again. It's 0-0. Jimmy, so that's what I like about the sets. So you can lose that set 4-0, and then you're back at 0-0. So you start all over again. So my mind was just, it was clear. It was fine. I was still 3-2 up, so I was still favourite to win the match. And I just thought all I need is some chances, and I was confident.
And obviously you got the chances in the end, and you got over the line. What was that winning moment like?
Oh, I don't really know, to be honest. I can just remember potting my last ball and coming around off like 2 cushions, I think, or 3. It was either 2 or 3 cushions, and it couldn't have landed any better. I was like landed like bang straight on the black, and I was just like, I'm so happy.
It is 2023 IPA Professional World Champion Clint Jansen takes the title. So you pot the winning black, and then there was a great moment with your family coming into the arena.
Yeah.
how did it feel just to be able to share that moment with not just the friends that had arrived from Nottingham, but also essentially your whole family?
Oh yeah, like obviously my son was there, and obviously my dad. Obviously, if it wasn't for my dad, I probably wouldn't even be playing pool, to be honest, because, well, he was a bit of a pool player himself, and he taught me a few things. And then once I got pretty decent at like the age of like 11, 12, he used to take me around the country playing pool in competitions where he knew really I was never going to do any good. It was just the experience to make me a better player, do you know what I mean? And he took me everywhere, so I owe everything to my dad. Obviously, I really wanted to win the Worlds for myself, but I wanted to win it more for him, you know, just to repay him, do you know what I mean, for everything he's done for me.
Yeah. Finally, now that you've become world champion, what's in the future for Clint Ianson? Is it, are you looking to retain it next year? Are you looking to just kick on, or do you feel like you can relax a little bit now and take your foot off the gas?
You can never take the foot off the gas. You always want more. I always said before I won the World Championships, I always said if I win the Worlds, I wouldn't be bothered about winning any other comp again, but I don't feel that now. Now I've won it, I want to win everything. My ambition now is obviously, it'd be nice to retain it, but I would like to get the #1 spot back on the IPA.
Awesome. Clint, thanks for your time.
Awesome, thank you.
The words there of our current world champion, Clint Ianson, who, as we said earlier, took the title, the European Professional Championship last night. I'm delighted to be joining one of our relatively new professionals, although second season now. Then Carl Clark. You know, Clint. I mean, you know, from a fellow peer's perspective, just tell us your thoughts on Clint and what he's doing at the moment.
Clint's unreal. The World Championships there was really meant a lot to him at the end, and you could tell he'd put the work in, and to get that championship back from, I don't know, was it 10 years ago he won it?
You know, he got beat in the final in 14.
Yeah. So you could see it meant a lot to him, and he's an incredible guy anyway. So for him to come along and play well here as well, it's brilliant.
Yeah, I mean the form he showed last night in that final against Gaz, and some of the other rounds as well. I mean, you can just see that confidence oozing through him. He's in that zone that, you know, some of us get in occasionally, you know, maybe for a couple of matches or something. That zone where you just know you can't miss.
Yeah, well,
it's been a lot of years.
If we could all bottle that type of form,
yeah,
you know, people give their right arm for that kind of form. But to see Clint doing it is just fantastic.
And for the likes of yourselves who are, you know, new into the IPA Pro ranks, you know, obviously that's your aspirations. You want to reach the top.
Oh yeah.
Do you know what you've got to do to get there?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, for me personally, I've got to be a little bit more clinical. I mean, this weekend for me personally, for this weekend, we've come from Bridlington, and it's a bit tiring towards, and it has shown. Whereas these top end boys, they can do it every single tournament. Like I say, if we could bottle that, what they've achieved and what they can do, that's my aim on a personal level.
We'll be watching your progress with keen intent over the coming tournaments, Cal. And just a word about the ladies as well, the new elite section. Great to see Deb in the winner's circle, but a word about Rhiannon, who got to the final, and a great achievement for her.
Again, the ladies section here is incredible. They can, the way they play, it's so attacking anyway, the game. But to see these girls coming up and performing the way they do, it's inspirational. You know, for the ladies' game that want to come along and compete. You know, this is their platform, their target, should I say. And yeah, when you see the likes of Rhiannon and Deb turning it on every tournament, more or less, it's fantastic. It's absolutely great.
Yeah, great words, inspirational, and you know, it's there
absolutely
for everybody else to show what can be achieved.
Absolutely, yeah.
So coming up, we've got the Open. We're going to focus on the Open now till tonight, and Clint, I think, he's still in the tournament as well, so he's
relentless, isn't he?
He's you know, he's desperate to get another piece of silverware. But coming up, Isle of Man's finest, David Adenell, against you know, one of the top amateurs, Matt Staper, who we know a lot about.
Yeah, it's come through. It's his first year as a pro, isn't it?
No, he didn't take pro status. He stayed as amateur.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah, he won't be allowed to do that next year. But
well, he shouldn't be allowed to do it next year because he's a great guy. He's a great player as well, and he does deserve a spot on the pro ranks. But Davey Adenell, lovely guy. I've had a couple of chats with him and things like that, and he's a great player, so should be a good match.
And what do you think is going to be the key aspects to this match? You know, I mean, Dave's got a good break, not a great break, I think. You know, Matt's got a pretty good break. You know, could that be the deciding factor, or
I just think
Dave's experience possibly?
I just think it's just going to be possibly a dishing fest to whoever gets the black ball down first, isn't it?
All right, then, Carl. Well, you've heard it here first. It's going to be a dish fest. I can't disagree. So let's get over to the commentary box and Dan Fairway.
Thank you, Kev. Well, a dish fest has been called. David Adnell versus Matt Staper. Professional versus amateur, but to a certain extent really in name only, as Matt very highly ranked in the amateur list last year. Won his first amateur title as well. Andy Richardson is still alongside me in the commentary box.
I am. And it's Matt Staper who has won the lag in this match, and as is the norm, elected to break.
Yeah, he's timed that well, but just nothing's really threatened a pocket, has it?
No, but fortunately, cue ball's not great, so there's no easy opening on either colour set.
No, I mean, Dave might be looking for safety here. I can't really see any opening pots that are worth taking on. I think it might just be a containing shot, this. Put the cue ball roughly back where it is now, then you're just giving Matt the same shot. Let's have a yellow to middle now.
He does, and he may be tempted by that.
I don't think he's got much choice, to be honest.
He's got a couple of awkward yellows at the right of screen, both by the cushion. So he hasn't got an easy layout here if he does elect to take yellows. So it's yellow to middle to open his account in this third round match.
The most awkward of the two yellows, the one closer to the right centre. Pretty sure that would double.
Certainly passes, yeah.
Yeah, that might solve that problem. The other one he would have to take down the rail.
The good thing being taking the other one down the rail is that he would have an opportunity for position on the yellow below the black. So that could be an option. I suppose the same applies if he doubles it.
Yep, absolutely.
But that's a key ball. And this is far from easy clearance. So he could be playing the double. He could play the double with the other yellow if he so chooses.
It's a really tricky finish, this. There's no link balls between each one. You're constantly going to be moving the cue ball around quite a lot. Just like this. That's all right. Probably worth taking the difficult yellow down the rail now.
Yeah, he may well elect to play the other difficult yellow should this drop. And it has.
Just wonder whether it's worth clearing the one near the black first, because getting between those two yellows in the bottom half of the table is going to be very difficult. I think you've got to take this one now and then leave the one down the rail long.
It's that, or you take this one down the rail and then you take the ball that's to the left to come back across, and I think that's what he's going to try and do here. So yeah, he's taking that long.
What angle does he have here? He's going to have to punch on and off the rail.
Yeah, he needs to come back off one, maybe two rails. So he's going to have to come back off the rail, run back out past the black, if that's what he chooses to do.
It's either that or he's got to play this with lots of running side and play that yellow into the right centre. Depends how much angle he's got here.
I think he comes back across, but he could do either way. Yeah, he has. Oh, where's the cue ball? Oh.
Well, that was the risk.
It was the risk.
know, he kept the pot easier, but yeah, he had more angle than I thought there actually. And to be honest, he's probably overhit that a bit.
Yeah, I could see why he played the pace he did, because 2 cushions would not been a problem. He played the right, so he was trying to play the right line. The problem was the line. So, handed the table over to David Adenall.
Table you would expect David Adenall to clear up.
Yeah, obviously no traffic with his opponent, only having 1 yellow on the black. So, this is what he'll be wanting. Hand on the table. A relatively easy clearance to open his account in this match. David used to playing on this TV table, but they all play slightly differently.
He's a consummate pro, Dave, and he's an excellent player. He's got his own little quirks. In particular, he never looks at the draw. He had a friend tell him what time he was playing today, but they didn't. They weren't allowed to tell him who he was playing.
Superstitious.
Yeah, very. Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting quirk of him.
Yeah, you get a lot of players tell you they don't look at the draw, but most of them do, don't they?
Yeah, no, but
he
he genuinely doesn't. It's you know, he's told me that a million times, and I'm always slightly shocked by it.
So he's taking these well.
A little more angle than he'd like on this one.
I think he's okay. A little bit of right hand side, if he so chooses. Just floats back up. As you see there, that's what he did. Just a little touch. Got the perfect angle to drop this red in middle. Black to corner. To take the opening game in this 3rd round match.
He certainly does. David Adenall leads by 1 frame to 0. This IPA European Open match. Talking of the person who was telling him his draws, that's Sarah behind Dave there, playing the ladies' event this morning. He looks a bit tense, does Dave?
Yeah, he does.
Matt doesn't. You'd think the scoreline was the other way around looking at those two.
Well, Matt there, I think he played well, didn't he? It was a difficult last shot he attempted. Yeah, he scratched in the middle pocket. But that wasn't an easy shot. He played the right shot for me. Just slightly the wrong line. And it was a good finish up to that point. So he's not been careless. So David to break.
Quite sure how one didn't fly in the centre pocket there. He's caught them nicely. It's a similar story to Matt's first break, where good break.
Look at these reds. So yeah, he struck those well.
Yeah,
plenty of movement. Nothing down, and he's a red to middle straight away here.
That's used his extension here. Which surprises me a little bit, actually,
me,
to be honest.
Yeah.
You've got 1 shot to go for.
Yeah, there's no question you're going to play the red.
No.
But this is a good table.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's going to be the sort of thing that comes back to haunt him later on, does it? But it was an odd decision.
So he just needs to be careful here. There's a line of 3 reds.
between everything here, isn't he? He's at the centre of 3 red.
Yeah, he's got options. He could take the centre. He could have taken the higher of the balls. It's as he sees it.
Yeah, I think that was probably the shot. A fuller contact on the yellow would have been nicer. Let's just free up a little bit of space around the 8 ball as well.
So, red to corner. He could bring the cue ball back slightly if he chooses, or he can run through. He's got an option.
Now, this is just potentially starting to get away from that slightly. He's not got a great angle on either of these 2 reds.
Yeah, I did think they might have played the red into middle, second last.
Yeah. That's pretty good. I think if he's straight on this, okay. I think if he's not, he might just have to stun to the left-hand side of the black and take it to the right, bottom right.
I think he may have to stun it down. Looking at the overhead, does he have a slight angle?
Careful with these middle pockets at this pace, they can come back out at you.
And that's what he did. He stunned it back.
Ooh.
He's a bit short.
Ooh. I mean, it goes, but my word, it's tough. This is very thin.
Very thin, and the white's going to be flying all over the place.
Yeah. In off at the crucial moment in the previous frame for Matt Staper.
He's probably going to be hitting the yellow here with the cue ball. Well, no, he's managed to avoid it, and that's a great shot.
That is a terrific shot.
Great shot. I thought it looked thinner than that.
Yeah, I did, to be fair. But also, he loaded the cue ball up with check side just to kill the cue ball off that first cushion. Yeah. Make sure that wasn't flying around the table too far. But yeah, it did look a little thinner than that, didn't it, from where we were sat?
So Matt's looking good in this this matchup.
Yeah,
very confident at the table. Just that single error in the first frame.
Yeah,
which we can excuse. Wasn't an easy shot.
It wasn't. Dave was a bit unlucky with his break, perhaps. Certainly didn't deserve a dry break from that.
No.
Caught them really nicely.
And he left a really easy opening ball.
Yep.
On table 14, please.
So, one apiece. Race to 7.
Dangerously close to that corner pocket. No harm done, and Matt Staper has another great chance.
He does.
Probably just the yellow next to the black issues here, and perhaps the black ball itself.
Yeah, yellow to the balls. He may well use the yellow at the right of the screen there, to the right of the black. That would be a ball he could potentially move the black and the other yellow with.
It would be a big risk, and possibly too much of a risk. But if you did take that double on the reds, and they all go actually. Oh, tried to move it.
I think I was thinking yellows there, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I was initially. I think if I was going to take the reds, I'd have taken the double first, because that was the only red that was a problem. He is now, it's now very isolated that he hasn't moved it with that first shot. That is now causing a big problem. It does still double, of course, but you've got to get back down there. Well, he's there now. If you don't take it now, when are you going to take it?
I do feel that if he is going to be doubling this ball, he maybe does need to take it now. But he's going to try and spin round off 2 cushions, and he doesn't want that to keep running. Oh, that'll do him. So that red is going to be key on the side cushion. And in potting this red, does he attempt to move the black slightly? No, he's stunned right out past it.
Does look a bit awkward, that black, doesn't he? Got to be quite precise getting on that. Really, you want the cue ball where that yellow above it, this camera angle is. Closer to the right centre, left centre.
Well, if he's going to be leaving the double last, he's got some work to do to get any position on that black ball.
Oh,
and he's missed the red.
And it hasn't really come to his rescue anywhere. The only thing that Matt's got any hope here, that yellow next to the black, that it may not need moving, it might go left centre.
Yeah, I did prefer yellows from the outset, but I think the double earlier on in that attempt would have been beneficial.
Yeah, it was almost like he was waiting for a perfect chance that was never coming.
He was sort of chasing, wasn't he?
Yeah. And as soon as he didn't get it out with his first shot, he had to chase.
So,
not the best contact.
No, just bumped that black. He wanted to free the black up. But the cue ball's landed awkward here.
He actually got on.
Well, I think it cuts past the black into the corner. From the overhead, would we say?
Yep.
I think.
Probably. We need a ruler in the commentary box, don't we, to see these angles? But yeah, that's
I like this. I like this shot.
Doesn't want to be hampered by the red.
No, perfect.
Yeah, that's spot on.
Fantastic cue ball.
He's quite expansive with his cue balls, Dave, at times. And it's really lovely to watch. Pretty fluid around the table.
He's played the natural path, a little bit of spin. So just draw this ball back, which is what he's done.
Like that. Straight down on it. Shot clock hadn't even started when he took that on. This black for a 2-1 lead.
He's bridging long there.
And duly obliges. David Adenall, the Manxman, takes the lead once again in this match. Early doors yet, though.
Yeah, it was the red in that frame, as you alluded to, Dan. That was the problem for Matt.
Yep.
Red on the cushion.
It would have been a bold choice, but I think if he'd taken that double first, then I think he'd have got the red. Fourth round there. Mark Farnsworth in the outer arena. The local hero, of course. Didn't have the best of days yesterday with that 8-6 loss to Andy Crowsdale on the stream table. Be looking to make amends. He does seem to love the open events. Particularly here in Newcastle. It was Tour 4 of last season when we were here. He went, I think it was 26 unanswered frames. From 3-0 down in, I think in his quarter-final. Maybe even his last 16. He then won 7-3, 7-0, 7-0. And Mark Boyle finally stopped the run at 6-0 down in the final.
Amazing.
It was an astonishing run of form from Mark Farnsworth. David Adenall, though, he's at the table, but not for long. Screws straight enough from the break. Little kick, but it was always travelling that way. Chance for Matt Staper to put that last frame out of his mind immediately.
So, there's an argument for both colour sets here. And he's rightly taking his time, called his extension. deciding what to do with this first visit.
Yeah, it's one of those situations, isn't it, where it looks so simple. But when you've got this free shot as well, you can make it unmissable if you do the right thing.
That's the thing, Dan. They're both, you know, it can be easy on both colours, but there's always one that's slightly better than the other,
Yeah.
and that's the difference. Not being complacent.
I'm just far enough. I feel like Matt's just hunting for a bit of form. Like, I'm not saying he's playing badly. He's not. But he's just... It's not quite perfect. The positional play isn't quite there yet for him, I don't feel.
That was a good shot he just played there, though. Yeah, the ball's travelling a little bit more, I think, for Matt. He's having to work to get good position. That was a good shot. And as you can see here, drops this in the corner. He just runs out there. Just a little bit of running. And that's the right side of the red. That's where he wanted to be.
Yeah, this looks fine. But again, he needs the right angle on the next red.
Yeah, I mean, he could have run. If he came up short, he would have been good. He didn't want to be dead straight. Just want to go behind the yellow.
Now then.
Oh, dear. Well, I think I've cursed him there.
But he hasn't. It's exactly as you said.
Yeah.
His cue ball hasn't been right throughout this whole finish, really. And it's those moments where it comes to bite you, where you're just that little bit out of position, you're just trying to adjust, chasing perfection, and you end up in a spot like this. Can he get out of it? Not this time, I'm afraid. And not for the first time in the match. David Adnall comes to a completely open table with no obvious problems.
Yeah, the fact that Matt has only got one red left means he's got no obstacles. So he's elected to take this yellow to middle. Yellow to the opposite middle. Just needs to be careful. So he's punishing Matt Staper every time he makes an error. It's going to hurt. Just needs to tighten that cue ball up. Matt's been playing on the outer tables all weekend, and it, as I've said many times, doesn't play quite the same on this TV table. Much quicker. Cushions slide, angles are slightly different, so understandable that you may struggle in the early stages of the match. So would like to get as near as possible to this yellow. A little further would have been better. So he could elect to take this yellow and just bump the black, which is what he's done, but he's forgot to pot the yellow. Well, unexpected miss from David Adnall. dear. That was a great opportunity for Matt Staper to steal that frame. So, a little bit nervy. Now we see the error that David Adenall made. It didn't cost him. Matt with a chance to pinch that one, and he's jawed it, top pocket. So David takes a 3-1 lead in a race to 7. Just a little bit edgy, a bit nervy at the moment, this match. Doesn't look unduly phased, to be fair, Matt. But he needs to find a way to stop these little positional errors that he's been making. Made some great clearances and then sort of fallen over at the final stages. And that was a very edgy frame of pull. David Adenall missed the ball into the corner, and then Matt did exactly the same.
Oh, that yellow just finding its way into the centre pocket. It's left a great chance. Yeah, I think that black still passes to the bottom right as well. So
yeah, Matt was just having a look there, wasn't he?
Yeah, and it just about looks like it does.
Well, if it does, this is a great opportunity for yellows.
Again, not the perfect position from the first shot, but easily recoverable.
Yeah, he's fine here. The yellow closest to the black could be his final ball here if he chooses. He could leave the one over the middle. Couple of options.
Yeah, got now.
And a quick fire reply is what was required, because he'll be kicking himself in that previous frame. He had the opportunity with a long red to steal. He jawed it.
Table 18 and ladies, please. Kelly Egan, Becky Watkins. Kelly Egan, Becky Watkins, table 18, please.
There we see, he's left the ball over the middle for last. This black obviously passes to corner. And a very clinical finish to keep himself in the race. Didn't want to be going 4-1 down. Just one frame behind now. It's 3 frames to 2 behind. He's staying in reach.
Yeah, clinical is the word there. Exactly what Matt Staper needed. Having a word with himself.
He's just saying, I rattled it, how did I rattle it?
Well, we've all been there. Look, there's Nicky Griffiths, amateur winner, of course, straight back into the action against Andy Crosdale. And the curse of the overhead camera there, which I experienced yesterday, I later found out.
Yeah, our resident brake expert.
Oh,
instructional video to come.
Yeah, less said about that, the better, I think. Thanks for that, team. David Adenall. Can he avoid going in off?
Let's see.
Oh, it was close. Now, just that last nudge. What's the red and yellow in the centre of the table? Just there. That friendly little kiss, because it means the yellow goes up to the top left. And even though it's quite congested in the middle of the table there's a pretty solid route round the table on the yellows. So that first shot is under hit. Wanted to be straighter on this yellow to the middle. Now going to have to probably leave some distance on his next ball.
Yeah, he could have even taken reds there, couldn't he? It was such a good table.
Swinging right round the angles. Does that yellow pass the black? If not, this isn't easy now.
Well, from the overhead, it doesn't, I would have said. And it certainly doesn't look like it does on the main screen there. So, as he cut this yellow, that's what he's looking at.
Yeah, wants a nice kiss on the red coming off the cushion.
That's what he's played. He didn't want to be there, did he?
It's a terrific shot, but
yeah, he caught the red as he came back off the cushion, but he hit it too high.
I think he might have to go cushion first for this yellow in the centre. That's really tough. I just don't see anything else on.
Yeah, I think if you do this, you play 2 cushions. You play bottom side to drop out.
Yeah, got a better chance that way.
Yeah.
Hold on to your hats.
So here we go. It'll be 2 rails. 1, 2. It's good effort.
Oh, is it? Well, what's happened there?
It seemed as if it was dropping, didn't it? Just sort of rolled backwards.
Pretty unlucky, but I do feel he caught it fractionally too thin. Looked like it might have caught the near jaw. It definitely had a little turn away from that centre pocket.
So, are they saying he didn't hit a cushion, or?
I think that might be the case. I don't know.
Very possibly didn't hit a cushion. Yeah. I think it probably is a case that he didn't hit a cushion there because he came off bottom side.
Yep.
He didn't make the ball and nothing else. Yeah, I think he didn't make a cushion, so I think it's a foul.
Oh,
or is it?
That's a result for Matt, isn't it?
Well, no, it can't be. Can't be, because he would be playing a
no
different
way
shot
he's
to
playing
this.
this. I personally think that it actually did just brush the jaw. Because I thought he caught it too thin.
It had to have touched the jaw, because there's nothing else could have touched the cushion, is there? In
Exactly.
hindsight.
So I think the yellow touched the jaw. Now, Matt's played a pretty rank shot there, to be honest. Let's have another look at this. So it's coming round. It's clearly very thin.
Yeah,
and it's
caught
clearly
it,
caught the jaw. Yeah, great call from the ref there, Darren Movement.
I don't know if that flustered Matt somewhat.
Possibly, but it was the right call.
Yeah, he played quite a poor shot there, didn't he?
Yeah.
In reply.
They've just eked this into the middle. Doesn't have the perfect sight of it. Right off the far jaw. I mean, this is a big let-off for David Admiral here. As long as he completes the job.
Well, he's had a big let-off already in this match.
Yeah. And he gets down and knocks it in confidently. David Admiral extends his lead once again to 2 frames. He leads by 4 frames to 2. Neither player looking brilliant out there at the moment, I think it's fair to say.
Now, few unforced errors, that has to be said.
Look at that, a live score in the top left portion of the screen. Clint Jansen is rolling on once again. The winner, of course, of the last 2 IPA tournaments now, following on from his World Championship win with the European professional event yesterday. What a story it would be if he could make it 3 in a row.
At this level, it would be amazing, wouldn't it?
Yep. Very few people have done the double tour weekend. I'll have to get my stats book out for that. I know Simon Ward's done it. Mark Farnsworth, I believe, is in that camp as well.
Well, he hit those well. Once again, no reward.
No reward at all. Feels like Christmas for David Admiral at the moment. That's just handing chance is over.
Yeah, well, he couldn't do a lot about that, could he? He did break those well.
Our other finalist from yesterday as well, Gareth Hibbert, going well, 3-0 up. Also in the 4th round. This match, of course, still in the 3rd round. The open competition. He's just working out his route. Taking the most difficult ball first. Is that a big pocket? Got to catch this well, I think. Just about snuck in. Thing is that the yellow he played off of was right on the cushion. It's so easy to get them double hitting.
Yeah, they're right there when he just tried to play it.
Yeah. But it's a great shot because it's opened up the frame for him completely.
So he's looking at taking this into the corner. If he stays low, he'll be taking the lower of those 2 balls. Next. He's just spun it.
That's nice.
Yeah, but it'll do him. He's low. He's where he wanted to be.
Yeah. It's the confident way to play the shot.
He could even go middle if he chooses.
I think he might, just because he's finished so straight on it. It wasn't the plan, but it's an added bonus.
Yeah, it's easier to gain position. So if he takes this red, he's cleared this end of the table. And it's always nice to only need to work in 1 half.
Oh,
where's
Dave,
this cue
what have
ball
you done
going?
there?
Where's it going?
Has he got away with this? Has he got a thin clip on the one below the black? He's a hand of apology, I think he has. That is very fortunate because he has not cued that well at all.
The huge margin for error there, didn't he?
Yeah, massive. Yeah. Dave is riding his luck at the moment a little bit.
Yeah, he definitely got away with one there.
So unlike him as well because his cue ball's normally so smooth, so silky around the table. One behind the black here though. Has he?
Well, again, it just seems to have held up. And I think, well, it is tight for certain. But yeah, this ball goes. He's looking there to see where he needs to get for the black.
That is fractions away once again, isn't it, from a disastrous error.
I mean, he took the pace out of the cue ball there. It wasn't an easy shot he played. That'll do him.
Yep. The 8 ball is thin.
Yeah, and it's a cruel game because that was a bad error that David made to be able to still see the red as he did. 5-2, 4-3, huge difference.
Massive. David Admiral now just needs 2 more frames. It's not been vintage from the Manxman, but he is getting the job done. See there, at the top of your screen, just to the left of David Adnall's head, we have our next stream match for you in the 4th round. It will be Scotland's Robert Stephen against England's Ryan Clark. That will be an interesting encounter. Robert Stephen, the #1 amateur from a couple of years ago now, and a very good first year in the professional ranks. Took a lot of scalps. Up against Ryan Clark, a man who has been knocking on the door for a few years, but has yet to reach the winner's enclosure in the professional ranks. Hugely talented player though. They've had close once again to that corner pocket with the cue ball, and once again nothing down. Not the first dry break from him, and he's hitting them pretty sweet.
Yeah, he is hitting them well. But pull gods once again.
Has left a slightly awkward table for Matt. The yellow on the right hand side is in about as bad a position as an open ball can be.
It is, yeah, but he could take the yellow there, and he could play if he wants to. He could elect to try and remove the yellow from the cushion with this first shot.
I think that's probably the shot. The other question mark slightly is the yellow in the centre of the table. I don't think you can pop that in the middle, so you need to take that long.
And he's okay there, because he knew that he was on this ball to the corner. But there is work to do, because the yellow next to the red, near the middle, goes into the corner. So here, this is not simple.
No, he'll do well to get close to this. He's going to have to leave a fair bit of distance on it, because you can't really go around the back of that red cube was closest to. So it's going to be long, so you just want to get as straight as possible on it. Keep it in your eye line.
It's the yellow we've both mentioned next to the red that's going to be key here. And that's not bad.
That's nice.
Couple of rolls more would have been perfect.
Yeah, he's just the wrong side of it now, so if you top this through, you're running into the red. You're not guaranteed position next time you come to the table. Just depends how full you hit that red. Can you top it through and just flick off it and come around the side of it? A bit like that.
Oh.
Has he got a gap to the yellow next to the black?
I believe he has.
That's a result.
It is a result, but he did know that it'd be on this yellow to middle regardless, so...
Yeah, but that's a massive result, really, because that's not dissimilar to Dave's shot in the previous frame where he found himself on the thinner red.
Yeah, but he's still electing to play to middle.
Maybe the gap's not there, because I don't see the advantage if it's not. He's getting between these two yellows.
There, he's got the wrong angle.
Yeah, I think he can just probably drop it in, leave it to the left centre. Does it pass the red?
I believe it does, but that's not what he was looking at.
No, it's not.
He'd have liked to have been running through there, I believe.
He's going to run into this red on the cushion. He's got to be careful that he doesn't double kiss and snooker himself as well.
This is a tough pot. This is a tough pot.
Wow, this is horrible. You can't play it too confidently either, because if you play it with a bit of pace, cue ball's coming back out. Unless the 8 ball goes up to the top right, that might be the shot. To play it a little harder and leave it.
I think you take the pace out of this ball and hope to leave it to middle or top. Well, he played that really well. Really well, yeah, what a shot that was.
Yeah, that's superb.
That was far from easy. Showed some bottle there.
Certainly did. Matt Staper reduces the arrears. Brilliant. Brilliant final yellow. Get himself position on the black. Keep himself really in the match. 6-3 was been a long way back.
Yeah, he struck it very confidently. He could well have just tried to drop that in. But he played a very positive shot there to run round the angles, guarantee himself an easier black. It was a tough pot, was that? So, 5-3, David Adenall.
Yeah, he'll be happy with the way the match has gone, because he'll know that really probably shouldn't be leading. He's had a couple more bits of good fortune than Matt has, I would argue.
Yeah, he's certainly made mistakes, and I think he'll be happy with the lead. Both made errors. Good break, yeah, great break. And deserved a ball, and he got one.
Yeah, That 8 ball's gone horrible. I mean, the red's beautiful. Couldn't ask for much better, but going to have to move the 8 ball now. You're going to have to move it quite a long way as well. You don't really want to risk nudging it down the cushion towards those 2 yellows because there's no guarantee it comes out. So you kind of want to start moving it over towards the bottom, top right corner.
Yeah, I mean, you could use the red that goes into the corner, top right of screen now, and he could try and run into the black straight away if he chooses.
Yeah, if he could run into it from bottom to top, that would be better.
It would.
Top to bottom.
So that's what he's going to do, I think. So he's going to try and hit the black here. Oh, he's missed it.
He's actually got more on that than I thought he could.
Well, he's got second prize. He's come down for the difficult, or the yellow that was isolated, the red, should I say, that was isolated. So he may now, I mean, he could try and move the black using the red that's near the middle pocket, but he's pushing it into traffic, so the control's not really there.
The chances of you getting that in a position sort of between those 2 yellows, I think, is very unlikely. But he's missed it.
Yeah, but it's not a bad miss, is it? Not a bad miss at all.
No, Dave's in trouble here. I think Dave really needs to look for telling safety shot, to be honest. Can he get in amongst that corner pocket area? Can he get the cue ball somewhere in there?
He certainly can do if he plays off the yellow that he is, off the side. Yeah, he could have gone underneath.
Oh, that's a terrific, what a safety shot that is.
Great shot. A couple of ways of doing it, but that's a great shot.
That's in real trouble there. I think the only one cushion escape might be the yellow that's the red that's in the middle of the table, but I think the jaw might be in the way of the angle.
Yeah, I'd be spinning this off this bottom cushion, side and back out. He's got a large target there if you look at that bank of reds. So he's going to put right hand side on this. There you see, and he'd be unlucky to go through these.
Yep, he hasn't.
Yeah, yellow's in a lot of trouble here. Present. So, another one. It's going in behind it again.
Played this even better.
It has.
Played that even. That is terrific.
And this time, that yellow is in the way if he's going to come off the bottom cushion.
I don't know if he can anyway. I mean, he can only just get past the jaw.
I mean, he may be forced to aim into the bottom cushion and try and hit the single red that's on the balk line.
Yeah.
And if he hits it hard enough and misses, he can go around. He's got a chance of hitting the other balls.
He's missed them all.
Yeah.
Missed them all.
I thought he might have hit it harder.
Yep.
Shortens the angle up. But it was a tough escape, that.
Very much so. No. Oh, did he hit something? He must have very thinly clipped. No, he's asking for the cue ball. I just couldn't believe that David Adler was looking at playing it from there.
Yeah, I don't know what the ruling is there. I suppose if it's touching ball and he doesn't choose to move it, then I don't know.
I suppose, yeah, that's a fair point. Oh, hello.
Well,
what a shot that is.
What a shot that was. Yeah.
He's got a little unlucky, I think.
He has. He's tied 2 yellows back up.
Yeah.
Potentially does the outside yellow go still?
I think it might. But he's got the perfect ball to go into them.
But that was a creative shot, wasn't it?
It was terrific. Opened up the whole frame.
So, he's placed the plant here.
Oh, Dave.
Well, he's completely missed the plant.
I think he was rushing a little bit. I think he took time to work out what he was going to do, and I think he took a little bit too much.
Well, that was a surprise.
Yeah.
And when we say he missed the plant, he completely missed the second ball.
Yep.
So he must have rushed that. Well, Matt, you need to pull one out here.
Yeah, not left him the easiest of starters. Did Matt ask for his extension there?
He's not already had it, has he?
He has, yeah.
Well, that flew in. And that wasn't as easy as it looked for him, because if you remember, in one of the earlier frames, he had an opportunity to steal and he'd missed something easier than that.
Yep.
So, but if he can take this frame to get 5-4 behind.
That'd be a hammer blow for Dave, really. You know, worked so hard to give himself an opportunity in this frame and then threw it away immediately.
Yeah, he played that fantastic free shot, didn't he?
It's under hit.
Where he develops everything. Yeah.
I don't think he can avoid running into the middle of those three reds now from this one in the centre pocket. I don't think he do if the other two go. And he's pushing that red probably towards those two yellows that are wedged together. If this goes wrong, this could be a horrible result.
Yeah, it's been the story of this match for Matt, hasn't it? His cue ball hasn't just been quite on a string. He's never quite in line as he wants to be.
What's his plan now? Is he going to try and screw this across near the centre pocket and take the last red in the same pocket he just has? Or can he take that one now, screw across table? I think that's the plan.
So yeah, he's taking it into the corner, screws off the side, back out for middle. Great shot, great shot. A great shot maker. It's just the cue ball. Just the TV table caught him out a couple of times, I think. Yep. The more he plays on it, obviously, the more he'll become accustomed to the difference in speed and reaction.
5-4 to David Adenall. He still leads, but he's seen his 3-frame lead diminish down to just one. Not quite sure what they're having a word about, but they seem to be enjoying themselves, so that's the main thing. It was nice to come on tour and have a laugh.
Yeah.
There's Cian Monaghan up against Mark Farnsworth. And that was the final yellow, and he's missed it by a long way. I mean, he was never really getting nicely on the black. I imagine he was going to leave a skill shot, but that might be the shot that gives Mark Farnsworth a life in this tournament. That camera, it's horrible, isn't it?
Yeah, every time we pan over.
Every time we cut to someone, they make a mistake. Sure, it's just coming. Good break from Dave, this.
Yeah, good break, but he got top on that cue ball, which won't have been intentional. Didn't cause any issues.
If you can play this plant, you've got to make it. If you can play red onto yellow to the bottom left first. The two yellows in the middle plant. So actually yellows are all very open. So that is surely the shot, isn't it?
It's not an easy plant, I don't think. It's maybe not quite as easy as it looks.
It's not, but it's a frame winner.
It is, but the problem is if you don't drop it, what else is it? It's a frame loser. Oh.
True. He took his extension in time.
So let's see how he's going to work this out. So
ideal.
No, he didn't want to be there, did he?
Didn't want to catch that yellow on the way through. Yeah, I mean, perhaps the plant you had to play the red a bit thin.
He would have liked to have played this yellow to leave the yellow to corner, and it would have given an opportunity potentially. He may still be able to get there, but
lovely shot.
He doesn't want to be straight on this.
No, but that's still a lot. I mean, to play that cushion first at that pace.
Definitely. If he'd have had an angle here, he'd have been able to attempt to try and bust that plant out.
Yeah, I just wonder if he can. It depends how much of the pocket he can pinch with the two-ball plant in the centre. Yeah, he can play that and come around the angles into the red. Might be asking a little bit too much.
On table 8, please. Claire Smith, Hayley Weston. Claire Smith, Hayley
Yeah, and I think
Weston,
if he'd have
table
attempted
8.
that, he'd have been throwing the yellow back up table as well, so...
It's just a safety shot then. Just going to wedge him in behind this yellow.
Dan Davies, Scott Anderson, table 12, please. Dan Davies, Scott
Quite
Anderson,
right, is
table
it? He's
12,
called it a
please.
bit thick. It's not disaster that for Dave. I don't think he's left Matt much of a look at any of the reds up table. He might be able to get through to the furthest right.
I think he can get through, you know, when you look on the overhead, I think he can.
It's one of those, and you've got to be absolutely right behind it, will he be able to see? Matt's using all of his extension here, so...
Well, he can't see it, can he, because he's swerving round here.
Good hit. I don't think there was any intention of potting anything there. It was just get the cue ball down table.
He'll be very happy that the cue ball has remained up table where it is.
Very thin, but when you see the potting angle to the yellow to the right of the flat, get it.
I think he's just sending this yellow over towards that plant.
Yeah.
And I can see his logic there.
It's a nice cue ball as well.
It's a great cue ball. Hampered cueing now.
That's really intelligent. Needs to. I'm assuming he hasn't left a touching ball. That would potentially mean you'd be in trouble next shot.
May elect to send this ball back up table. Yeah, that's a good shot. It's a good attempt.
Just popped out so that Dave could see a yellow. But he doesn't have much more than a thin edge. Either way. He looking that he might have the potting angle on this?
No, I don't think he is. But these yellows, the yellow that he has near the plant will go off the bottom of the yellow in the plant, so if he gets an opportunity.
Yeah, he might struggle for one here though, because Matt's got quite an easy safety shot on. It's delicate. You could just nudge into the side of the red here. You've made no shot at all.
Yeah, there's a few options. Another option would have been to play the red down onto the middle of the three yellows.
Yep.
That would have been a good shot as well. Just kicking the yellow away, and you'd have been promoting that red towards the pocket. But I can't blame him for doing that.
Dave's got to get a good hit net here now.
So jacking up, left hand side, widens the angle. Yeah,
Good hit.
Good hit. I fancied him for that. So
On table
bit of a
5, please,
tactical
JJ
exchange.
Ford, Stratford. JJ Ford, Dave Stratford, table 5, please.
Just looking to see if he can get safe somewhere. Trying to top this through and get, well, just going to pop out, I think.
Yeah. Thought that was going to go a bit closer to that corner pocket.
Again, could just play the ball on the bottom rail. Just let that yellow drift back up. That's what he's playing, I believe.
In an ideal world, he could leave Matt in a position where he's forced into playing that red here.
Very well executed.
Yep.
Very well played.
But what? If that was a fraction shorter, and Matt could see that one red, but he couldn't see any of the others. If he did go cushion first, he'd have to hit a cushion afterwards as well.
Time running.
And Mark Farnsworth is knocked out of his home tournament. Just in the result pop up. As Matt Staper studies the table, Cian Monaghan knocked out one of the very, very biggest favourites. And Matt Staper taps the table in frustration because I don't think he can quite believe he's missed all the reds there. And I don't think I can.
No, it was a nearly, not quite. So he's given up. Free table here. He's got first free shot. He's going to try and develop this bad yellow. He just wants to be careful here.
Yes. Oh, that's come out well.
Yeah, that's fine.
Dave Adenall has put a few good chances down in this match so far. Gone from 5-2 up to 5-4 up.
Well, he elected to play that with top and push the other yellow. He didn't really want to push it onto the cushion like this. Could have been easier. Obviously, no question that he's going to take it to the opposite corner. But the cue ball here is not going to be well. This is a difficult cue ball to what it should have been.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to screw out from this now, and that always adds difficulty to these shots, particularly down the rail.
You've got to make sure of the yellow. Don't try and do too much with this cue ball.
Oh,
struck it well.
Superb. Superb final yellow. David Adenall making hard work of finishers at the moment, but he's getting them enough to keep himself ahead of Matt Staper.
Yeah, he's getting the ones that count. And he's got a 2-frame lead here on the hill. So his opponent's going to need 3 frames on the bounce if he's to stay.
Onto the overhead camera.
In the open.
And Jason Hill. Oh, he's potted one. We've broken the curse. Jason Hill there leading Simon Ward, World Championship finalist, by 4 frames to 1. Staper. Ready to break. Needs a ball, really. Plenty of power through the pack.
Good cue ball. Yeah. Ball's down.
Absolutely nothing wrong with that break at all. Everything about that break was good.
And then a yellow's just dropped into the corner as well.
It just dropped within the 5 seconds.
Does this change things? Because where is his opening yellow if he chooses yellows?
Yeah, possibly.
Does that pass? 2 yellows.
Tight, isn't it?
Yeah. And there also is the question of the black ball, which, if he does elect to go for yellows, is hampered by that red just in front of it.
The thing is, you can't really go red because of the red near the table as well. No nice way necessarily to get that out. So he feels this yellow passes. Oh wow, that's wild. He's fluked a red. He's fluked a red. So now he's on red. So now we've got to find out how he's going to get that red out.
Well, it looked tight. He must have thought it went.
I think sometimes in those situations, you convince yourself it goes, but it doesn't. When you don't really have anything else on, particularly under the 30-second shot clock.
Please. Cadrange Deberger. Cadrange Deberger, table 15, please.
So the problem here is going to be the red next to the black.
So it might be worth him attacking it from the middle of those three reds, around the bottom right corner. It actually run into the yellow, potentially runs into the red and the black and pops them both open. Not doing. Well, it doesn't go, does it?
Well, if it does go, he needs to be right behind it.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't like to have to land right behind that red.
I feel like him taking that ball out of the equation, that was his only ball to attack. So maybe he feels it goes. Well, answers on a postcard.
Well, does he feel that the red goes in the other corner?
Maybe. I mean, you've got to be.
I looked at that straight away, but
You've got to be welded to that cushion with the cue ball if you're even going to think about.
You need to be straight on it for a start. You
Yeah.
don't want any angle.
Yeah.
Because even if you could make it, you're running away from the black.
Yeah, I've tried to screw into it. No way. What on earth has just happened there? That's a huge fluke. Well, I still don't think that red goes, but if it does...
I think it may have gone before, but by the look of it, I think the yellow has just moved that black slightly.
Yeah, I'm with you.
So he's in a terrible position, regardless of the fluke.
I mean, is it... I don't know what to say here. He's had two flukes in this frame, but it's not making it any easier. What is he doing now?
Well, maybe it goes past.
Oh, it can't, can it? I mean, potentially, if he can just get it somewhere near the pocket and leave Dave no shot, it's better than nothing.
I mean, if it didn't go, you could have played safe there, couldn't you? You could have pushed the red towards the pocket and spun the white down sort of to the bottom rail. But no.
I mean, he was never on the 8 ball anyway.
No, I think that was a little bit desperation.
So Dave needs to develop the 8, so I wonder whether it's worth him playing a safety here. There's no need to push the boat out for Dave.
Well, it's overrun somewhat there.
Yeah, a long way.
And that yellow that's next to the black doesn't look like it goes directly into that pocket, does it?
No.
We're not certain of the fact, but...
No, it doesn't look like it. I would be tempted, if I were Dave here, to screw this into the middle. I was going to say go back to balk. And just drop in behind that yellow. I still think that might be worth a go from here. Because that red's very safe.
Well, he's playing it, so it must go. There you are, it did go. But
Where's the
it
cue
didn't
ball?
go in there.
Oh my word. This is so scratchy from Dave. He's just...
Well, he can count himself very fortunate there that that white didn't drop.
Just got to contain here, surely. Try not to leave Matt a shot. I'm going to have a double on.
Just double the yellow back up to the pocket where the other yellow is. Ideally, he would have liked, well...
Not coming out too bad.
He wanted the yellow to be the other side of the other yellow in a perfect world. But the thing is here, if Matt, obviously he's going to have to play safe here, unless he's extremely inventive. But if he can take a thin edge on this red and get back up table, he wouldn't necessarily leave a great deal.
I think he might be going a bit more aggressive. I don't know.
What?
Oh, he's going to try and nudge him behind it. He got a double kiss, but it's not the worst result ever.
Yeah, he was brave there.
Threw his arms up as if to say that people had gone in a different direction than he was expecting.
Extension, please.
If he can send this cue ball up table, he'd be leaving very little, potentially a long double maybe, but it'd certainly be in control.
Just doesn't want to push his yellow onto the black.
Well,
What on earth is that? I think he was trying to play yellow off the yellow and pot it, but I mean, he sort of got away with it.
he didn't really need to do that, did he? I don't think,
No.
in that position.
I mean, he's only really left Matt a double though, unless, I mean, Matt can just drop him behind it, so that he covers the easy yellow. But if he does that, he can't get his red out. So Dave will be able to get his difficult yellow off the cushion. So he's got to go for it, and he's double kissed it. The cue ball's nearly flown in off, but hasn't. And this time, Matt sort of got away with it.
Well, Matt was dead in this frame a long time ago, wasn't he, to be fair?
Yeah.
And I think David Adenall, he had the opportunity to sort of defend a little and leave an easier clearance.
Well, he's going for the double. I don't understand.
And what a strange frame of pull this has been.
I mean, perhaps he couldn't see it, but I was surprised he didn't try and cut the yellow across the black pocket from where he was. And Dave will be kicking himself if he loses this game now. Well, somehow, and we're not quite sure how, we rumble on 6-5 to David Adenall. He has missed a golden opportunity to put himself through to the fourth round of this IPA European Open. That Staper is hanging on in there by hook or by crook. He needs to win the last two. He's got a job on, but it's going to be tough for Dave to get over that. There's a horrible frame of ball from his point of view. I feel like he needs a really good chance now to make this out. Live score at the top of your screen. Tom Barley on the comeback trail. It's Andrew McKee, but Andrew just needs the one frame. We'll, of course, keep you updated as much as we can with all of the live action as we go through the day here in Newcastle. As David Adenall breaks off in frame 12. Good contact, good split. What's the result like? Not great, not terrible. Got a red and yellow together in balk. Don't think either of those go. The more you look at this table, the harder it gets. Taking no chances. Turns the table over his opponent. Says, your turn.
Yeah, sorry Dan, just had to pop out there. So what's occurred here? Are we?
Not a lot.
Right, there we go.
That was the first shot after the break.
Right, okay.
So,
Nothing down, nothing. Nobody's no colour set chosen.
no.
Right.
No. Open table. And I think it might be open table for a while just yet. There's no obvious solution to this. Just wonder whether Dave can pop that yellow out into open play, but leave the cue ball on the red. That would make the yellows a pretty clear favourite. He might have played it a bit hard. That. If you could get that yellow out, but not leave a yellow on. Which I think Dave could do here.
Just screw it back.
Yeah, just screw it back to roughly where it is now, but push the yellow out. I think that would possibly give Matt a pretty big problem.
Well,
If
yellows,
anything,
yeah, if he wants yellows,
yeah,
I'm sure he can take this first one here.
I think you do want yellows because I think that the most difficult one really you can cut.
Yeah, the most difficult one is the one that's just close to that red on the bottom cushion. That's the problem ball.
But it's cuttable, and if you don't get it, you cover the pocket.
Yeah.
Well, it remains to be seen, but I think David Adnell might have missed a trick there.
When I did look at reds, I think if you'd have taken reds and played one good defensive shot, I think you could have turned the table right round there. So, not a clear favourite taking yellows on. And I do think it's a problem, this ball that's near that red on the bottom cushion. He may well try and cut this in now.
I think he's got to. Terrific shot. Doesn't want both.
Oh, he's been unlucky there. He's been unlucky.
He's still on. That yellow does pass to the bottom right, I think.
It does pass, Dan, but the problem is the cue ball is running the wrong way for the other yellow.
Yeah, he's almost got to screw on and off the top rail from this camera angle and come back across, which is very tough. Playing it at this pace as well, he doesn't have a full pocket for this yellow. That is a terrific shot.
Yeah, from where he was, under the pressure that he was under.
Yeah.
It's a great shot.
It is a great shot, but he needs another one. I don't think this goes in the centre, and even if it does, I don't think that would give him position on the 8 ball. I think he's got to thin cut it.
Yeah, it does cut to the corner.
Yep. Cue ball's going close to that centre pocket. Probably just passed, actually.
Yeah, I think
that might
it's
not be a
passed.
problem.
And the cue ball will be swinging round. Coming off the second cushion, it would, well, he's elected to double the ball. That's a great double.
It's gone the double, and what a shot that is.
Yeah, that was all or nothing. Backed himself to make the double.
And backed himself to make the black as well. We are going to a deciding frame once again. It's the second game in a row this morning that's gone to the distance. And Matt Staper is the man who has taken it there. A brilliant finish.
Yeah.
One of those that was sort of made up on the hoof as he was going round. Well, here's Scott Anderson up against Dan Davey. What a shot that was. Just your standard, bog standard treble. That's a nice little 3-ball finish to whet your appetite for the deciding frame in this one.
On table 10, please, Simon Dixon, Gavin Robinson. Simon Dixon, Gavin Robinson, table 10.
A very firm shake of the hands between these two.
Great to see. Played in good spirit.
Best wishes exchanged.
Deserved a ball, and he got one.
Got one, but he's got very little else.
Yeah, he's got a bad lay of the cue ball, hasn't he? Oh dear.
Yeah, there's nothing about this that's nice, is there? This might be similar to the last frame we saw. A little bit of cat and mouse before the real action gets underway.
Yeah, yellow tied up with a red near the balk line. A big problem. Certainly for yellows, you could argue that the red that's on the cushion could potentially open those two balls up. It's not nice. Certainly in a deciding frame. So, very much like the previous frame. Well, this yellow would go to middle if he decided to take yellows.
Just how you solve that problem, yellows. So difficult. Gone for it.
Does he play a good safe here, Dan? So he
pushing. The only problem he's got is he's pushing the red closest to the yellow towards the other yellow.
But he could play the back of the yellow to the side rail to sit back behind the red and the yellow.
Yep.
And he'd leave red nothing.
There you go.
Just like that.
That's a terrific shot.
He's now opened up the yellow.
Can Matt Staper get cushion first and just nudge into that red before it hits the yellow? That's the question. Toad and snooker. If he can't, then Matt's in a bit of trouble here. And I think that's a big risk. Like, don't guarantee hitting the red first if you did that.
So he's in a strong position here with yellows as David. Great escape.
Great result, really.
Yeah, that final roll of the red hampers the yellow. So it's going to be a nervy one, this deciding frame. We love the drama here on the IPA.
I mean, all the yellows do have a pocket. Eventually, if you take them in the right order, you count. Clever little shot. Really like that shot from Dave.
Can he see enough of the red to play it off the side cushion and bump the yellow away from the corner? If so, he could take a little bit of an advantage here. Yep, and that's the shot.
Oh, it might be
He
in.
doesn't want it to drop. Oh, and he's opened up the red as well, look.
Well, is he going to be forced into going aggressive here?
Well,
I mean, it's horrible, but he can pot the red next to the black.
yeah, hampered queuing, bridging over.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something, if he did make it, he could land on that bad ball on the bottom rail. And the fact that he's opened that ball, he just nudged into.
Doesn't like it. Oh, did that hit a cushion?
Yeah, he did. He hit a cushion, yeah, I believe. Oh!
Yeah.
I think he did he double hit it? I thought he hit a cushion. Not too sure.
Second call for Gav Robinson, please, to table 10.
I think the red might have just
Second
rocked
call
back
for
without hitting the cushion. Have another look. Slow-mo.
Oh, you're right.
There you go.
No cushion. And he did rock back, didn't it, I think?
Yeah, it did rock back, so it sort of looked like it hit the cushion. You see that sometimes. Dave going all out with his first shot. How's it come out? Not fantastic.
Well, the cue balls. This is not an easy next shot.
No, it's not at all. That yellow's still tied up, really. Towards the bottom left, the red in front of it. That needs moving. Either the red or the yellow. Dave not going game just yet.
Little bit loose, that.
It's nervy out there. It's really nervy out there.
Matt can just roll this red over the corner, leaving the cue ball on the bottom rail.
Another result for you. Top corner of your screen there. Nicky Griffith's dream day continues. Knocked out Mark Boyle, then won the amateur final, and has now knocked out Andy Crowsdale as well. What a day he's having.
So, taking the advantage in this final frame is Matt. Got control of this corner pocket.
Oh, where's the black? Where's the red? Dicing with death. David Adenall.
14 and ladies, please. Sarah Middleton, Kira Whitcomb. Sarah Middleton, Kira Whitcomb, table 14, please.
Still life in this frame.
Desperately trying to defend the black.
Yep.
Trying to hang on in there.
Yeah, I've heard chess described as, pool described as a game of chess with balls, and this frame really is that.
Oh. Is he angled?
Oh, he's not.
That
Is he?
was
I
a
thought
clever shot he's just played there.
it was, and you're right, he's jawed on it.
How unlucky is that? What a clever shot that was he played.
Well, he's got to take the long red down the rail now, hasn't he? Cover the pocket, or?
I think he should have just tried to cover the pocket in or over.
Yeah, I think so.
I think that was more a case of frustration and shot clock pressure. But he was so unlucky there to land in the jaws as he did.
Incredibly so. But these yellows are all there for Dave. I think the yellow next to the black passes between the other yellow and black. So if you can take that one out first.
Big shot. Big shot coming up. This decider.
Oh, he's missed it. Has he fluked it? Oh, my word.
Oh, ouch.
Everything that David Adenall touches at the moment is coming out for him. This is unreal. I have rarely felt more sorry for a player than I do for Matt Staper right now.
I really do feel for Matt here. This isn't simple.
No, can he take the bottom of the 2 yellows next to the black and avoid that yellow, or come back cushion first and flick it out into the open a bit further?
Well, he's going to run off this, so he's going to send the yellow. He didn't want that. And he's been fortunate once again there, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Because he'll be happy that ball didn't drop.
Yep. Well, yes and no. He could have played the yellow that he has moved. He could have played off the black, I think. Off the black, off the red, and into the middle.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
There's the fluke again. Oh, what do you do here if you're Matt Staper?
The thing is, he's missed, and he's blocked the red, hasn't he?
Yep. Going for the cut. Big shot.
Great effort. Couldn't do much more than that, could he?
Well, he's made it easier to play as a skill shot now. It's all eggs in one basket, but I don't see that he's got much choice. I feel like Matt could just drop the one in over the centre. If you can screw out from the one down the rail and leave himself straight behind it, you back him to make it.
Or does he double it now? Yeah, I can see this. Where's the cue? Stop.
I preferred the other way, just because you have more control of where the cue ball is going to end up after this. He's now going to be a long way from the skill shot.
Yeah, he's hoping here he needs to come back to the blue spot, doesn't he? Really?
Yeah.
As straight as possible.
And playing at this pace when it's that close to the back of the pocket as well, this is potentially asking for trouble.
So he's going to have to jack up.
This is so tough. This is so tough.
Very, very difficult, this. So, it's a skill shot he's going to be attempting. He's going to attempt to play red onto yellow. He's going to pop the yellow, and he needs that red to follow it in.
He can't hit this too hard because the red is close to the yellow. Just got to trust cueing here and make sure that the red hits the yellow full.
Yeah, full centre ball.
Close. It's not going to drop.
I can't believe that hasn't dropped, to be honest.
I know what you're saying, I do. I just think it was a little bit too stunned.
It was such a difficult shot, man.
Yeah,
You know,
it was, but I think you've almost got to roll those rather than stunning them like that.
I absolutely agree with you, but once he'd struck the ball, I felt for him there that it didn't drop.
Absolutely.
So close.
I agree. You're talking.
It was such a difficult ask.
Fractions of millimetres away. And surely David Adnall now, surely he will take this, but he's overrun that shot. It doesn't. You could hit that a foot less, 2 foot, 3 foot.
3 foot, yeah, anything.
Anywhere but there.
You could land middle of table, you'd be okay.
There was a wry smile.
So it's the cue ball here. It's the cue ball.
I mean, fair play, that's a good shot, but he's ridden his luck in this. Certainly the last 3 or 4 frames of this match.
Well, it's been exciting. Give it that.
It's not over yet. He's overhit this. This is close.
Not another jaw.
Oh my word. And this is horrible as well. This is...
So now he's running up the angle.
I mean, I'd almost be tempted to run into the black here. I think you've got more chance of being on it.
If you can run into it, I think you do run into it.
Yeah, he's taking his extension now. I don't know how he's still got it available. This is going horrible.
And he's kicked it safe.
This is unbelievable stuff. A black ball game. What do? Do you do the long double?
Smash the double in.
Oh my word. Well, you said smash it in. Where's it going? It's not going towards the centre. It's not. and Matt Staper will win this match. And I think I have to say deservedly so, which isn't something I like saying because Dave's a good friend.
Yeah, what a final frame that was.
But I mean, that is just... I'm speechless.
Yeah.
I've never seen a frame like that.
Twists and turns.
That's one of the best and worst frames of pool I have ever watched. But congratulations to Matt Staper. He moves on to the 4th round. I mean, I credit Matt. He actually played really well for the vast majority of that match.
He did, without question. And towards the end there, he just didn't seem to have any run whatsoever, did he?
No. Apart from just David's continual mistakes.
Yeah, that final clearance of David's there, he was all over the place, which is just, it's not him. It's not him at all.
No.
He's far too good for that sort of... I don't know.
Yeah.
The cue ball was all over the place, wasn't it? I mean, the worst shot was the shot where he could have landed middle table, couldn't he? And he ended up near the bottom cushion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just one of those matches.
It could have gone anywhere.
To and fro.
Well, from stunned silence in the commentary box to hopefully a bit more chat in the interview room. Kev Barton is with Matt Staper.
Thanks, Dan, and I'm here with Matt. Matt, I'm not sure how you're feeling after that match, but I feel like I need to lie down after that match. Even that last frame, it had absolutely everything.
Yeah, I think the whole match had everything really. The way it went, to and fro, and both missed a few balls, but I was a bit tweaky in parts. But just happy to get another go at the end there. I didn't quite, get straight on that skill shot. And if you're straight, it's a lot easier, but I still thought I'd got it. But then, I didn't expect to get back to the table, but anything could happen under pressure.
I mean, let's talk about the skill shot. I mean, there was a group of us watching from the side there, and I'm not sure you could have played it much better without it going in. It looked like you absolutely nailed it, and it was literally hanging on the cliff edge. Yeah,
I mean, I don't play a lot of them skill shots. I don't like them, to be fair. I try and avoid them. I avoid them like the plague, to be fair. I only play them if I've got to, and I had to there. But I still thought I hit it well, and it just needed to slide in a bit more. That's all. But hey ho, we got there in the end, luckily.
And I know Becky was watching on the side there, and she was going through all the emotions with you as well. It's difficult to watch rather than play, isn't it, sometimes?
Yeah, she always does. Yeah, she always does. But she supports me well. She's always behind me and always egging me on and urging me on every single frame. So
I was surprised to see you there actually, because sometimes she can't watch, can she? She has to go.
No, I'm surprised she stayed in for that decider. To be honest, I thought she might go outside, but she's done well, bless her. Yeah.
Just a word about Dave. Obviously, pushed you all the way, and he had obviously a great chance in the final frame. But sometimes pool is determined by a nudge here and a little roll there, and he obviously was frustrated not to get on the black. But it's a chance that he'll be regretting, obviously.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. Us guys, we expect to take them out when we get them chances, even under pressure. But like I say, anything can happen under pressure. I mean, Dave's a quality lad. He's one of the nicest blokes on tour for me. He's an absolute gent, and I felt a bit sorry for him at the end. But I suppose you can't feel sorry for him if in a way you've got to be happy. And so a bit of both, yeah. I felt a bit sorry for him, but we could have had a can on the black. It could have gone anywhere, but to be fair, I'm just happy to get through. I'm just so relieved to get through. Honestly, it's brilliant.
Well, there's no rest for the wicked, Matt, because I'm pretty certain you'll be on pretty quickly in the next round. Last 16, that puts you in, I think, is it?
I think it's last 32. I think.
Oh, it's the 32.
Yeah, last 32. Yeah.
So still a way to go, but sights firmly on the prize.
We're having to go. You never know. Round by round.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, we'll let you get off, Matt. Get ready for your next round, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank
Cheers.
You.
Well played, Matt. Matt Staper there takes his place, and Mark Pickworth. David Addill, he's going to be very, very disappointed that he didn't hold it together in that last frame.
Yeah, I mean, obviously everybody knew in the arena what was going off. Everyone crowded around the TV arena table. I think he was looking up, and what he should have done, just be focusing on the table. He didn't. He's got a little bit nervous, and he never got into position once on his final any of his final balls at once, and he's had to play a wild shot. And Matt Staper, but you saw the Matt Staper clearance in the 12th frame to level the match up at 6-all. You know, he's made of stern stuff, Matt Staper. You know, he's a bit of an experienced campaigner here on the IPA, and you know, it's no surprise. He's a great player, and he's achieved a lot. He's had a brilliant weekend with England away in Bridlington, and he continues achieving the results, and he's in the next round.
Absolutely, yeah. So he takes his place. And coming up now, we've got another fantastic matchup between Scotland's Robert Stephen and England's Ryan Clark. Just to tell the viewers a little bit about both these players.
Well, Ryan Clark, the Punisher, he has been pretty much a serious campaigner, ranked number 13th on the rankings at the moment. Then we've got Robert Stephen, who's a new pro last year. This is now into his second season. So after this season, we'll see whereabouts Robert Stephen's level out. We're expecting he's probably going to reach 16, maybe. Currently he's number 22, so he's in great stead for that. Had some brilliant results. He's had a semi-final in one of the IPA Tours last year, and pretty consistent stuff. Both former professional snooker players, so definitely a different in contrasting styles. I know I'm quite critical of Robert's style regarding some of his pattern play, positional play, but he's still learning the game. You know, he's quite new to pool, but you know, last 2-3 years, maybe 4, but plays in a magnificent club up there in McGoldrick's against magnificent players, so he's playing against the best pretty much in the UK. Ryan Clark from the northeast, he again plays against some serious players here in Newcastle, etc. And he's been deep in tournaments. He was very consistent a little bit last year, and the year before extremely super consistent, you know, quarterfinals, semi-finals. But he, in this arena table, you'll probably see that Ryan might be a bit more flustered with the shot clock, where Robert's very more natural. But Ryan Clark, great player, and I think this is going to be a terrific match.
Okay, well, thanks a lot, Mark. Our referee, Brian Moss, is racking the balls up. Both players are in the arena, ready to go. So let's get over to the commentary box and Andy Richardson.
Thanks, Kevin. Looking forward to this one. Robert Stephen, Ryan Clark. With a great matchup. Race to 7. And this is round 4 of the Open this weekend in Newcastle. Just watch the players lag off there. About 2 foot short, the pair of them. They're having a laugh. So, as ever, first frame. Important in a match, certainly of a match as short as a race to 7. And winning a lag and having the first break, always a big advantage, certainly, if we go hill. So, Robert Stephen, love watching him play. Seen quite a lot of him when I've been up here doing a little bit of commentary at these tours. And Ryan Clark, so both great players. Let's see how this evolves. Robert Stephen to break, cut break to open proceedings. Great break. Balls down. So he's got a red down. So it's the next ball that he pots that dictates which colour set he's on. Although he potted a red, he decided that he wanted yellows, and that's fine. So he takes a yellow into the corner. And as we look at the table now, no real obstacles for yellows. No traffic to negotiate. Just needs to be careful with the lowest of these yellows behind the red. It should be no problem. Probably be taking it to the right corner as we look at the bottom of the screen. So Robert just taking a moment. So he's going to stun this back off the side rail. Well, in fact, he's elected to draw the ball. Yeah, and that's not what he planned. Thought he may have stunned out off the rail there. So he's going to be forced to play this ball below the red. Lowest ball on the table. And what looked like a fairly standard finish after the break has now become slightly more difficult. Good recovery. Does this white pass? Play either of these two yellows, should he choose to, but this passes. So he's going to be leaving some distance here. Well, he's overcut that. So, first error from Robert Stephen. Just ran out of position there earlier on. He tried to screw back down the table. Just caught the jaws, left himself awkward. And he's missed that yellow and handing the table over to Ryan Clark. So Ryan Clark, obviously on this red in front of him, to the corner if he chooses, but the black's tied. Hampered by the yellow ball that Robert missed. So he's come straight back down table. And he's looking at this red on the bottom cushion. Obviously the ball on the side cushion needs some work. And it'll be all about which ball you leave to get on the black. Well played. He's gone straight for the most difficult ball. Black, of course, will go in the opposite corner. And I think that's probably what they'll be looking at. So he's taking this red. Just stuns out. Makes contact with the yellow. So just taking another look at that black. So he's taking the lowest of these three reds. And not quite as planned. Just a little bit out of line here. And there you see, he is looking at taking this black into the opposing corner pocket. There you see. He's going to drop this red into the middle pocket. And he wants to make sure that he leaves the correct angle if he's going to top this red through. And that's certainly not where he intended landing. So, an edgy start this. May elect to cut this red into the pocket he's looking at for the black. There's two choices, he either does that or he's taking the other one. So he's going to punch this in. He's going to stun across the table. Well, he's a shot at it, but he's high up. He's on the balk line here. This is nasty. Should have been better on this black. He needs to make it. Nowhere to hide. Well, that's a great shot. It's a great shot. Didn't land as intended. That's a great cut along the bottom rail. So it was Robert Stephen there who had the first chance. A relatively straightforward clearance, it appeared. He just ran out of position mid-clearance and missed that yellow into the corner. It's Ryan Clark that takes his first visit at the table and clears to take a 1-0 lead. And I'm joined in the commentary box now by Kevin Barton, the IPA chairman. How are we doing, Kevin?
Not too bad, Andrew, not too bad.
Good.
Yeah, it's getting down to the nitty-gritty end of what has been a very, very busy few days.
Yeah, you've been a busy man. Busy week for you.
Yeah, it's been wherever you look, it's been busy. Yeah, it's been. I think one thing I'll take from this event is the atmosphere that we've had this weekend. It has been. I know we've mentioned it a few times, but it really has been electric out there all weekend.
Yeah, it's just buzzing. It really has. It's been buzzing all weekend. It's a fantastic break.
Wow, look at those reds. Those reds, balls splitting far and wide.
It's just this first red. If he elects to take reds, does this pass to the corner? Or does he have to? Yeah.
Going to be about these first couple of shots, isn't it, Andy, just to get this get on the reds and then try and get this one on the right hand side as soon as possible.
Yeah, so this obviously passes to corner. Yeah, and as Kevin said, it's the red on this side cushion that he wants to get rid of as early as possible. He's looking at it now. He's certainly having a look, and this is no gimme.
On table 4, please.
If he chooses to take it on.
Alex Taylor, back Sweeney, table 4.
Shot. Clock counting down. You that pretty nice to that, Andy.
Yeah, good pot. Great pot. Never in doubt. Didn't intend hitting the yellow there with the cue ball as it came back off that side cushion. And as a result, not quite where he wanted to be here with the cue ball, but he's okay. That last red was the real problem. Well, careless, has to be said. Took his eye off the pot there, I think.
Yeah, I think he was looking where the white was going. Like you say, he's missed the pot, and that is a massive let-off for Robert Stephen. Massive let-off.
Yeah, one apiece, both missed the ball. Robert's much more difficult, the one he missed. Certainly forgive him. In comparison to that miss there from Ryan, that was an awful miss, wasn't it?
Yeah, and completely unexpected. We just complimented how well he cued that one down the rail, and then he's thrown one in.
Yeah,
and
it's the usual commentator's curse. So this is just going to be about the yellow that's near the middle. Does drop into that middle pocket near the black, but he's got to get the right side of it, obviously.
Easy to tell just how close that is to the middle. Think there's any value in taking it up the rail into the top right corner?
Let's have a see in a second when we see where he lands. If he does elect to take this into the middle, yeah, well, there you are. This has to be judged well. It is difficult for us here to see just how close to the middle that yellow is. So he's elected to spin off the side cushion, guaranteeing himself a shot into the middle. He sort of liked the line that he took there, didn't he?
Yeah, I'd just like to have got into the white ball a little bit more, maybe leave that white ball 6-8 inches closer, but from that angle it looks a tricky clip, but on the overhead it looks a bit easier, but he's played that really well. It was a thin one. It was a thin one.
Yeah, it was certainly more difficult than it appeared on screen. That was a good pot. And there you see it. So, black down, 1 apiece.
Yeah, and certainly a frame that Ryan Clark will not look kindly on. That is one that he definitely should have had in the bag. You know, how important will that miss be come the end of this match? Because as we know, it's usually fine margins that determine the winners of these. And on one of the outer tables there, we can see South Africa's JJ Fall. He's just 1 frame away from a place in the last 16 against Wales's Dave Stratford, who won one of the amateur events last year. JJ with a little tactical exchange going on there, so he's looking in good shape. Ryan Clark is he's one of these players that he really should have won a title by now. You know, as a pro, he's got all the talent, but just not really kicked on from a a really good start. And good that he's getting a good run in this event. But you know, good run is not what these guys are here for. You know, they're here to take home the silverware.
They are. They're here to win. And that was in off in the middle pocket. So. Yeah, it was a cut break there. So, second ball down into the side cushion, and usually you feel that the chances of scratching are, you know, far less playing a cut break than they are when you hit the head ball. But that went sort of sideways, didn't it? Went one side, the other side, and then kicked in the middle. So
yeah, it seemed to find its way through all that traffic,
yeah,
and
did.
What happens.
And it's the one part of the game you can't really control, the break.
So Ryan there just developing the reds. He needed a little bit of luck there, you know, because he needed the red to come out. He didn't want yellows, because that yellow at the top end of the table doesn't go. It's all about this shot for me, Andy. He's just got to negotiate and get position.
Yeah, this is the key shot. And he's played that. He's played that well. The only thing I would say, well, yeah, I think he's fine, isn't he? Set the lower of the 2 reds.
Yeah. The bottom red, spin it around for a couple of cushion. No, he's taking the top one.
Yeah. At first sight, I think I'd take the lower one.
Yeah, I'm thinking pot this, spin it round
yeah,
off 2.
Yeah.
No. What do we know?
So he's going the opposite. He's going across. He's checking. So he's running through. He's checked it, and he's short.
He was just frightened of that yellow glancing the cue ball glancing the yellow, and sort of decelerated a little bit. Quite get through it. Gonna have to change route here, Andy.
Yeah, and if he does change route, he's going to have to get back down table at some point for this red. So he's decided. Get the bacon slicer out.
Here it goes. Clock's ticking. Needs a bit of luck. Where's the white? Oh,
Don't kick the red set. Ooh.
Oh.
Get that for a shot.
He couldn't have played that shot any more precise. To come round off 1, 2, 3, 4 cushions. To be, if he had picked the cue ball up with his hand, he wouldn't have been far off that position where it's ended up. So well played, Ryan Clark. Now he's just got to finish the frame off.
Yeah, he was out of position. It was a fantastic shot, wasn't it? The finest of cuts all the way around the table.
whilst Ryan clears these balls up, just to bring you a live score update on one of the outer tables. Dan Davey was 6-5 up, a routine final ball in black, and apparently he's played a foul, and Scott Anderson's taken the frame, and they are now into a deciding frame. So drama everywhere we look here on finals day Sunday.
So, this black to take a 2-1 lead in this 4th round match. And that recovery, bacon slicer into the corner, all the way around the table for perfect position, has afforded him the 3rd frame.
Yeah, that was a fantastic shot, and I don't know if we'll be able to get a replay of that shot, but how he navigated the cue ball there between all the gaps was quite good. And there we go, 1, 2, 3, 4 cushions, absolutely perfect. One of the shots of the championship, that one, surely.
Yeah, superb positional shot, fantastic. Class.
There we can see live pictures from the outer table there. Scott Anderson, the pigeon, up against Double D, Dan Davey. Matt Staper, he's playing on the table next door.
Yep, straight back on there, Matt, after his previous match.
Keep you posted on that one.
So it's Ryan to break. And he hit those well. And is it going to drop? Last roll in, red in the middle. So, just for a second there, I thought it was going to come up dry. Struck them well. Just the last roll there, red drops in the middle. As you can see, Ryan just looking at these yellows. Little cluster of 3. He's developing. And he's just looking to see where he needs to be to try and do so.
On table 11, please, Ashley
So we'll be
O'Neill,
looking
Richard
at yellow
Davis.
to middle.
Ashley O'Neill, Richard Davis, table 11.
Drift down table. And ideally, I would feel he'd be hoping. Now he may, well, he's missed the ball. Just missed the ball there. Took his eye off the ball.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing in these first early frames, you know, Ryan Clark's past couple of seasons, you know, some real brilliance mixed in with just, you know, a couple of careless mistakes and just stopping all that momentum and drive that he's gaining, and he's gaining in one hand and losing in the other.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that he missed that ball is why the cue ball's landed so low. If it had dropped in the middle, he may well have had a good angle there to develop those balls, but that's the second time that he's taken his eye off the ball. This early stage in this match.
Just gives his opponent a free go and building his own confidence.
I like that shot. Played a lovely shot there. Got himself straight onto one of his more awkward balls. So he's got a red to middle. And as we look at the table now, the ball that's going to count for me is the red nearest the black. Needs to be very careful.
That goes in the bottom left-hand corner. Not looking at it. see there, he's just trying to give it a glance. Does it go in that top right-hand corner? That looks a bit tight. So he got up his sleeve here. He can flick it into this bottom right-hand corner, but he does play position that way. Can't be his last ball. Maybe he's playing onto it after this shot. Has to. Well, oh, that is pinpoint. That is pinpoint, Robert Stephen. He had a very small window there, Andy, to get that cue ball in. He's put it on a sixpence.
So what's he do here, Kevin? He's going to try and hit the yellow.
Yeah, it's a little soft stun onto the yellow. Tried to use the wide part of the pocket, played it perfectly.
And I think he has the angle here, doesn't he? To get out there to...
Straight.
That's it.
Straight is no good.
I think he has the angle. Struck it well. And this has been a quality clearance. It really has.
Yeah. And this is a kind of clearance that why people are talking about Robert Stephen as a a future multi-event winner. Taking those kind of finishing out. As you say, very, very impressive.
Yeah, you know, I'm a big fan. I love the way he plays, love to watch him play. And that was a far from standard clearance. That was a very difficult situation he was in there. Second to last red. Had to be pinpoint. And I love the little cannon that he played to land on his last red, left the angle. And here we see outside table.
Meanwhile, drama.
Dan Davey at the table here. Both on the hill. Oof.
Boy, well, he has got a very, very difficult black. He's back cutting it into this bottom left-hand corner. The white's going to head towards that other corner pocket where the yellow is, but he won't want that white to follow.
The yellow
that, and the white follows straight in after it.
Not the 3-in-1.
Hold on tight, folks.
Overcut it? No. Brilliant shot.
Absolutely
what
fantastic shot.
Well, a very relieved Dan Davey there.
There's drama everywhere we look here on this final Sunday of the European Championships.
Well, he's dry. Look at these reds. Look at these reds.
Yeah, this is a great chance for Ryan Clark to re-establish his one-frame lead.
Extension, please.
So he's elected to take his extension. First visit to the table. Often the case, especially when there aren't too many problems to negotiate. So take your time, plan your route. You're not likely to need that extension at a later date in a clearance like this. You would feel it's fairly routine for players of this standard, but it's the pressure you're under on the stream table. High quality opponent against high quality opponent. And nothing is easy out there, I can assure you. And the thing for Ryan is he's already made a couple of errors in this match. So he really needs to buckle down here.
Yeah, this is one of those clearances that you must get if you're going to win anything. You've got to get the basics, and you know, by these play standards, these are pretty basic clearances. If you can't get these, you're not winning anything in my book.
So he's going to take this into the middle, but he's slightly running away from where he wanted to be, so he's going to screw this ball into the side cushion. Once again, he's straight on this ball. Shouldn't cause any problems.
next couple of shots are key. See, the red's easy, but the positional shot from his next red, if he has to take the one over the top right-hand corner, get perfect.
So does he screw off the side, Kevin? Out past the black. Well, he didn't mean to nudge that.
You can see there on your screens coming up, Jason Hill, the Lancashire Lip, top of the bill. He's got more nicknames than the rest of us put together. He's playing Shootout Shields. That is coming up right after this match. The action is non-stop all the way. So we crown our champion tonight. To round off what will have been an absolutely fantastic event here in Gosforth. The good thing is we get to come back. We're back again in July. Back here.
Top venue. Fantastic weekend, really enjoyed it. Buzzing. Everyone you speak to can't praise the venue and the event highly enough.
Yeah, the beauty of this venue, it's very close to Newcastle city centre, which I hear has got a pretty good nightlife.
Yeah, apparently like a drink round here, don't they?
Not that we get to sample any of that.
No time for drinking for us, Kevin.
The IPA professionals, the example. Oh, he's left himself a little cheeky clip here, Andy.
Yeah, he has made this look sort of more difficult than you would have thought at the outset. But he's still at the table. But yeah, this is a bit of a cutback, isn't it, if he goes middle?
He's screwing it as well. Might be playing ball.
Yeah, played it well. And look at the bottom he got on that ball.
See that white ball arcing after it made contact with the black. So yeah, a good clearance there from Ryan. It wasn't textbook, but got the job done.
No, but I think you're right, Kevin. I think that's the sort of clearance that you have to be making on a regular basis if you intend winning anything in tournaments with quality of player that you have in this setup. You're supposed to get them, but you need to get them and get them regularly.
You can see there on the outer table, the highest seed left in the tournament, Ross Fernie, number 2 seed, in a battle with Evan Parry-Williams, who's one of the new professionals this year. They had a really good season last year on the amateurs, one of the events which takes some doing. Having a good old battle there with Ross. They've been a bit quiet recently, Ross Fernie. Disappointing for him at the Worlds. Again, not done too much damage in the professional event, so he'll be looking to kickstart his season.
Anyway, back to this mainstream table.
Split.
Well, what a split, but no ball down.
Look at this. I mean, he's not really put a lot of effort into that. He's timed it really well, and look at the split of the balls there, but no cigar on this occasion. Just about to say, look at those reds till that one just landed on the left-hand cushion.
Yeah.
I think he's almost going to be forced to go for reds, you think?
Yeah. The yellow's hampered to this corner, isn't he, by the red? So
dolly this red in up the rail, drop it in dead weight, and take the one on the rail next. So, good chance, good chance.
Yeah, I think this is the way I'd be going. Take this, you fancy him for this?
How well has he cued that?
Both fantastic cueists, both former professional snooker players. So, no surprise that they make it look so easy. And he's on his difficult ball straight away, and that's what these players like to do. You don't want to be leaving these tricky balls till the end of finishes. And this is the key ball now for him. Because once he gets to one of these 4 balls at the bottom of the table, you know, he's nothing to do. The only real question will be, where does he put the black?
Where's that white going?
This yellow. Well, I've cursed him again. I've cursed him again.
I think he was playing to cannon the yellow. He's just completely overscrewed that one. That is a real misjudgment. It's been called the total snooker by our referee, Brian Moss, one of the best in the business.
So he'll be going side rail, and I think he might be trying to hide.
Oh, it's just peeped its head out, so it's not a total snooker, but still puts him in a great position.
Yeah. Smash this plant in the middle.
No problem.
Easy as that. Yeah.
Extension, please.
This frame will try and give you some of the score updates on some of the outer tables. Very, very busy still here. There's lots going on.
Well, we were joking about smashing this double into the middle, but he may seriously be looking at it.
Show what else he's got on. He's going to have to commit to this.
Yeah, I think he's seen something else.
To hide the white.
Oh, it went.
Oh, that's a beautiful pot.
Oh,
I didn't see that one.
No, I didn't. Fantastic shot. Superb pot. Under the utmost pressure, because look at those reds. Any miss there, game over. So it's all about this yellow now. That's hampered, blocked by the red to bottom right corner. But with there being a yellow next to it, he will have an opportunity at some point to either get behind it, or should he choose, maybe move it.
He's just slightly overrun that cue ball there, just by an inch.
Yeah, he'd like to have been the other side of this yellow, wouldn't he?
Table 2, please.
What's he seen? Going for the clip into the middle, that is mighty fine, surely not.
Rather him than me. Can he take the yellow up to top corner? Screw behind this bad yellow. I think he can.
With a shot.
Well, no, he...
Oh, is it going to drop? Oh my goodness. And again, I mean, it was a clever shot. He tried to just...
It was a clever shot, yeah, but you've got
the
to pot the ball, haven't you? Not an easy pot by any stretch of the imagination.
But he would have expected to get that.
Yeah, certainly, I'm sure that he expected to get that. But it was a clever shot, wasn't it, Kevin? How he just nudged that yellow rather than trying to get behind it.
Yeah. Sure, if he might leave himself a double on it. These guys are so competent at doubles now, it's not really. Back in the day when we played, Andy, if you're frightened to death of playing a double.
Didn't fancy potting, never mind doubling.
Nobody ever played a double.
Well, you didn't. It's an absolute truth as well, that. Nobody ever left a double, did they?
I think we've just got enough angle here. Screw this back. The cushion. Bounce the cue ball out. Oh my goodness me. Well, he's got Robert Stephen at it now.
Well, you don't see this very often at this level, do you? Both players. I mean, Ryan Clark's was not an easy ball that he missed, but you expected him to get it. But Robert Stephen there.
Yeah, it's his first glaring error of the match, that's for sure.
He's had a nice little nudge there. So he's got a perfect angle. If this yellow on the right hand side, if it does go in this right corner, he can play on it. If it doesn't, he can play to get behind it. The corner.
It's not clear to us in comms whether that does go past the red.
Yeah, I think it might just squeeze past dead weight. Use all the pocket. Where's that cue ball going? Needs to stop.
He's fine there, isn't he? Another couple of rolls though, and he'd have been in a little bit of a sticky situation.
I'm not sure he's got a full pocket here. I think he's just going to be hoping that he can just drop it in pocket weight. But what he doesn't want to do is to leave that yellow ball hanging, because he'll just leave a pretty easy skill shot.
Well, that close up there didn't look too inviting, did it?
Doesn't want to glance the red. Oh, is he going to get there? Oh my goodness.
Only just.
That was a little bit of a nervy one. The yellow into the middle and then probably the black in the same pocket.
Yeah, needs a couple of good shots still here.
Just rolled nice, not hampered.
So, black to middle to take a 2-frame lead in this 4th round match.
Well, he got there.
Yeah.
Struck in with extreme confidence, and we'll just run round the tables now just to give a little update on what is going on in the European Open. So, let's just have a look at the tables. See there, Gav Robinson just potting the black there. That puts him 6-3 up his match against Simon Dixon. So he's just 1 frame away, place in the last 16. Ross Fernie, the number 2 seed, we just got a glimpse of him earlier. He's 4-2 up against Evan Barry Williams. Matt Staper, who we saw earlier on the stream, he's 2-1 up against Craig Brown. Some of the last 16 matches are underway. Curtis Lee having another good run. He's 2-1 up against Keir Monaghan, who was the conquer of the number 1 seed Mark Farnsworth. Ross Fernie just mopping up this frame here, so he's looked like he's going to take a 5-2 lead. Which he does. Ross looking very strong. Griffiths, winner of the amateur event this morning in that fantastic final with Matt Schofield. Really was a great final. He's trailing 2 frames to 3 against the Godfather, Gareth Hibbert. He's having another good run this weekend, as is last night's winner, Clint Janssen. Just about to get his match underway against Andrew McKee. Posted on that one. Andrew McKee having another nice little run as well. So lots going on, as well as the Ladies Open event. We'll keep you posted on that as well. Very Reese there, you can see CR. Is Cristiano Ronaldo? Is he following in the footsteps? He's just waiting for the winner of Matt Staper and Craig Brown. So he's got a little weight on his hand. It's currently 2-1. Matt Staper.
So it's Ryan Clark who returns from his comfort break. With a lead of 4 frames to 2 in this 4th round encounter. Robert Stephen to break, sticking with the cut break.
Yeah, and I can see why.
Yeah, happy days.
He's got a choice here.
And he does employ the cut break well, doesn't he, Kevin? I think it's he's got the pace, the timing there for it.
Yeah, I mean, some great exponents of the cut break north of the border.
Well, Mark Boyle, I'm sure they all try and emulate his break.
It's not done him much good this weekend, to be honest. He was unlucky against Gareth Hibbert. Broke off in the deciding frame in the professional event. Just went dry. Every player's worst nightmare, isn't it? Breaking dry in a decider.
Yeah, you just want a shot, don't you?
Yeah, Mark Boyle's taken a bit of an early bath in the Open as well. So, but he'll be back. Quality player. He'll be back in the winner's circle very soon. Absolutely no doubt. But at the moment, Scotland's being represented here by Robert Stephen.
And he needs to strike this ball well. He's attempting here to get position on the yellow next to black. And he's underhit it by some considerable distance, it has to be said.
I think he just quit on that one.
Yeah, he did, definitely.
A bit jabby.
And now, it looks like he's going to be forced to play the ball into middle, off the bottom rail. And he just, well, this is not as easy as it looks.
He can just miss that red, or glance off it even. Might be looking for a little glance. No. Control it, and he's hit that too hard, and he's going to be in a whole world of trouble here. And Ryan Clark, his BPMs have just gone up a few beats there, seeing that.
Yeah, I mean, he was well short on his second to last yellow. He did seem to quit on it, didn't he? Which is uncharacteristic for Robert. But that ball to middle, it was a tricky ask. That was a big ask to get really good position on the final yellow. But in the end, he was nowhere near, was he?
No, disappointed with that. Fouled, and Ryan has got a fantastic chance here to take a really significant lead in this match. I think his first shot here is just going to move this yellow. It's just whether he pots it, whether he just tries to put it on a cushion. Personally, I'm potting it, get it out of the way, and just take the clearance out.
Yeah.
Just doesn't want to overcomplicate it, keep it simple.
Well, he may not move this yellow, but I'm with you, Kevin. In some respects, if you move the yellow, you're just creating more availability for the black, aren't you? Yeah.
Gotta be honest, I'm not a fan of this.
It's one of those situations, Kevin, where you can go multiple ways and people will argue they're all easy, but there's always an easiest. And I think the easiest is to move the yellow away from the black, isn't it?
Yeah. Because now he's got, unless he plays some sort of developing shot, he has got the black into a corner pocket. Going to move the yellow, potted it. It's guaranteed into the centre pocket. So he's weighed up the risks and the rewards. This is his choice. He's got to live with it and do the business.
Yeah, I would have been moving that yellow. If he didn't want to pot it, he could have played it onto this red at the bottom.
So that's sped off there. He's just got a little bit into that one too much, and now his white ball is going away from his next ball.
And that black is only going to go into one of two corners.
This is a little bit thinner than he would have liked. Still not a problem.
So he's going to have to play this ball to middle, and he'll be aiming to just, he's going to put bottom onto the cue ball, and he's aiming for more or less the centre of the bottom rail. He's okay there.
Yes, fine. He's still going to have to play a very, very precise positional shot on his last ball because of that first shot.
The black is going to be much more difficult than it maybe needed to be.
That's well. I don't think he can just roll this in. He's a touch shot. Maybe he can.
The thing is here that he's playing into a line here where if he overhits or underhits, he's got a very difficult black.
Yeah. Gotta be.
And there you see, he now has a long, fair enough, it's a long straight black, and I'm sure he's practiced these 1,000 times. Former professional snooker player, but it could have been a lot easier.
Yep. There we go. Was he right to not put the yellow? Where's the white going? Where's the white going? Oh my goodness me.
Well, Kevin, can you believe that?
That is unbelievable. That is going to hurt. That is going to hurt. Robert Stephen, that sip of water is going to have a lot nicer taste on it than it would have been. A little wry smile there. That is a gift from the gods there. But
what was the intention there? Was he running the ball through in case he missed? Was it a...
I really don't know. I don't know if he played the stun and he didn't time it and it ran through, or maybe it was just off straight and he sort of hit it straight and the ball's gone in and the white's just caught the knuckle and followed it straight in. That either way, that white ball should have not been anywhere near.
No, and the fact that he had to play it into one of those two corner pockets, you spotted it. Could have been so much easier if you'd have opened that black up.
Because I think, you know, when I used to play them sort of situations, you've got to pot the yellow and believe in yourself that you can take out those balls and take the finish and make the black as easy as possible. Because that's what we all want in any finish, isn't it? You want the easiest black possible. You want no stress. If you'd have potted the yellow, yes, he would have put himself under a bit more pressure. He had that safety net, but you know, sometimes you don't need a safety net.
I mean, he didn't even need to pot the yellow, Kev, really. If, you know, he could have played it down table, there was a red he could have hit it onto. If he didn't, like, you know, he didn't want to put himself under pressure and think that, you know, my opponent's on the black if I make an error. But, listen, most of the time, he would have cleared those, wouldn't he? But that's what we're trying to say, you know. It's the easiest route that you should be taking.
Yep.
Anyway, back to the action.
And obviously he's going to follow it up with a dry break, of course.
Yeah.
That's the rule of the pool gods.
Yeah, and look at this. Red off the yellow into middle. Releases his problem red. That's what he's looking at now. Yeah, and this happens so often, doesn't it? You make a mistake, you gift a frame, and then dry break, and your opponent clears, and you think, what's going on here?
Yeah. Sometimes the pain doesn't stop. Sometimes it can cause a 3 or 4 frame momentum swing. I mean, 5-2 and 4-3 is a massive difference in a race to 7. And there's going to be a lot of negative juices flowing through Ryan Clark at the moment.
Yeah. Just wants, well, that's okay. He's left a plant. He was just concerned there that he may knock the red onto the cushion, not leaving a plant opportunity, but it's okay. So this shot here, just needs to come back out. Doesn't want to hit the back of that red. That's fine.
pretty certain that if Ryan had appointed the black legally, he wouldn't have had a dry break. Just how it goes.
Yeah, I like that. She uses the yellow.
All going to come down to how good a position you can get on the black. Red's straightforward. We have seen him under and over hit a few positional shots, so nothing is guaranteed at the moment.
Yeah, and this is a touch field shot, isn't it?
Yeah, and if you're feeling confident, you're screwing this back. You know you're probably just going to be below the centre pocket. How brave is he going to be?
Yeah, struck it well, and I think he'll take that.
Yeah, you can't play that any better. It was just a perfect angle that you pretty much know that you're not going to be going in the middle. Just the perfect angle. Played it well. This black levels things up at 4 frames apiece.
Yeah, 4 apiece, and those mistakes that are creeping into Ryan Clark's game are costing him. He could have been well ahead in this match.
Well, he could have been home and hosed. He could have, if he'd taken all his chances. You think about that ball he missed the pot in the second frame, one in the corner.
Yeah, he's missed a couple of really easy ones early on.
Meanwhile, Gals Hibbert, he's just potted the black out of turn. As you can see, the ball's still on the table, but there's no black ball. And they are locked, as we are, on the stream table at 4 frames all. Nicky Griffiths, what a return to the IPA for him. He's having a great run.
Yeah, dream weekend. Some right scalps. He's flying at the moment. Brimming with confidence.
I don't think we can say that about Ryan Clark.
No, not at the moment.
Thinking, how is he not shaking hands in the interview booth? Great break from Robert.
Yeah. Couple of problems though this time. Black is hampered. We've got a couple of reds. I've got a bit of traffic. So he can get rid of one of them now. So he's going to play this red. This releases one of his bad reds. Well, that was his intention. But the double kiss has meant that the red has remained where it was. So, played a safe. What can Ryan do here on yellows? He'll be disappointed to be 4 apiece in this match. So,
table 5, please.
played a good shot there.
Davy, Gavin Robertson.
Cue ball.
Gavin Robertson, table 5, please.
Yeah, maybe deserved a little better than that. Good pot into the corner. Didn't have a lot of room for error. Calls for his extension. So he's got a problem, yellow bottom of table, hampered by the red behind it. got that yellow. It's hampering the black. So, needs to move this yellow that's next to the black, and he could attempt to do so. This next shot here. But he's going to need some luck here if he bumps this out. So here we go. Corner side. There you go. And look at that. And that was the problem. Trusting to luck somewhat. Good pot. Ran into the two balls. But you never knew where that cue ball was going to land. So he's going to go. Is he going cushion first? He is. Well, attempting to kick the ball up. Top of table. Hoping for a pocket. But not to be. That's okay. Could have come out better, has to be said. The problem for Robert is that black ball. So, electing to play safe, and he's not got it there, has he? Tried to get behind that red. Just caught it on the way in. So what can he do with this yellow? This needs some cueing. What a shot this would be. Well, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. What a shot that was. What a shot that was. And now, he's got a fine cut into the middle if he chooses. Or he's got a long yellow. Yeah, he's taking the straight long yellow. Game ball. No. Well, what a shame. What a fantastic shot the previous shot was. To give himself that chance. Yeah, I thought he may have been able to just clip the yellow into middle and promote the other yellow, but obviously he saw it differently. He's at the table. So not too sure with the black whether it passes that yellow into the middle. I think it'd be tight if it does. So second to last red. Top corner, comes back up table. And you have to say that almost any angle will do. So, does he leave the black for the same pocket? Couple of ways of playing this. You can check it going forward, or you can stun round the angles. And he's chosen to stun round the angles. It's not a gimme, this. So, doesn't need to worry about the yellow, as long as he makes the red, the black, should I say. And he strokes it in. So, great black. Good finish. And it's Robert Stephen that takes a 5-4 lead in this race to 7. Yeah, as Kevin said earlier, this match could have been over a while ago for Ryan Clark if it hadn't been for those unforced errors earlier on. And the dramatic black followed by the white in one of the earlier frames. And on the outer table there, as you can see, Clint Ironson, 1 apiece, with ball in hand, after a scratch from the break from his opponent. There we are, back at the mainstream table. Probably feeling slightly frustrated, Ryan Clark. Great break, great cue ball. Parked the white, got kicked again. But look at that, nothing down. Nothing down. At first look, I think you can get a ball past that black. So, timeout. Just asking for a rest. And straight away, he likes to take yellows. He's got a couple of problem balls here. So he's just looking. He's on this bottom yellow. And if he does make it, he opens the pocket for the one just above it. But he might not like the path of the cue ball should he make this bottom ball. See what he's got planned here. Well, he used the red there deliberately to make that yellow, but he was hoping to spin back out off the side cushion and beyond that yellow that he's closest to. But it's still a good shot, is that? So we're going to need some precision, positional play here. Certainly for the last couple of yellows in this finish. So ideally here, yellow into corner, and he's going to be coming back across table, you would think. At the highest of the 3 reds on the side cushion near the black, he'd like to be somewhere around there. And that's where he's got to. Perfect. Perfect position. Yeah. Well negotiated that. And it's a simple black. And it's Robert Stephen who takes a 2-frame lead in this match. 6-4 the lead on the hill. Cian Monaghan at the table on one of the outer tables here. So, knocked out Mark Farnsworth in his previous round. On fire.
On table 10, please. JJ4 Ross Fernie, JJ4 Ross Fernie, table 10.
And here we see Gareth Hibbert, 6'5" up here at the table. Well, looking at a clearance there. Side break, cut break is really working for Robert Stephen this afternoon. And yeah, looking at yellows here. The most difficult ball he has is the yellow that's behind the black. But should he choose to, he could play this yellow off this black, which would open the middle pocket up for that yellow. And he's just nudged it there. And as he nudged it, I think it still drops. So what does he do with the yellow next to the black? Well, he's taking it on. This is a toughie. I think he's just right at the, well. Yeah, didn't think that was there. Looked all the way to be tracking to the right jaw at the very least. So that was a tough shot to be taking on. I did think he had an opportunity to move that black earlier in that clearance. And maybe he tried to. But he'd still blocked that yellow. So Ryan Clark back at the table. He's got a couple of awkward reds here. Two reds on side cushions. Another red that's nearest pocket is blocked by a yellow. Could elect to try and remove one of the reds from the cushion here. So into the corner, screw up, and that's what he's done. But he's been unfortunate there, that he's blocked the red he intended landing on. I say unfortunate, he did hit it with some pace. There was always a chance that that could occur. So is he going for the skill shot? And this has to work if he's to stay in this tournament. There you see. Attempted to pot both balls. It's a foul. So free shot for Robert Stephen. Takes the red. So this black must drop in the middle. Just gonna draw the ball back. And it's this simple black into middle. And there we have it. Robert Stephen takes the match by a scoreline of 7 frames to 4 against Ryan Clark. And at the earlier stages of that match, Ryan Clark, he could well have taken complete control, but there were some unforced errors. And the black ball followed by the white that he played, and they've cost him dearly. Robert Stephen safely through to the next round. And all in all, I think he played well there. Deserved the victory. And we'll hand you over now to the studio. We'll be speaking to Robert Stephen, our victor.
Thanks a lot, Andy, and I'm here with probably a relieved Robert Stephen. Tell us your thoughts on that match, because at one point 4-2 looked like 5-2, and then that massive turning point. Tell us your emotions as that white followed in the black and that turned the match on its head.
It's unbelievable, like how the pool gods work. I was sitting in my chair, 4-2 down. I'd missed a terrible chance, and I'll be honest, I just thought, right, get me home now. I want to go up the road. I've had enough. And then he's potted the black. I thought he'd have just stunned, and obviously he's trying to get a safe white. And I genuinely couldn't believe it, and it gives you a boost. And then I've come out and I've dished the next stuff.
He dry broke, didn't he? It always happens, yeah.
So I know. So I genuinely couldn't believe it, but you need to take it when it goes for you.
Yeah, absolutely. It just shows fine margins. You know, I mean, if that white had stayed in the knuckles or anything like that, you know, you're like you say, you're feeling down and you think, you know, not this week, and you know, let me get on the drive home. But all of a sudden, you know, when we were watching you on camera, you could just see that lift, and
definitely,
it change the complete complexion of the match.
And then he's probably started feeling the way I was feeling, sitting in his chair, because that's happened. Then I've dished straight away, and I did feel quite confident after that.
Yeah, at the start of the match, you both made a few sort of unforced errors, which, you know, it's only natural as we're getting to the pressure cooker time. But certainly at the back end of the match, it looked to be like the Robert Stephen that we've known, ready to win a title.
Do you know, it's been a strange weekend, because off stream I've played some of the best pool and I've felt amazing on the table. My first 3 games that I won in the pro event, I was actually saying to my grand, it's probably the best I've ever felt in one of these events. And then I go on against Michael in the quarterfinals, and I don't know what happened, I just not turned up. And then at the start of that match, being back on the stream, it's in your head from yesterday again. So, but I'm glad to get the win, and hopefully kick on now. Keep me off the stream.
Can't guarantee that if you keep winning, Robert. So last 16 now, getting to that, you know, it's a tough field, because obviously the pros are in at the 128 stage and as a seed, and we know the strength in the amateur section. We'll see the amateur final early to see how strong that is. Just tell us how, you know, it's not a physical sport, you know, the physical and mental side, you've got to be really stay in the zone throughout the day.
Definitely, and to be honest, that's probably been my downfall in the Open. I know I'm in the last 16 now. I think that's the best I've ever done in it. I've been to semis and the quarters of the pro, but the Sunday's a tough day, as you say, mentally. You're here, it's a long day, and the Saturday you're playing till late last night, and you're just trying to recharge your batteries and go again, but just to keep your concentration more than anything. It's tough on the Sunday, but that's why the good players keep winning.
It can't be easy, can it?
It
can't be
definitely
easy.
Not.
Robert, well played. Good luck for the rest of the
Cheers,
tournament.
mate.
So Robert Stephen takes his place into the last 16, and the matches are going to be coming through thick and fast now. We have got another match coming up for you now that is going to feature who's coming up on. It's going to be Jason Hill and Dean Shields. It's the Lancashire Lip against Shootout. and that is coming up in the next few minutes. The players are just, the referees are just getting the arena ready. So that'll be starting shortly in the next couple of minutes. In the meantime, if you've been enjoying what you've been seeing here this weekend and you want to get involved with the IPA events, well, it's very, very simple. If you want to be in Tour 2, in commentary, in the draw list, and your chance to play in this fantastic arena in front of this great online and live audience, well, there's the details. 26th to the 28th of May at the Hilton Doubletree Hotel. Fantastic venue, quality venue, and that's down in Coventry, where we were for the Worlds, of course, not so long ago. So visit the website, ipapool.com. It's all there. You can pay a single entry and come and enjoy the experience and have some fun here down at the IPA. So I was saying, the referees are just about to get things underway, and I think the players are just making their way to the arena. I'm just looking over on the right hand side here. And talking of upcoming events, again we're back at McGoldrick's, fantastic club up in Rutherglen in Glasgow, and we are there for the inaugural Scottish Grand Prix, and as you see there, 23rd to the 25th of June. So great venue, great location up in Glasgow, and lots to do outside of the pool as well. So get there early, spend a little bit of time, explore the area. Certainly one of the best clubs in the UK, if not the best. It's been widely talked about as one of the best, and great hosts up there with Paul and Natasha Corrigan. So we look forward to going there in June, and we'll be back in December there for the Masters as well. And keep your eyes out on our usual social media channels and website for the details there. So I think that's enough from me. I think whilst the players are just coming to the arena, we'll hand over to the commentary box and Mark Pickworth.
Thanks, Kevin, and good afternoon to you all. My first stint in the commentary box this afternoon. Busy just doing a few other bits and bobs. There's a couple of matches going off there. Andrew McKee playing Clint Jansen. Ian Monaghan is playing Curtis Lee. Ian Monaghan, Curtis Lee, that's locked at 4 frames each, but you just see Ian, he's gone off his break. Curtis, 1 free shot, 1 visit. Andrew McKee, Clint Jansen, current score is 3 frames to 1 to Clint Jansen, who's been in unstoppable form this weekend. So Gareth Hibbert, he's the only player through to the quarterfinals. Remember, he got to the final last night in the professional event playing Clint Jansen, but the 10-2 scoreline suggests that he didn't really produce what he needed to do in the final. But Clint Jansen is playing some great stuff. Can he make the final? I mean, there won't be a repeat of that final because they're in the same half, but there could be a repeat of that final in the semi-final if both of them players do make it through. So, next match on this stream table, Jason Hill versus Dean Shields. That is coming up soon. As Kev said, probably just a minute or two. Shouldn't be too long now. You'll see there through the screen, Dean is just putting away his cue case. Just through that graphic, Jason's ready. He's ready to try and give game here. Let's have a look at what Jason has done. So he beat Simon Ward last round, 7 frames to 5. Now that game was pretty close all the way until the very, very end. And then Dean Shields beat Jamie Spratt, 7 frames to 4. And the last one in round 4, which is the last 32. So last 16 match then. Jason Hill. It's Dean Shields. Lagging for break. Like Dean's going to win this one. And again, has he? He has won it. Now referee Brian Moss. A superb job this weekend. Leading the referees. Top of the bill, Jason Hill. He's had some great results this weekend. He seems to be getting into the latter stages and that. I'd love to get one over on Dean here. No doubt they've played hundreds of times over the years. Jason seems to be playing pretty solidly. Dean Shields, he is going to be having his work cut out. And the most informed players at the moment on the IPA. Really one of the up-and-coming ones. Been through a couple of IPA finals. Quite won one yet. But he's knocking on the door. He's going to have a tough test here against Jason Hill. I can tell you, Ian Monaghan, even though he went off on that break, he's taken that frame, 5 frames to 4. But results, Curtis Lee there, looking like he's going to level the match up again at 5 frames each. So they'll be into, he has leveled the match up at 5 each, so they're into now a best of 5. Remember, a race to 8 all the way through to the final. Ben Ianson, that's still 3-1 to Andrew McKee. So, looks like we are about ready to get this match underway. And it's going to be the shootout. Ian Shields to break us off. Frame number 1. Good connection. Has he made a ball? He hasn't. Strike. Struck him pretty well. Draw a break for Dean. Frame number 1. Good opening pop from Jason. Steady him up quite nicely, but these players have played a couple of matches already, so should be used to the surroundings and the environment now. Down to the business end of this tournament. Oh, that was unmissable. I'd like to see that again. I'm not sure how that's missed. Careless from Jason Hill. I think if he plays that 1,000 times, he never misses it. I mean, he weren't really hampered by the red. Oh, wow, hit the net knuckle. That's what's caused it to miss. Error. Dean, straight away. He needs to get this red out on this right-hand side. I mean, he may double. There's that yellow just slightly in the way. I mean, has he got a ball to either drop on it or try and dislodge it out? Bit of a tricky one. Tricky out for Dean here. Was on the old near knuckle. It was just about, he had to pinch a bit just so he's left himself, he didn't come too far up the table to leave himself an angle. Assuming he's going to try and get the red out next. So we'll take the one into the right centre. One off the bottom cushion, get the red out. He's trying. Got it into the open. And that's not a bad outcome indeed. Good shot there from Dean. Wasn't simple. Dean, a little bit out of position here. So cue ball travelling. Looks like he's playing it with Tracer run inside, makes the pot a bit more difficult. Going around 2 angles. Looks like he got enough pace. Yeah, not bad. Not bad effort at all. Well controlled cue ball. It's looking like Dean is going to take this opening frame. He has taken the opening frame. 1-0, even after a dry break from Dean. Managed to get another chance. I mean, that miss there from Jason Hill was very, very poor indeed. Careless. So, never miss that in 1,000 shots. Maybe 5,000 shots. Joined in comms by Andy Richardson, who obviously we've had him all afternoon and he's still in here. We have to peel him off the seat. He loves it doing the commentary box. Andy, I did try and give you a little bit of a rest, but you're quite happy sat in here enjoying the coverage.
That's correct. Yeah, just nipped out for a quick comfort break.
We're back with you this afternoon. That's 16 match, this one.
So, was that the first frame we've seen?
It was. Dry break from Dean, and then Jason Hill missed this. It was a dolly, he'd never miss it. Definitely 1,000, probably 5,000, maybe 10,000 shots. Probably never miss it again in his lifetime. Well, it's got to be forgot about now. Dean went on to clear them up. First look at the Jason Hill break. Good contact. He's got a ball. Look at the cluster in the top half of the table.
Well, he got some power in that.
He did. It's even surprised you, I think, about Jason Hill's power, hasn't it?
Well, yeah, the way he was stood at the table there, he was about to break. I didn't envisage that, I'll be honest with you. But it is a messy table, is this?
Yeah, he's tried to develop things there with that shot, but obviously got stopped on the way before it could cannon into anything else. So containing shot only here for Jason. Nice little touch, but not got where he wanted the cue ball. He'd have loved to welded that on that red. Is it a bit slightly too thick?
Yeah, he just tried to sit behind that red, but he's left this long yellow. Certainly can see some of it, if not all. So should really have been tight behind that red.
Yep, nicely good shot. I mean, him having his cue left on the table there, was hoping it was just going to hang. Because these yellows in this top half of the table are horrible.
And he's looking at manufacturing something here. Yellow, off the yellow, into the corner. And if he does take this shot on, you'll see balls going all over the place.
This will be some shot. If this pulls this off, this will be some shot.
Yellow off yellow. The yellow will go into the red. The red will hit the 2 yellows. Everything all over the place.
He's got to get this. He's got to get this spot on because of the power he's playing it at. He's opened the yellows up, but what has he left? These reds, they've all got pockets now. It's all about this opening shot from Jason.
So taking this red on into the middle. It's wide.
It's wide.
Not left any yellow on. That is the one saving grace. May elect to play, well, he's going to play this plant here and try and take the pocket.
It's not too bad.
It's about as good as he could expect, I think. Very good cue ball. Jason there attempting to take the pocket, top end of table. So the yellow does pass the red. Once again, cue ball was the most important part of that visit. So, does Jason play another red towards that corner? And that's what he's chosen to do. And I like that shot.
Yeah, he's played it quite well. And, Dean, something to think about. Jason's in big control at the top half of the table. I think this is one of these situations, Andy, where Dean just can't do anything. He's just got to make it as hard as possible for Jason, because sooner or later he'll pull the trigger. But this is the only problem for Jason. The longer he leaves it, the more damage Dean can do to make it even more tricky.
Yeah, that's all he can do. Try and slow him down. Certainly no aggressive option. You can see that's easy. He may take this into the middle and try and run into these balls, but this is tough.
What a shot!
What a great shot! Yeah, what a great shot!
Brilliant shot.
And all of a sudden, it's game on.
I mean, that cut into the middle. He didn't have a lot of pocket to aim at.
That's been kind. Deservedly so. And from nowhere, yellows have got a chance. This is going to be tough though. Final yellow to gain position on that black. Little angle. Oh, is he straight?
Very good shot, this black.
Yeah, great shot that, great black. So, turn that frame around. He was on a whole heap of trouble at one point there, but that great shot into the middle, developing those yellows, really made a difference.
The match is in progress at the moment. Top right hand corner, Ian Monaghan at the table. That's currently 5 frames each against Curtis Lee. Lintai Hansen, remember the winner of the professional event last night against Gareth Hibbert. He's currently 5-2 ahead now on Andrew McKee. Craig Marsh. Craig Marsh, Robert Stephen match. That's locked at 1 frame each, but that frame's just finished as well. So I think it's going to be 2-1 to Craig in that one. It's 2-0 to Dean Shields in this one.
Well, thunderous break.
How has nothing gone down? That's his second dry break.
Well, he definitely deserved better there. Great cue ball. Look at this for a break. Textbook. Head ball straight back down the table. And he really did deserve something there. So Jason, 2 down. Need to get the score on the board here.
Not straightforward though, this clearance, Andy. It's a little bit of work to do.
Big cluster there to negotiate. And he may well, yeah, he's going to run up table. And I think he wanted to run a little bit further than he has. Could have done with another foot or so. Still got the angle. That's been kind. Just nudged into that yellow. So and it's all gone wrong. Tied the yellow up. It's near the middle of the table. Not landed on the ball he was intending. He does have a shot here. But he needs to develop something. He really does.
Good effort.
Great effort.
Is he on the yellow? The one that's glued to that red? I mean, I think he can hit that yellow. But can he see enough angle to cut it into the top left-hand corner? Top right on your screen now. Oh, can't see any of it.
Yeah, it was deceiving overhead, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was. Cue ball spinning.
So, turns the table over to Dean Shields. Still a little cluster there with the yellow and the red. Dean will have several opportunities, no doubt, to develop or land on these balls. There you see, that's one option he has. Be able to play the ball, maybe screw back into those 2 balls. All depends on which way he wants to go. So, uses the extension just while he works out where he wants to be. And he's going to take this longer red into corner. And it's not dropped.
Yeah, I think it's just the pace that's kept that one out. And he didn't hit it flush, not in the centre of the pocket. At that pace, when you hit the jaw, it will not be dropping.
So Jason going to attempt, by the look of it, to take this ball into middle. And he'll be running off the bottom side and back down. So there we see, bottom, side. Yeah, played that really, really well.
Great shot.
Yeah, was a great shot. Great recovery. That yellow into the middle to get him on his final yellow. Yeah, and he's taking a frame back. So that red just hung there in the jaws. Could have had a 3-0 lead there, Dean.
Yeah, Yeah, a bit of a careless miss again. I mean, he was obviously concentrating so much on the cannon. Took his eye off the pot and he missed it. I think that match, top right hand corner, Curtis Lee and Shaw, that is now 6 frames each. Let me have a quick look. 6-5. No, it must be 6-5 because we're not seeing them. Unless they did a handshake before we came on air. But, you know, a minute. 6-5 is still on the scoring system I've got. In Ianson, he's at 6 frames to 2, so he's 2 frames away from getting into quarterfinals. It's Andrew McKee.
So, yet again, another good break. Power and control. Nothing down. Nice little shot there from Dean, although he's not happy, as the cue ball has left him straight on this yellow. So managed to develop that ball with his first shot. But how does he get onto his next yellow comfortably? Obviously can leave a long yellow. He may try and screw out here, and he's missed the pot. He's missed the pot.
Wow, what are we seeing?
So, tricky red on the side cushion. The yellow isn't quite covering the corner at bottom right of screen. Jason would have plenty of opportunity, you would think, to play a ball down. Effectively a big pocket if he chose to. And that's running more than he wanted.
Bad little nudge though, I don't think. I mean, if that red does pass into the... Oh, looking at that camera angle, the answer is no. It definitely goes bottom left. If it went bottom right, it definitely made a bit of a difference.
Yeah, he's been trying to land on this ball for a while, I think. Just not quite got where he wanted to be. And that's a great shot there. Great shot. So, still got this ball on the side cushion. Drop this in the middle. Just drifting slightly away from where he'd want to be, ideally. So, you can take this down the cushion. And he'll be screwing back out, so he's drawing the ball back out to somewhere between the line, between the two middle pockets would be nice.
Oh.
But he's missed the pot.
Seeing a few misses creeping in this match.
And not only has he missed the pot, but that cue ball came back a good couple of feet further than he intended. So just pulled that slightly. Wasn't easy. So, nice shot there. Yellow into corner. Just nudges the black. It's a question of whether the yellow that's just behind the red passes into this corner. If not, he could take it into the middle, or he could take it long. And there you see, he's just nudged that red. I think that opens things up. Couple of ways it can go here. So I'll take this into corner. Yeah, leaves this for middle. And if he chooses, he could leave the ball that's at the other end of the table as his last yellow to run back up. So that's it. Just leaves a small angle, slight angle to head up table. So it's going to be the ball that's on the bottom cushion. Just wants to drop short here. Just about there, that'll do. Natural angle takes him down towards the black. As you see, a little bit of run inside. 2 cushions for prime position. Yeah, another great finish from Dean. Jason Hill had his chance. Got on that difficult ball on the side rail. He just pulled it slightly. He needed to draw the ball back out for position. I think he gave it a little bit more than he required. And as a result, just missed that ball into the corner. And after that, good clearance from Dean Shields.
Yeah, 3-1. Have a look at these matches. Intiance in that middle table, 6-3 ahead now against Andrew McKean. He's at the table again. Top right hand corner, Curtis Lee, Cian Monaghan. Cian is 1 frame away from getting himself into the quarter-finals. 7-5 he leads Curtis Lee. And then the Craig Marsh match here on the left-hand side. He's 4-2 ahead now against Robert Stephen. But he's looking up into the air. 5-2, should I say. My screen is just updated. There's confirmation in your top left-hand corner. Back to this match, though. 3-1, Dean Shields. Another good, solid break. But with this same result, a dry break. 3 in a row for Dean Shields. How is the ball not dropping there? Unbelievable. There's a bad chance here for Reds. Black's a little bit covered. Nice little plant there. Nice little nudge, nice little shot. Just picked up the pace a little bit now, Jason. We'll try and cut these careless misses out. Nice positional shot again. Oh, and talking about careless misses, that is another one. He's had at least 3 now. And the ones that he's missing are unmissable. Jason Hill, what's happening out there? Dean back to the table. 43-1 ahead. Can he extend his lead further? And these yellows, just got these 2 yellows on this left-hand side. They're going to need a little bit of developing. Curtis Lee has pulled a frame back, 7-6 now. Lintai Hansen, he's 1 frame away, 7-3 ahead now against Andrew McKee. Dan Davey 5, Gav Robinson 2. Trying to get him out. I mean, it's probably not too bad if that yellow does pass into the right centre. Maybe we can take the one in the right centre next, possibly. I mean, there is a couple of options going about this. There's another latest score there. JJ4, Ross Fernie. Yeah, going to stun this through that gap. Or lead on the cushion. I thought he got into that a little bit too much, but he's perfect. Drop this down the rail. Hopefully, I mean, you'll hope that he hasn't got too much angle, because he's going to be too close to this yellow that he will take into the right centre. All about the angle is left now. All about the angle. Should be okay. Delicate little shot. You can't see it going wrong. But another poor miss from Jason Hill. Gets given Dean this shot. This opportunity. Yeah, because the ball is missed into the centre. Jason Hill. Unforgivable. About 3 of them now. They're very, very careless indeed. And the black is down 4-1. It is. Jason Hill, wow, he was in huge control of this frame and then just pops up with a very, very careless error and a careless miss. 4-1. So just saw Clint Jansen break in there. Got a ball, so is he going to have a chance of winning the, oh no, sorry, yeah, race to 8, winning the match. You see on the top right hand corner, Keir Monaghan's packed his gear away. That match must have finished 8 frames to 6 to Keir Monaghan. He's in the quarterfinals. He's got a very nice tasty clash against Gareth Hibbert. That will be going on very, very soon. You up to date on which table that's going on and what match is coming up next on here. We haven't got a match scheduled for on here next. We're just seeing how some results go. So Clint Jansen, he looks like he's on his way through to the quarterfinals as well. Robert Stevens, 6-2 behind against Craig Marsh on that bottom left-hand table, but he's at the table currently. So maybe that could go 6-3. Jason Hill breaks. Putting balls for fun off his break. Yellows here. What do you reckon, Andy?
All day, yellows. Great break again, that from Jason. He doesn't half get some power into that break.
You've been impressed with Jason.
I have, yeah. The break, unbelievable, honestly. It's.
Not sure where you've seen it. He's taking reds, is he? He has taken reds. He's gone all. I mean, there was options for both colour sets, weren't there? So it was just how each player sees it.
Yeah, it was one of those where both colours were good.
Yeah.
But I thought yellows when I first looked, I must admit. I didn't study, won't lie, but I did think yellows.
That's the 4th careless miss that he's had in this match. And misses you just don't expect Jason Hill to have. It seems very jabby on some of his shots, and maybe that's the reason why he's missing them.
Well, he's not left a great deal. That's about the only good thing that came out of that visit. There you see, Dean has called for his extension. He'll be highly delighted that Jason missed, and he's slightly disappointed he's not left him better. So, may feel that he has to take this ball on. And he was much better hitting the back of that red, to be fair. Knocking the red as he has.
Yeah, but I think Jason gets through to the one on the bottom cushion. One left of the yellow. I expect him to miss this one. I know we've seen him missing some absolute sitters. Sit nice and cleanly. Cue balls.
Doesn't want to hit the yellow. Oh.
He'll probably nail this one. You know, it's probably the toughest pot he's had in this match, and some of the easy balls he's missed are unforgivable. Well, you watch, probably half to the pocket. No, it's not that. It's not even close to the pocket. He's going to be disappointed with his performance so far.
Yeah, just not happening at the moment for Jason. Played that long cut on the red, and you'd have to say slightly unfortunate to catch that yellow on the bottom cushion and land where he did, but this so often happens when you're struggling.
As a result, top left hand corner, Clint Jansen's through quarterfinals. He has won by 8 frames to 4, and he is waiting for the winner of the Craig Marsh and Robert Stephen match, currently locked at 6 frames to 3. And Davey is 6-2 ahead now against Gavin Robinson. Ross Fernie, number 2 seed, 3-2 ahead against JJ4. Well, Dean Shields here is motoring on. He's not feeling sorry for Jason Hill, missing these easy balls.
Oh, he's in stroke here, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Flowing. Opponent struggling, keeps leaving you opportunities. Must feel good out there for Dean Shields at the moment. And I'm sure that Jason Hill's in a world of pain.
Looks like Craig Marsh is in some trouble of his own on there. I mean, he is 6-3 ahead though. So this is his own doing though. Is he going to come off both angles here?
That's what I was just looking at.
I don't think there's a one cushion escape, is there?
I think he is. He's going to give it a go.
Oh, that was close. Where's the cue ball?
Oh.
This break of Dean is unbelievable. He seems to be striking him nice, but 4 dry breaks in a row, but he's 5-1 ahead.
Yeah, that's incredible, isn't it? You don't see that very often. I think this time he was quite fortunate, to be honest, because that cue ball was definitely tracking towards the corner. Yeah, to have a lead like he has here, with so many dry breaks. It's,
not putting the ball off the break.
It tells a story, does that, doesn't it?
Certainly does.
So he does keep getting the opportunity, Jason. Time's running out. So he does have a difficult yellow, hampered by the red ball near the bottom corner here, bottom left of your screen, as we've just seen. So what does he have planned for that? And he's done it again. He's missed the ball into the middle by some considerable margin.
Well, I've got Jason Hill down as missing 8 balls, and 5 of them have been pretty much dollies. His head must be a shed. It's got to be.
Well, he's certainly making things a lot easier for Dean Shields with these missed opportunities.
Cue ball's got away from Dean.
Yeah, definitely not as intended.
He does that red. I don't think it goes bottom left hand corner. I mean, if it did, it would give him an option, but I mean, he still might have a choice of a couple of reds, the one below the black. That might be able to see enough angle to cut that in. And then the one at the top up there, below the blue spot, doesn't the right centre, left centre, sorry. You can get through to it, looking at an angle that we've got here in the commentary box.
So, does he take this into the corner? Does he leave that difficult red long? Potentially. It's not you can't call it a big pocket, but if he was to miss to the left-hand side, he may hit that yellow and still make the ball. But we can't really see. We haven't got a good perspective here. We can't see whether he can see this ball adequately to do that. So, and I don't think he can. The amount of time he's taking. I think it's something else.
There's another ladies event going off, the Open as well. They're in the quarterfinals, top left.
Very impressed with that last shot there, has to be said. Mark, I thought that was a great shot.
Yeah, he's done well to get there, he really has. What a shot that is again.
So, needs to make sure he gets sight of this last red. So what does he do here? Has he got a slight angle? Can he stun? Yeah, punches it. The only thing here is he's going to be running into something, I feel. Just needs a little bit of luck here.
Try to play it controlled. Just kiss the yellow. Probably hit it too thin, if anything, and that's...
It's about as bad as it could have gone, really, for him. But he's 5-1 in front. And I think things are a lot easier 5-1 up than 5-1 down. So he's a good chance of this. I fancy him.
Top left. Top left.
Fantastic effort.
Oh.
Just seemed to turn there last minute.
Yeah.
I did think that for a second was in. So, Jason, you can't afford to make any more mistakes in this match.
I don't know what Jason's going to chuck out next, though. That's the problem. You know, we could have a ball over the bag, and we're not sure if he's going to pot it. Got the cue elevated. Executed it lovely.
He has, but he'd have liked more angle than this. Can assure you.
he's got the security of the yellow in the top half of the table. So he's just got to draw this back. Give himself that one.
Yeah, you can't get any. Can't go wrong from here, can it? So, to stop the rot, this long yellow. And there we have it. Easy black over the corner to pull one back. There we have it. So, pulls one back. It's Dean Shields, who leads by 5 frames to 2 still in this match. Jason made quite a few uncharacteristic errors in this game. We're at race to 8 stage here in the last 16. Well, having a laugh there. Looking very relaxed, as you would do with a healthy lead. So big frame, next frame. 6-2, 5-3. And we have a result there, top of screen. Dan Davey, 8 frames to 2. The victor over Gavin Robinson. So, again, hit them well. Plenty of power. Nothing down. Well, the yellow behind the black, a problem. So obviously, at first sight of this table, you're going to go reds. There is one red that's tied up with the yellow at right of screen, but there's several options to get this out. So may elect to do it now, and that's what he's looking at. So take it into the corner. He's coming onto the side cushion to come back out onto the red. And that's what he tried to do, but unfortunately caught it full ball. He wanted to come in from the right-hand side as we looked at that red. And this way, the cue ball hasn't escaped. So still cuts this ball, but a lot tougher than it should have been. Good shot, good shot. Now it's a case of taking the ball at the top of the table into the corner. And I think he runs 2 cushions, so bottom side, back out. So you'll see, let's see what he goes for. That's the shot, bottom side. Maybe a bit too much he's got on that. Oh dear. Just got a bit too much on there. Hit the bottom rail too close to the other corner. And as a result, snookered himself. So, total snooker. It's a good escape. He's a heavy second favourite in this frame now. So Jason takes that ball into the corner. And these two bad balls he has. Well, he's in no rush here. Just going to snooker the red. Straight up and down. I think is the order of the day. Just try not to give away a free visit. That's all he can do at the moment. Good line. But he's going to be in trouble again any second now. Going to be glued in here, I think. Ball cushion and then sit between the two balls. Oh, he's pushed it forward. That's a good shot. Good thinking. So he's promoted one of his yellows. Broken that cluster up. This is a tough escape as well. The only thing here is, if he does manage to escape, the angle he'll be coming in from, if he does hit the red on the way in, there's always a chance, you know. That black's hanging over the middle. The yellow is in the way of the natural angle. Great effort. And he's hit it. So he's still putting pressure here on Jason Hill. The yellow directly behind the black continues to be a problem. I think it's going to be a case of the yellow behind the black as last ball. If he gets straight behind it, probably into this bottom corner pocket where the red is. Let's just see where he lands. Well, takes this into the middle and runs forward. He may end up behind it here. Oh, he didn't play that. Well. Can we see that one again? I mean, he really should have been making that ball into the middle pocket. So far off, he was fortunate not to kick the black in. Tried there to kick the black in. Would have been a legal shot. Made his own red. And now he's got a problem. So, does he screw the ball back? Well, he's fouled. He's miscued. It's all going on here. So Jason back at the table, but he can't believe it. But he can't believe he's back at the table in this frame. Yeah, that's good. Dean Shields there just in the background, just checking his tip after that miscue. it looks like he's going to peg another one back here. Despite the errors, he's closing the gap. So, easy ball into the centre for an easy black. And a 5-3 deficit. But he was 5-1 down at one point and making mistakes still. So he's got to be happy with the scoreline. He's still in there, still hanging on. Here we see that shot, and that was such a bad miss. And then followed by the miscue. We don't see too many of those. So, strange frame. I think both players just nipping out for a comfort break, as they're entitled to. There we see Robert Stephen, Craig Marsh. So it's 7-6. So this looks like it's been a great game, doesn't it? As he landed straight though. Anything but straight, as we always say. Oh dear. Yeah, he can get onto that last red obviously, but he's running away from the black by the look of it. Would dearly love to be able to run forward from this ball. Is he going to play the double? Is he going to pull out? It looks like it. This has got to go. And it's low. It's low. Well, I think he's going to be in big trouble here, obviously. Yeah, landed straight on that second to last red. And now he's in real trouble here. Difficult to hit at the best of times. So is he twice across? Great effort. But unfortunately, in off in the middle. And I think that's going to be it. So, things looking a little grim there for Robert Stephen. But back to the main table. It's Dean Shields to break once again. So, cut break. Yeah, that'll do him. Yellow ball finds the corner pocket. Looks like nothing's going, and then luckily, the ball catches the white ball, ends up in the corner. Little cluster of balls there where the black is. So that red's tied up with the yellow and black. It's not an easy clearance. And if he chooses to, he has several balls, to be fair, that he can use to develop the red. So, result there, top of screen. Craig Marsh with that foul on Robert Stevens' reds. managed to clear the table. Takes the win by a scoreline of 8 frames to 6. And there, he tried to develop the ball. Missed the cluster. But I did look at this. He can play red off yellow here. He needs some shot here to find that last red. Yeah, he may elect to leave a fine cut back to the corner. That may be the best. No, it is. So, going to be travelling here with this cue ball. Doesn't want to hit it too hard. So yeah, taking the pace away. That's a great effort. Great effort. And she's in. So, trying to develop that little cluster. Just missed it. But inventive. Then played the ball off the ball into middle. And that last red, very well controlled to land on the black. And once again, lengthens his lead to 6-3 ahead. Played very solidly as Dean. Against an opponent that struggled somewhat. It's raced away. Seasoned campaigner is Jason. Not giving much away. So once again, let's have a look at this break. Generates some real power. So black down. Re-rack the balls. Same player to break. Seen quite a lot of that this weekend. Black's off the break. Dean smiling. Don't know what they're discussing. They're having a laugh by the look of it. Once again, Ross Fernie on the outside table, leading JJ Fall by 5 frames to 3. Well, he's missed the ball. So Jason. Great break again, great break. And nothing down. Cruel game at times. Look at that for a break. Well, incredible at times. So no real clusters this time. And as I would have expected, he's looking at reds. This red at the lowest end of the table. Probably the most difficult ball it has to contend with. And the black, hampered with those 2 yellows behind it. So could take this ball lowest end of the table now if he chooses to. It's up to him. I I think that's what he's going to take. Screw off the side cushion. There we go, so he's got rid of that one. All his work is at the other end of the table now. Like to have rolled just a little further there. Would like to have left this middle ball as his final ball for the black, I would think. And there you see at the top of your screen, our next match on the live stream table will be Craig Marsh against our reigning world champion Clint Ianson. Not to be missed. So, 3rd seed against our 6th seed. Should be a high quality affair. That's a good shot, good recovery. So, there you see. Just draw this ball back about a foot. Doesn't want to try and go too, well, not quite got hold of that, but he's okay. The danger there was overdrawing the ball, so understandable. And there we are, cuts it back. And a good clearance there. Good clearance. 7-3 puts Dean on the hill. And it's his break. Yeah, looking a bit dejected now is Jason. A bit fed up. There you see a little shake of the head. Be disappointed with himself. But we all have bad days. Happens to everyone. So this is for a place in the quarter-final of the Open event. Professionals and amateurs. Some great matchups today. Great standard of pool. So, Dean staying with the cut break. Ball down. Didn't quite hit those as intended. The cue ball slid off the pack. Struck the side cushion lower than he meant to, but there was no harm done. And here, immediately, he could be going for this. Well, I think he was. I think he tried to nudge the red and the yellow there. It hasn't worked out. So, forced to go up table. Takes the long red into the corner. Straight on this red. So he'll be screwing this back out. Back off the side. A little bit of side on there. It's all about this cluster of 2 balls, left-hand side of screen. Doesn't want to be hitting them late on in this finish. He really would like to try and go into them now if he can. Well, made an effort. And this time, he's going to be going 2 rails. Two rails, there you see. Kicks the red out, and it's going to be all about the cue ball. Oh, and he's missed it completely. Oh dear. Disappointed. As we see top of screen there, JJ Fall is levelled 5 apiece with Ross Fernie. Played a great double apparently to get onto the black. So, long yellow into the corner. He's got this yellow into the middle, which will take him up table. So the problem yellow for Jason is the yellow nearest the red near the side cushion. It does go to middle. So he's going to take it into the middle now. Come back out of the side cushion. So probably be taking this black into the middle. Top down. Bottom cushion and back up past the middle. There you have it. Well, he's still there, still hanging in. 7-4. His opponent, Dean Shields, still requiring just the one frame. Still a glimmer of hope for Jason Hill, though. There we see Corey Rees, Matt Staper. Matt Staper with a 4-1 lead in the last 16 match. And it's Corey just racking the balls up. So again, race to 8. It's a healthy lead, 4-1. So, come on, Jason. Make a match of it. Oh, I've cursed him again. And you see on the rerun, tracked straight back into that corner. Classed as an error at this level. Shouldn't be going anywhere near the corner. So the black tied up with those yellows near the right hand centre pocket. Two yellows on the side cushion. So could elect to remove the yellow from behind the black, and you would have a strong case, strong argument for reds. Just depends how you see it. So the red still, sorry, the black. Still a little hampered there with the yellows, but to be fair, this one drops in middle, opens the other two up. So the problem here is going to be the yellow side cushion. But he has a yellow nearby that he could use to take it off the cushion at some point. So this gets rid of this little cluster. So can play this into the middle pocket if he chooses and run off the bottom and side. Or, as he's choosing to do, it goes the other way. So he's going to try and run into this ball. That's the one. Yeah, good shot. Good shot, but this is a bit tricky. Yep, decided to go into the corner and go straight for that yellow. Could have ended up better than this. Well, that's a great shot. What a recovery that was. As you can see there, top of screen, JJ Fall has taken the lead in the match. I'm hearing that an unforced error by Ross Fernie handed the table over to JJ to take the lead. And this has been a good clearance once again. And it's a clearance that's going to give him the match. Yeah, and that's a great finish. A great finish. Clearly the better player on the day. Jason struggling somewhat, but Dean Shields there played a good clearance to take that match. It's an 8-4 victory to put him into quarter-finals of this Open IPA event in Newcastle. So it'll be Dean Shields that will be going to speak to Kevin and Mark, or one or the other, in the studio shortly. So there'll be interviews, and then we'll have your next match up live for you on stream. That will be Craig Marsh against Clint Ianson. And we'll hand you over now to the studio for the interview with Dean.
Thanks, guys, and I'm here with our latest winner, Dean Shootout Shields. Dean, it's been a long week for you. I know you've been away in Braden, you're here for this weekend, so you know the mental fatigue is probably there, but you got over the line in the end, and that's all that matters at this stage.
Yeah, thought I played okay at the start, comfortable on the table, and then all of a sudden just kept making problems for myself, and and slowly Jason starts finding where the pockets are, because he was struggling at first. Yeah, it got a little bit close, but thankfully I got over the line.
And I don't know if you've seen on the live stream, you are the face of the Channel 4 live stream for day 3. How does that feel?
It was a strange choice. We chose to have me on there.
But yeah, looking very resplendent. Is that a mint green, a teal? What would you say that the colour of the top is?
Yeah.
Teal, very nice, great.
Yeah, I love the new on-board shirts.
Yeah, they're great, and they've made a massive difference, haven't they, to playing in conditions that can get a bit hot and sticky at times.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, you want to be cool all the time, and these are lovely.
Mm. So I don't want to sound like a broken record. It's another quarter-final. 3 matches away from lifting this fantastic trophy, but obviously more importantly getting that monkey off your back and getting that W in the winners column. Yeah. What are your thoughts? You've been here now. It's like I say, you've been here pretty regular now. What's your thoughts?
Again, it's just a case of just taking it game by game. I don't feel like I've had bad performances. By one, I think it was when Mark Boyle beat me. I wasn't at the races, but in all the other finals, I thought I played okay, and just not been my day. I just got to keep going, and one day it'll come. Hopefully today.
What do you think the difference is going to be? It's not going to be much, is it? It's just a roll here, a nudge there.
Yeah, I say sometimes I think to win any tournament you're going to need a little bit of luck. I say a couple of cannons just to go your way, and all of a sudden the game seems a lot easier. But when you're not on form, or you're maybe pushing the boat out a little bit, you try and chase a finish, and you might tie things up or whatever. It's only fine margins between a lot of the players.
What would you say your particular strengths are that's getting you to this stage of pretty much nearly every competition now?
To be honest, I'd say making a pot to recover whenever I'm out of position, because I do that quite a lot. Yeah, generally my potting's quite strong from a snooker background, so generally potting is quite simple, but it's under pressure that I think I thrive. If I've got a big shot to win a frame, I back myself to make it, whereas I think maybe other players maybe shirk away from that a little bit, where I'm confident to knock it in and take the frame, so hopefully I can do it in a final one day.
And do you think you're much more consistent now than say a couple of years ago, and your base level is now so much higher than it was then?
Yeah, probably. I think generally I'm looking at, if I'm not getting to a quarters anymore, then that's a bad weekend, and I think it's just a mentality switch. Instead of when I first joined, it was like, see if I can nick a few wins here or there, and now I'm thinking, right, if I can have a good run here, maybe the title's coming. It's just a confidence thing, as always.
Well, thanks for your time. We'll let you get off. I know there's a quarter final probably looming in the next few minutes, so yeah, good luck for the rest of the tournament, Dean. Well, Dean Shields, he takes his place in the quarterfinals, and things are beginning to hot up here in Newcastle, and we hope you've been enjoying the coverage here on Channel 4 Sport. And but we're not finished yet. We've probably got 3 more matches to come, I think, and we'll just see how the schedule is going to pan out for the rest of the day. But what a match we have got coming up next! It is former world champion Craig Marsh, who's a resurgent Craig Marsh. He's been a little bit quiet recently, but he's back with a bang now. He's just beaten Robert Stephen, who we saw earlier on the stream. He's just beaten him on one of the outer tables, and 8-6, I think it was, and he's lining up against the man, the hottest property in pool at the moment, the current world champ, the European professional winner from last night, Clint Ianson. And we see there picture of Craig. He's got a nice happy smiley face. Will he be happy smiley at the end of this match? Well, let's get over to the commentary box and Mark Pickworth.
Thank you, Kevin. It's Andre Richardson speaking. Mark just had to pop out for a few moments. But yeah, what a match this is. Box office, Craig Marsh, former world champion, against Clint Ianson, reigning world champion. Great matching prospects is this one. There we see they're both just lagging off. So, what a game this could be. Quarter final of the Open event. Still a race to 8. And as always, having the first break is an advantage, big advantage at times. Should this run close? Really looking forward to this one. Clint on top form. Won the World Championships and then won the European Professional yesterday. So he is on fire. As Kevin said in commentary, in the studio, should I say, Craig Marsh has hit a vein of form. So there could be fireworks. And it's Craig Marsh who's won the lag and elects to break, and we all know what a break Craig's got. Well, it's dry. So, nothing down. Just take a look at this break again. Hit them well. Well, you can't do any more than that, can you? Struck them well, but nothing down. So, Clint Ianson, first visit to the table. And he's just called for his extension. Yeah. Couple of yellows stuck together there in the black spot. He's looking at this red just behind the black. And he's made it, no problem. So he's gone for the plant, but I don't think he's made it. So, good opportunity there. Didn't manage to drop that ball, but he has complete control of that corner of the table. Craig Marsh here. Have to work out. So, defensive. Made sure he got a good cue ball. Sent the yellow back up. But if anything, the balls are becoming more congested. And I'm joined in the commentary box now by Dan Fairway. How are we doing, Dan? Okay?
Afternoon. Yep.
All right. I'm still here.
Have you not left the commentary box yet?
For about 10 minutes.
My word. It's some stint.
And there we see another safe. So, covering the pocket. So, a very cagey opening frame in this quarter-final.
Yeah, I feel like, looking at the lay of the table, Craig's going to have to be the one to make something happen. I think it's going to be comfortable. So, I mean, you could take the plant on here and try and get an angle on the one in the middle to go down into them, but looks like he's just laying up.
Yeah, I think he keeps trying to push a yellow up the other end of the table with the intention of being able to play into the corner and maybe bust into the red. And that didn't go to plan.
No, Clint's put his own ball safe now.
So bottom cushion inside of the red, and he wants to take the pocket there. Don't want it to drop, really. Yeah, didn't want that to drop.
There is an argument that Craig could go for this skill shot, and if he doesn't get it, it will work out as a sort of a tactical foul. Because Hibbert would have two big problems on the table still. It's a rarely seen shot in Blackpool, and I don't know if Craig's the sort of player who'll play it, but...
Yeah, we did see that actually yesterday in one of the matches, I remember. A similar situation where somebody played a shot and knowing full well that potentially they would foul, but they felt it didn't give an advantage to their opponent.
Craig did go for the skill shot there, and to be fair, that shot hasn't worked out quite as planned. Because if he got the skill shot, it was fine, but the yellow coming away from the pocket like that doesn't help Craig.
And that's a great effort.
Oh my word, that is, yeah, but...
And it's disastrous.
It couldn't have gone any worse.
Well, he has to laugh there, doesn't he?
I mean, have you ever seen anything like it?
Almost a fantastic shot, wasn't it? And look where the cue ball came to land.
Yep.
Perfect for the red. He'd have been able to just...
He's still going to play that
yeah,
shot,
of course he is, but... If the two yellows had dropped, it would have been all over.
It's a result that the red hasn't dropped, though, because Clint still has some control. He doesn't necessarily have to attack from here now. In fact, it's hard to see how he can, really.
It depends. He may elect here to try and get back down table. I think he's going to play safe.
Yeah, I think that's the right shot. And actually, despite everything we've just seen, I still feel like Craig is the one that will probably need to force the issue.
Yeah, the issue here is Craig doesn't want to leave this cue ball down this end of the table where the black and the red are, particularly.
He's gone aggressive.
He's kicked one out.
Yeah, but now that he's kicked that away, there's nothing else there in that area to do anything with that bad yellow.
So fine cut this ball. Yeah, I can see that.
Problem for Craig now is that he's left Clint a free hit to get that red out of a bad position.
He has.
But he has got that yellow up near the corner to attack potential skill shot, but if this goes in, it might be academic anyway, and it has.
Yeah.
Lovely shot there from Clint Jansen.
Yeah, he had to play the double there, didn't he? Very well executed.
Yeah. Took a little bit of the pressure off that if he missed it, it was probably going to cover that pocket for the black.
Yeah, perfect position. So that double set Clint up for this first frame, and it will be first blood to the reigning world champion Clint Jansen in this quarter-final.
Nice finish there from Clint. Kicks the scoreboard over for the first time. It is a genuinely astonishing run of form he's on. I might have to do a bit of digging, but I'm just wondering how many matches he has now won in a row on the IPA Tour.
Frame number 2, Clint Jansen to break, leading 1-0. Time running.
once again. Yes, I mean, sometimes you get it where a table's not breaking quite so well, and you get a lot of dry breaks. But when that's happening, you don't tend to get splits as big as this.
Yeah, you get clusters.
Yeah. Like, these are big, wide open dry breaks, and it's quite unusual. My question is, yeah, the red in the middle of the bottom rail, does that go? Do you need to move the yellow? It looks like that there might be an edge of the yellow in the way, but the cue ball might just contact first. It's one of those. It's a sort of 50-50. Craig will have looked at it by now, so he will know.
I have a feeling it may go. Just because of the fact that he's left it so late to navigate this bottom end of the table.
It's possibly one of those shots that would only go because we have a cue ball slightly smaller than the object balls. Ooh. Well, that is absolute disaster.
Oh dear.
Anywhere but there. And he's in no man's land. I mean, there's no easy way out of this.
So evidently the red did pass. It's next to the yellow, the way he played that.
Yeah.
And this is very difficult to hit.
Oh,
and even if you do
massive.
hit it...
Oh, that's a foul.
Yeah, even if you hit the red, if you were travelling round cushions there, you couldn't see a positive outcome.
Yeah. I mean, I think he was trying to genuinely masse that and pot it. I think that was the only out he had. What an opportunity it gives Clint Ianson. There's zero traffic for him. He can just work his way around the table. It's an early call, but it really should be 2-0 from here.
Yeah. And if for any reason something goes wrong during this clearance, he really isn't going to leave anything, is he, with those two reds dead on the bottom cushion?
It's such a nice feeling coming to the table when your opponent's messed up and they've put their ball safe. Because it's just, you can relax on it. You know that regardless of what happens, you're not leaving a shot.
Yeah, that was an error.
Can't relax
come back
that
up
much.
far enough. So he's bridging over this yellow. He's good at these shots though, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's good at every shot at the moment.
Yeah.
I don't think...
Didn't faze him.
There's just not a weakness in the Clint Ianson armoury at the moment, is there? It's...
That was a nice little touch as well. Off the bottom cushion, just nudges the back of the yellow. Prime position. Just runs this yellow through, which will leave him yellow to middle. That was a confident shot to hit the black as he did.
Beautifully done.
Yeah. Perfect execution. A master at work. Class act.
We are going to run out of superlatives for Clint soon.
Yeah, I've already run out.
I think I have, to be fair, several years ago, but...
There she goes.
Thin black into the middle for a 2-0 lead for Clint Ianson. Now, I mentioned Clint's run of form on the IPA Tour. And, it's just mesmerising, it really is. I still need some time to go through it and actually work out how many in a row it is, because it's that many. Here's JJ Full on the black to beat Ross Fernie, and Ross is in the way. That was 7-6, sorry. It's a race to 8 now in the last 16. My apologies. So JJ takes the lead. Fernie needs to win both of the last frames, the number 2 seed, to avoid what would probably be seen as a bit of an upset. Craig Marsh to break in frame number 3.
Hit those fantastically well. Get this for a break. Balls flying round all over the place.
Yeah, that's more like it.
And not a cluster in sight.
Love to get on the red closest to the black here. That's perfect.
Yeah, uses the yellow.
Yeah, that was the only potential banana skin. If he went past that, it was going to be difficult to get the cue ball back round for it.
So, he's going to run this through. There you see, right hand side. Fantastic shot. So he's going to drop this in the middle. Is he a little straight on this red?
Yeah, might just be able to pinch it.
Well, he didn't want to be there. I can assure you of that. Shake of the head. Now, the cue ball is going to be running away from the black. And the problem he has here is if he tries to get back down table, he's going to have to hit this with some force. And we have seen from time to time the balls jump back out of the pocket, haven't we? Well, hits it with force. So no problem. Stayed in, but this is nasty.
Beautifully struck. And in goes the 8 ball. Craig Marsh is on the board, trailing by 2 frames to 1. Well, I've had a look, and Clint Jansen's stats in 2023 in IPA events then, this year. Played 15, won 15 so far. Not bad.
No, amazing.
That is astonishing. He is unbeaten in this calendar year. And, well, we're into the quarterfinals of his 3rd tournament.
Yeah, an amazing record.
Yeah,
against a field of players.
It's just...
I mean, 15 consecutive victories at this level. It is astounding.
Well, we have Mark Farnsworth's, I think it was 26 consecutive frames in one tournament here in the 4th tour last year.
Which in itself is an amazing stat.
Yeah, I'm just wondering which one's more impressive. It's hard to compare.
Yeah, the different feats really, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, they are sort of, they're quite equal, aren't they? Yeah, I think you probably need a bit more luck to go that many frames unanswered because you need your opponents not to break dish.
I would agree with that, yes. I think if you win the World Championships, it goes one of two ways, doesn't it? People either struggle and win nothing, or they come out, you know, firing, as Clint has done. So potentially, you could imagine that somebody could win the World Championships again, and maybe, you know, win their first event. But 26 consecutive frames, you do need a lot of luck and to play flawlessly, don't you?
Yeah.
They're both great feats, aren't they?
They are.
There's
They are
no two ways about it.
Spectacular achievements in a field of this quality.
So just out of position slightly, and he didn't mean to nudge that, but it's okay.
Yeah, I think he would have preferred to play this to the centre pocket, but
That's what he was trying to
it'll
do.
go long.
Makes it look so easy, doesn't it?
Yeah. Really fluent around the table. Good thing the cue ball came through that far. He left himself hampered. He really struggled to get on the black there. As it was. That. Perfect position. Very nice finish from Craig Marsh to level the scores.
So, last 16 match there, top of your screen. Corey Rees against Matt Staper, and Matt Staper there with a 7-1 lead.
Yeah, Corey's in real trouble. That's a long way to come back from. Corey's got a quite a famously never say die attitude though. So don't rule him out completely, but the chances of Matt not getting a great chance to win it from 7-1 up is very slim.
Colossal break.
Wow. Colossal is the word. That is quite something. Just immediately, ball's going absolutely everywhere. Pack exploded.
And this match is proceeding at a rate of knots. And with breaks like that, it's no surprise.
Yeah, it's not the best shot Craig Marsh has ever played. Not really anywhere he should end up horrible in cutting this in, but definitely he didn't want it to be that thin, that shot.
No, he's just such a great shot maker, isn't he, though? When he does run out of position, he's got the minerals.
I haven't heard that phrase for a while.
No,
no,
it's right though, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Just a very pool player thing to say, isn't it?
Yeah. And just like that, right back in this match. Now you see, top of screen, JJ Fall, Ross Fernie, 7 apiece. So Hill, down to a decider.
He drops the 8 ball, and in the blink of an eye, Craig Marsh has turned it round. He was trailing Clint Jansen by 2 frames to 0. 3 visits later, he's 3-2 up. A perfect response.
Yeah, what a reply. His last 2 breaks. I mean, he hits the ball so well, Dan, doesn't he?
Yeah, there's just so much power through the pack.
So here we go.
Lay of the land, Ross Fernie at the table. Looks like he's eyeing up a yellow, and they didn't look too bad, but there is that one on the side rail. And we'll keep you updated with that score. Clint breaks off in the 6th frame. Oh, the cue ball was travelling towards the pocket, but it got kicked away, and what a result that it did for Clint Jansen.
Yeah, I think he'd have been in big trouble there had he scratched.
Flying in that. Twice, actually, really.
Yeah.
Forced into taking the trickier of the 2 colour sets in yellows, but good opening shot. It's him in good stead. Key shot here will probably be position on the 8.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of work there with the yellow nearest the middle.
I think that might be his last yellow. If you could sort of stun the one below it in,
Yeah.
and leave yourself an angle to screw across between the 2 reds.
Yeah,
or
that would
drift
work.
past them.
And that's what he's going to be looking at, I think.
Yeah, that's spot on. Probably just bring the cue ball down table somewhere in line with the red near the side cushion, maybe a bit further. However close he feels he can get.
Stun it back out, that'll do him. So he just wants to hold this cue ball in effect.
Yeah, he doesn't want to go any closer to the side cushion, so you don't want to leave it that thin, I don't think.
He'd maybe like to come back a couple of inches from where this yellow is that he's hitting.
Yeah.
He needs to leave a little angle and just drift out then. Well, it's just fallen over slightly as that.
Yeah, he just didn't quite have the angle there, I don't think. Can he clip this in the middle and just run past the red? If he does, there's going to be distance, but...
He can't afford to hit the red because there's another red that's blocking path to the black.
Yeah.
Although if he does hit it, he may feel that he slides. That's a fantastic shot.
That is brilliantly cued, because it didn't look like he could get enough on the cue ball from that angle to get through there. Fantastic from Clint Jansen. Well, this is superb stuff from both players. Successive break dishes, 1 each. Keeps the scores level at 3 apiece. Ross Fernie is still at the table. Still clearing up those yellow balls. He's got a tough positional shot here by the looks of it. I don't think he can see the one near the middle pocket right away, so my guess is just be stunning the one long and leaving it thin. I suspect whatever happens, we'll have an answer to who goes through to the next round.
Well, that's what he's eyeing up. That's what he's looking at.
Yeah. But back to the action here. Definitely have an answer for you soon. Craig Marsh breaking off. Another extraordinary strike of the cue ball. But this time, nothing finds a pocket. Cruel game. It's a cruel game. Now, in terms of what Clint's going to do, is that red and yellow a plant? Because if it is, he can plant the yellow and break out the 2 other yellows. There we go.
Is that another plant?
I think it might have to be. He does have a long option. I think the yellow in the bottom right quadrant of the table will pass the red. But if he's directly behind those 2, I'd expect him to make that 9 out of 10, if not more.
So it's all a question of how he attains position on the black. Both those balls closest to the back, they're going to give him a good opportunity, you would think.
Yeah, it's not dissimilar to the last frame, is it? Where the black's a bit awkward to get on to. Obviously, the 2 reds rather, sorry, just above it, what are causing the problem. You don't have a big area to get that cue ball into. But equally, they're handy if you need a blocker. That scoreline. Rory Rees on the comeback trail, 7-1 down to 7-4, and that was not long ago we had a look at that game, so that Staper may be starting to get a little nervy out on table 16. Here's the key shot then. Just run down into the right hand.
This is a very delicate shot.
Oh, he's underdone this. Straight down on the double. Clint's confident.
Pocket speed, you would think.
Wow.
There's a way out there. There's a way out.
It's a foot wide. That's strange how fast he got down to that for me.
Yeah. He was way short of what he intended, wasn't he? I think he was a little bit cheesed off, if I'm honest.
Perhaps just a hint of frustration there creeping in. Can Craig take advantage? That was making the most of a slightly generous pocket, I think, at that pace. It's in those knock drop, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's just landed a little straight on this one. So, needs to draw back. That's fine.
Yes.
Passes to corner, doesn't it? Yep, it does.
It does.
Yeah, I thought it did.
Thought the other red was in the way. Yeah. As it was with Clint, this finish is all about the 8 ball.
Yeah, and you're going to want to be as straight as possible on the 8. As close to and as straight on as possible would be the order of the day.
Needs to bring the cue ball back right away here. That's not fantastic, but I think he should be able to hold the cue ball with this with quite a lot of check side.
Yeah,
kill the cue ball off the cushion. Oh,
great shot. Very well played.
Yeah. Got to be confident to play it like that, because it's easy not to get white into the bottom of the cue ball there and just stunning off, basically. Nicely done by Craig Marsh. Re-establishes the lead, 4-3.
So, failed position on the 8 ball there from Clint. And what looked to be a slightly desperate attempt at a double. Did seem to rush it slightly.
Looks like there might have been a failed positional shot somewhere out in the arena as well, because out of the arena, I should say. JJ Fall has beaten Ross Fernie by 8 frames to 7.
Yeah, when we last saw that game, it looked like he had a long yellow, didn't it? For position for yellow over middle.
Yep.
So if he did take that on, very likely he either missed it, or he must have snookered himself or something. Something went wrong.
Expected Ross to get that from where we were looking. But But a brilliant result for JJ. Leads him into the quarterfinals.
So, Craig Marsh with a 4-3 lead. And there, top of screen, Gareth Hibbert with a healthy lead in the quarterfinals against Cian Monaghan.
Fantastic run for Cian.
Yeah, what a fantastic player though he is.
He is.
What a talent that is.
Well, this is insane. Not as good a contact as some of his previous efforts that have gone dry, but it's still another dry break on the Clint Jansen serve.
Yeah, and with so much movement, you wouldn't imagine you get so many dry breaks, would you?
No. Quite a nice open table as well. It's a little bit of traffic down in the bottom half, but there's no clusters.
Yeah.
All the yellows have got a pocket.
Yeah, the black goes into the corner, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Potentially goes in the middle.
It potentially goes in both middles,
Yeah.
so shouldn't really be any problems getting on it this time.
So, just a little close to this cushion. So I feel he's going to play this ball lowest here, which is what he's going for. Just needs to cue this well. Job done. So the two balls in the middle of the table. This shot is key.
Spot on, I would say. Should just be able to stun the bottom one in, too, from this angle.
Punch it long.
Yep.
Leaves the ball for middle. I presume. So we'll see.
I think it's the perfect angle.
So black is black middle. What do we think?
Yeah, black right centre. Run this through a few inches. There we go. You can either stun this across or just flick off the red.
Yeah, I think I'd stun it
the,
across is the order of the day for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, making it look easy.
I think it is when you're Craig Marsh.
Yeah.
It's just not when you're mortal.
Yeah. It's fantastic. Fantastic level of pool. This is a treat, isn't it? So, for the first time in quite a while, Clint Jansen under pressure.
Yeah.
5-3 down.
Well, that game is still going on. Corey Rees and Matt Staper, and Corey's at the table. He clears these reds. It will have gone from 7-1 to 7-5. Matt looks pretty relaxed, sat in his seat, but I guarantee you he's not, because there is very little worse than, losing from that kind of position.
Frame number 9, Craig Marsh to break, leading 5 frames to 3.
Back to the action. Here on the main table. Craig Marsh again. This is an exhibition in how to break. That last yellow coming across in front of the cue ball is not very helpful though to Craig, because the yellows are beautiful. He doesn't really have a starter now, does he?
No, it's been unfortunate.
Extension, please.
Such a fantastic break once again.
Yeah.
And I think I have to say that Craig Marsh this weekend, I mean, he's broke the best for me by some margin. Consistently smashing the balls like he has.
I mean, you've watched more than I have, but I would counter that with Gareth Hibbert yesterday.
Yeah, I don't think I saw. Which match was that? Is that the one where he?
The semi-final.
Right. Yeah. Well.
Yeah. He. They were. I mean, it's difficult to beat this. I'll grant that, but they were. It was close to a par. He was hitting it so well. I like this shot from Craig. He's going to play the plant down the rail. If he doesn't get it, at least he gets the pocket. He has got it. Terrific shot.
So, does the black pass the yellow? It's tight to me. In fact, it doesn't look possible, does it, on the main screen?
It's maybe one of those that cushion first and off the yellow.
I think the yellow's too close to the cushion for that, I think. But
yeah, it's tight. Yeah. It's very, very tight.
I don't think it goes. And there we see live score. Corey Rees one more back. So from 7-1 down to 7-5. And you did call it, Dan. You said he don't give in.
No, he doesn't. His mindset is something else. There are a few players out there who hate losing more than Corey does. He really hates it. Once told me in an interview that he doesn't even let kids win a frame against him. So that kind of this is getting tough now for Craig Marsh.
Yeah, I'm just questioning what he's going to do with the black.
I mean, if he doesn't get the angle to move it, I can only think that he tries to go cushion first, and if it doesn't go in, then he hopes that it covers the pocket.
Or he plays the double.
Yeah.
We'll soon find out.
He's coming down for the double, and that's about perfect. Couldn't have put it much better with his hand, Craig Marsh. Does he make it? Of course he does. Spectacular. What a fantastic finish from Craig Marsh. Oh, another break dish for Craig, and he is on a roll now. It's hard. It's becoming difficult to see a way back into the match for Clint. 3 frames behind with Craig breaking the way he is.
Yeah, it's not even a case that Clint's struggling, is it?
No.
It's just he's not getting the opportunities.
No. No, Clint's done very little wrong in this match. Arguably one missed opportunity in the 7th frame. Other than that, not really anything else he could have done. But it is those fine margins.
And that break has been key in this match. Huge break. Great splits. Very few clusters.
Trailing 6 frames to 3. Time running.
So, the side break.
If it's not working, change it, I suppose. This has worked. How well? Very well. Like that yellow on the side rail to have come off another inch or two, and then I think he'd be taking that on. But
I think he'd be taking reds here.
Yeah, I think
just clips this red in.
I think he's got to now.
Just check it up, which is what he's done. So checks it up.
Just those triangle of reds, sort of covering each other a little bit. You get nicely on one, then you get nicely on all of them. But
yeah, if you can get onto the red into middle first and run through, then you take the higher of the 3 reds. The other 2 become pretty straightforward, you would think.
Yeah, or even the lower of the 3. You just need to get nice and straight on one of those 2 balls, and then it becomes pretty clear. It will be the lower.
Does he have a slight angle here?
I think he can probably just punch the cue ball back a couple of inches and then take one to the centre. I think it's straight enough.
Extension, please.
He's taken his extension, so perhaps it has just run a tad far.
Yeah. If he is dead straight.
I mean, you could run it through a couple of inches and take the top one to the left. Okay.
Great recovery.
Yeah, really good. Well worked out. Now he's just got to push the cue ball to leave that window between the two yellows. That's probably a fraction short of pace.
Yeah, I wondered whether he might have even hit it softer than that and then run through to the bottom cushion.
Can screw into the yellow though and leave it to the same pocket.
That's okay. As long as he's got some angle, he's okay.
I don't know if he's got that much.
Well, worst case scenario,
yeah,
just trickle it in and or leave a long black.
I think he can go between the yellows actually.
Great reply.
Yep.
So change the break to the cut break. It's a break and run.
But Clint does have to hope now that Craig's break stops working. Or I think what's more likely is that Craig maybe gets kicked in off. I think that's Clint's best hope. Because the amount of movement that Craig is getting on the balls is so vast that it's difficult to see him going dry again. But you never know. Ian Monaghan there, looking to get through to a semi-final, and that may be the death knell for his campaign.
Leading 6 frames to 4. Time running.
Yep. But Gareth there leading by 7 frames to 4. Oh, cue ball. Oh, that was close. But, oh no, and the last ball rolling goes. Or one of.
So there, he was tracking straight back into the pocket. Said it was Clint's hope. Kicked away, and then a ball drop.
Now, Craig here. Needs to find a way to break open those 2 reds. And make sure he stays on something. He's going yellows. Worked his route out. I mean, it was either or really, wasn't it? You've got the 2 reds and the 2 yellows both causing each other problems.
So does he take this into the middle and run into the back of these 2 yellows now?
I don't know if he's...
There is an option there.
Has he got slightly too much angle?
No, I think with a little trace aside he'd be okay. Oh, it's chosen not... Ah, does it pass? From this angle
yes,
here?
Does.
It does pass, I believe, yeah. So he didn't need to break them out.
Yeah. It does look tight, doesn't it? It's, you might be sliding it off the near jaw and trusting that the cloth on the table will take it.
I think he's confident he passes without too much effort. So it's, what does he do with his second to last yellow? Is it going to be yellow to middle, or is it going to be yellow to corner?
If you get behind it, I fancy him to make the one into the middle, but he might leave that for the double. Oh, he's trying to move it. Ooh. Now then, if this is straight, that's not a great result. He might have to take the one he's closest to.
Must be some angle here. Yeah, there was.
Just enough.
Well, we've had no tactical exchanges in this match.
No, pretty much.
Right at the beginning, I think we had something. Yeah, that's it. But from there on,
yeah, it's been just a dish fest completely. And Craig Marsh goes one away. He's on the hill, leads by 7 frames to 4. Clint's unbeaten record is under serious threat here. Ian Monaghan's tournament is under serious threat as well. Needs to find a good escape here. Is that good enough? Well, his expression tells you it's not. I don't think this is a straight pot for Gareth.
No, it's cushion first. The only danger for Gareth here is that in making this black, if he spins it, well, I think if he makes it, he's safe anyway, but the cue ball will be flying to the right. So maybe he can't see enough of that cushion. Looking at the up and down as well. Yeah, this is the shot. And you could see that cue ball was tracking off to the right.
Yeah, it was a better shot from Kean than I think he thought it was. Yeah. And Clint keep his hopes alive. Not the best contact. And not the best result. The messiest break of the match, but it's not that messy.
Reds.
Yeah, just the one over on the left-hand side.
But does it go past the yellow?
Possibly.
Maybe not the first ball that you take, but...
it's one of those, isn't it, where it's tight. You don't know whether you're quite going to get the double kiss first or whether it's just going to slide past.
You can afford to commit to reds and then maybe take it on.
Yeah, worth doing.
So, plays the plan. It's going to leave the ball. Well, would have ideally liked that over the pocket.
Yeah, I'd have liked to have been taking that red that we've been talking about now, but he can't really take that risk. The further into the clearance he gets before taking it, the easier it gets for Clint if it goes wrong. It looks from this camera angle, it looks nicer, doesn't it? It looks as if you go cushion first and it's probably going to go in. The overhead,
it does look tight now, I'm looking at it.
Yeah, the overhead tells a different story.
I do think he must feel that it goes.
Well, we're about to find out. This could be as good as the match-winning shot.
Yeah, as you can see there, he needs to run through because he's looking at trying to get on the red next to the black next. And it also depends where this yellow goes if he moves it out of the way.
And it doesn't pass.
It did look tight, Dan.
Yep. Yep, we both called it early doors. It was always going to be the key shot. The thing for Craig, if he could have taken that as his second red, Clint wouldn't have an opportunity nearly as good as he does now.
Yeah, if he'd have, when he played the plant, if he'd have left the red over the corner and then attempted it, at least he'd have had some security, wouldn't he?
Yeah. Now he's essentially handed the frame away. Yeah, Clint's got one on the side cushion. Needs a nice contact with this yellow here. That is not it.
And he just glanced off this yellow. Sit behind the yellow. Has he sat behind it though?
Oh, he's left it on.
Well, he's left this ball on.
Yep, that's a bad shot. That is a bad shot from Clint Ianson.
Well, this fantastic run that he's been on may be coming to a close here, because this red most definitely goes into the corner.
It's not easy. Not an easy shot, this. Oh, he's rattled it. And it hasn't dropped. I thought it was bound to. He caught it just a fraction thick as Craig Marsh. And it's an escape. It's a big let-off for Clint Hansen. Can he make the most of it? Look at that live score, top left. Corey Reese 6, Matt Staper 7. What a game that is. What a game this is. I'd like to see some more of it. It's just finished a bit straight on this one down the rail. Gonna have to punch this a bit harder than he'd like now. Get the cue ball off the cushion so he can get position on the 8 ball. It's about as good as he could have got.
Yeah, be topping this through. Clean stroke.
Yep.
Side cushion and back out. That's pretty much perfect.
Spot on.
So, stays in this match. There it is. So, what an opportunity that was for Craig Marsh. Attempted to play the gap, firstly. Yep, we thought it was tight. Wasn't a gimme. But he did have he had a good chance there, didn't he, when he left him sight of the red near the corner.
Yeah.
I did fancy him for that. Such a great shot maker.
Oh, the thing is, some of those look possible but aren't. Yeah. This is on a knife edge now, this match. You feel like there's more pressure on the Craig Marsh break than there has been so far. And when you've turned down an opportunity like that, when you've let one go, that's when you tend to get a dry break.
Pretty much a mirror of the match we've just had a look at there. Both matches now 7-5. Both players were at the table with an opportunity to win on the hill. But they're both still going. So the last time that Craig Marsh broke the usual powerhouse, but the ball did track back to the corner. Fortunately, it didn't drop.
Frame number 13. Will it be lucky for Craig Marsh or for Clint Hansen? Well, it's fantastic news for Craig Marsh. He's made a ball and he's got the first visit.
Once again.
Does the yellow below the black go? If it does, then I feel like that's his best opportunity.
I don't think it does from there.
No,
it's just this opening ball, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like the red's in the way, doesn't it? So he may have to. He may be forced into taking reds here.
Or he may go yellow to middle.
Yeah, it's thin though.
It is. Well,
it's not that. You know, from this angle, it's not that thin, and you maybe come round and
I
knock
think
your ball
yellow
off
to
the
middle,
cushion.
possibly. Yeah.
No, reds it is.
So is he leaving the double? Yeah, he is.
Just come a little bit wide on this double for me.
Yeah.
You might have to really punch this now.
That shortens it up, and that yellow may be in the way. Yeah, what did we say? Because he had to punch it, shortens the angle up. And he always looked to me as if he was going to catch that yellow.
We have a semi-finalist, and his name is Gareth Hibbert. What a weekend he's having. Final yesterday, semi-final today, and he is waiting for the winner of this game for the semi, so we can't have a repeat of the final. That's a lovely little shot there from Clint. Found that gap with precision. Those two yellows in the middle of the table don't need moving because they are a dead set plant. going to be probably the positional shot between his penultimate yellow and his last one. That's the key here. That should be the one that's on the top rail. So probably the one that's on the middle of the table. A bit too much angle here, so might have to attack it from the right hand side. There we go, wants a bounce. Not bad.
Yeah, but this is not quite as easy as it looks.
Oh no, certainly not. But I think a bit of running side and come up the left hand side of the table. There's danger involved in this one.
So he's just going to push to the left-hand side of the table. You can see there where he wants to be.
Yeah, needs to run.
He's underhit it slightly, but
that's fine.
He's okay.
You just have to stun either into or just between the gap in reds and blacks.
It's behind, yep. It's just
excellent.
Straight behind. So we're looking at 7-6 with the break.
I can't take the drama that we're seeing on this stream table today. The first two final frame deciders. Oh, are we going into another one? It's beginning to look that way. Clint is breaking next. Breaking to stay in the match. And his break has let him down big time in this game. I wonder after the last one whether he might revert to the front ball again.
Well, he's picked up his break cue. Now, he often breaks with his playing cue, I've been told, when he cut breaks.
Look at this. Matt Staper is racking the balls up. And it's 7-all. From 7-1 up, Matt Staper has let his lead slip. Or Corey Reese has come back, whichever way you...
Yeah, but you called it, Dan, didn't you? You called it.
Here's the thing. The pressure on that game has now flipped completely. Because Corey was at 7-1 down. He's free rolling. Doesn't matter. When you come back from 7-1 to 7-all, I think the pressure flips back on the person who's got the momentum to a certain extent.
Yeah. You're playing to make it respectable.
Yeah.
Until you get close, and then all of a sudden you're thinking, look at this.
Corey's out of his chair like a rocket, though. That's a great chance on reds. He's got a difficult one to the middle first off, but if he gets it and gets position on another, we're all there for him.
So, yeah, as I spotted, he's picked the braking cue up, so no more side brake, no more cut brake.
Bang. And a ball down. And the cue ball's safe.
Well, he has got a red to corner here.
Yeah, that little bounce off the cushion has just about meant that he's got a thin cut.
He has got a thin cut, but the problem is, if you cut this red in, look at the yellows. The yellow controls the opposite corner, the corner where the cue ball is now.
Yeah.
The yellows control the top corner. And once you pop this red, you're leaving a pathway for at least one yellow. So,
what's he looking at here?
Is he looking at trying to make that yellow off this yellow? So he plays off this yellow to move the other yellow and to run into the corner. And that's what he attempted.
Oh, well then.
So he was trying to play a cannon.
Yeah.
And release the two bad balls. And unfortunately for Clint, that's what he's done, but nothing down.
I know, and not only nothing down, but all of the problems that were there for yellows completely removed. This is a gift for Craig Marsh, really. I think he can consider himself a bit unlucky not to have had a better shot off the break.
Yeah, you won't get a better chance than this. Not at this level.
Well, this unbeaten run for Clint had to come to an end at some point. And to be fair, if it does come to an end now, it's taken a pretty titanic performance to beat him. Craig Marsh has been very, very impressive in this match.
Extension, please.
Yeah, problem that well, I'm saying the problem he may have. The ball that is near the corner, top of screen, top left there, he just needs to be careful because he needs position on that black ball. Just got to be careful here.
He could run into the red that's next to the black now, and
I think he just drops this in, doesn't he? Just
that
drop
up.
it in. Yeah. Well. Yeah, he's released the black now.
Yeah,
Good shot.
it's perfect. I think he'd rather take the other one first, but he's hampered.
I think he will take the other one first
So,
still. I know he's hampered, but it's a natural angle.
Yeah.
Guaranteed to come out on the right line. But if he's not comfortable, they'll both do. So here,
I think maybe it was that close to the 8 ball that he felt like it was a risk not worth taking. When really, from where he's landed now, he'd struggle to fail to be on the black as long as he makes the ball. Oh, that wobbled its way in. But the position is perfect. And Craig Marsh is a ball away. In it goes, and Clint Jansen is finally beaten. A run of 15 straight victories in IPA events comes to an end at the hands of Welshman Craig Marsh. A superb performance from him, breaking like a god, and a big smile as he makes his way out of the arena. And look at this, Corey Rees and Matt Staper in the final frame of their match, the deciding frame. Looks like there's some work to be done for Corey. Oh, it's been. We've had some magnificent games on all of the tables today, but we've had some real drama in the main arena. But arguably, that match in front of you might be the most dramatic of all. Corey Rees coming from 7-1 down to tie the scores at 7-all. We're gonna just watch this final frame before we have a word with Craig Marsh, because, well, what a story it would be if Corey were to complete this finish here.
so looking at the red that's near the black, we haven't got really a good perspective from here, but does it go off the rail behind the black and in off the yellow? I think he's trying to get on it now, so we're going to find out. And that is absolutely perfect.
It's strange, because normally I imagine when players are on the stream, they know that they're on the stream. At the moment, Corey has no idea that the world is watching.
Yeah, this would be some comeback. 7-1 down in a race to 8.
This could be the key shot of the whole lot. Looks like Matt Staper can hardly bear to watch.
Well, he can't, can he? Look, he's looking away.
Yeah. Anywhere but there.
And you do feel that he must have had opportunities.
Yeah. But you never know. I mean, Corey's so class that it is possible. In it goes. That's a terrific shot. Corey Rees, it looks like he's done enough. This looks like a perfect angle to get onto the one on the rail.
Yeah, looks like he can just screw back behind it. There you see.
Of course, no shot clock on the outside tables. So Plenty of other distractions, mind you. Nice to see that he's playing on the opposite table to, or the next table rather, to his missus as well, Beck Sweeney, just in the corner of shot there.
So
the it couple of Welsh Paul.
This red down the rail
Looks
for
like
a
she's just won.
remarkable comeback.
It looks like Beck's just won her match. She's just knocked the black in and shaken hands, I think, with Rachel Tucker. That'd be a nice moment for the pair of them. This is the moment for Corey Reese. He's there. This is it. A big punch of the air to celebrate before the black even gets potted.
Remarkable.
Unbelievable stuff. Corey Reese beats Matt Staper by 8 frames to 7, and my word, does it mean a lot. And there comes Beck, fresh from beating Rachel Tucker herself in the ladies' event. Two of them share a smile, and back to work in the next round for both of these pair. But for now, we'll talk to another Welshman. Craig Marsh is in the studio.
Well, thanks, guys. Everywhere you look at the moment, there is drama everywhere, and there was quite a fair bit of drama in that match, Craig Marsh. It looked like 7-all at one stage there, but over the line, great win against Clint, the form player, best player in the world at the moment.
Yeah, as I said, I've got a really good record against him. I know I thought I blew it at 7-4 when our red didn't drop, the long red. I thought, oh, this is it, I won. And then when it didn't drop, I thought, oh, 7-5, 7-6, and you're thinking, oh, it's his break, and you go through all the emotions out there. But yeah, I'm glad I just got over the line in the end.
So we've not seen much of you this weekend. It's been fairly quiet, Craig Marsh, but obviously you're finding something at the moment, and it seems to be that the break is sort of the key to success. You seem to be breaking really well.
It's all timing, isn't it? You know. So I mean, I've had a cue in my hand now for the last month or so, which is a lot for me. Plus a lot of practice for me. So like, obviously the more I play, the timing's better. So that I'm hitting the break a bit better, which is working so far. So
yeah, it certainly is. And is it something the break? People are watching at home. We talk all about the break. Is it something that you really do practice, or is it just you'll just hit them as you do in the practice range, but you don't do any specific routines?
No, I do the same thing. I sort of hold the cue in the same spot all the time. I'm trying to aim at the same spot in the white. That's about it, really. I know leave the cue to the rest. I don't really know. I don't really concentrate on any more specifics, really. Just.
Do you change it up much if it's not working, or do you just go with the tried and tested most of the time?
I tend to do now. I never used to. I used to battle it out and just hope something change, but after 2 or 3 now, I said, especially on the match table, when you go from the outside table to the match table, it's so much more slick than the others. So if something's not working the first 2 breaks, then I do tend to change. But it worked all right there, so I'll stick to it, I think.
So you've got a semi-final coming up on the stream after this next match against Gaz Hibbert, someone who you know very well, and you've got a bit of history in certain World Championship finals.
Yeah. He's beaten me a few times, but I think I had him the last twice I've played him, so yeah, that'll be a good match, I'm sure. I can't see many safeties being played in that one, to be honest.
Well, I don't think you've played any this week yet, have you? So we'll be surprised if we see one. And just a word about the top, fantastic top. Tell us a bit about the autism that you've got. You're the profile of.
I just think it's a great charity. I think when you order it from Onboard Sportswear, they do put a percentage to charity, which I think is great. And yeah, I just kids with autism these days. I think me personally, I think my little one is autistic. We did get him checked out, and he's amazing. He's so funny, he's so clever, and
unlike his dad.
Unlike his dad, no, he's not like his dad. So yes, I just think it's a great charity. I think it's a good thing to sort of get out there and let people see it. So a flagship,
Yeah, fantastic. I think somebody else has got one on as well. I'm not sure who it was, but I did see another one walking past, because it's obviously it's very distinctive. But yeah, as you say, great cause. And
no, it's great. Yeah, it is great.
And great for Onboard as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I'm very proud to wear it. So.
Is it available in other sizes?
Sorry?
Is it available in other sizes?
It is available in smaller sizes, yes.
Craig, great fun as always. Thanks a lot.
Cheers.
Well played.
Thanks,
and
guys.
we'll see you in the semi shortly.
Thanks very much.
Craig. Craig Marsh there, taking his place in the semi-final, where he will be up against Gaz Hibbert and Mark Pickworth, as we alluded to then. There is history between them two.
Yeah, there is 2016, I recall. And is that right? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, 2016. And yeah, history. Obviously, Craig wants to forget about it, but well, that'll be a fantastic match, and that won't it? So we'll be able to get some shots, because I think they're on this outer table here, so we'll not on the main table, but we'll be keeping a very close eye on that one.
Yeah, and so coming up next, we've got a quarter-final. We just saw then Corey Rees 7-1 down in the quarter-final against Matt Staper. Incredible performance to win 8-7. What do you think that will have taken out of him as he comes into this quarter-final against Dean Shields?
Well, if anything, he's going to have a bit of adrenaline. I saw when he potted his last ball to get onto the black, and he just give it the big fist bump. You know, 7-1 down. You cannot make any more mistakes when you're 7-1 down. You've got to win the next possible 7 frames, and he's done exactly that. We don't see that very often. We definitely don't see it very often on this TV table, but it was on one of the outer tables. But he has done it. He's in the next round, and Matt Staper, you're gonna have to feel there for Matt. I know he's had a very, very long week, very long weekend. You know, another exceptional performance to get to the last 16. But it's Corey Rees that's in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty long drive home, I think, for Matt. But you know, he'll be
probably
back.
Becky driving as well. It's going to be definitely a long one for both of them, unfortunately. But yeah, Matt's a great player, and no doubt we'll see him again soon. Had a brilliant win here on the TV table, but he'll be disappointed today.
And just a word about Clint Jansen, his winning streak of 15 that you've been looking into the archives.
I love stats, I really do. I have to work them out.
I mean, it's an incredible run. First of all, 15 matches, the Worlds, the European Professional event yesterday, and then going deep in this event. I mean, to win 15 matches in these sort of tournaments, that is some achievement.
Yeah, and I think firstly the quality of the players in here playing that amount of this quality field. It's difficult to win 2 or 3 matches in a row, but to do 15, and especially when you look at the world matches, they are very, very long matches, playing the best of 5 sets. And but he's come here, and even though we've extended here the races and the pro event, and he's been ultra consistent. That's the best way of describing him. And 15 matches come to an end, and he nearly had a chance. He nearly was taking this match to 7-all.
Yeah, he sort of had that feeling about it.
We did, yeah. We did.
But yeah, so wow, we're getting to almost to the end of a fantastic 3 days here on Channel 4 Sport. So we've got the last quarter-final to bring you that will feature Dean Shields and Corey Rees. Then we'll show you one of the semi-finals, and then the final to wrap things up here in Gosforth. So let's get over to the commentary box to get things underway. And Dan Fairway.
Cheers, Kev. Yep. There's the other quarter-final currently being played. Dan Davey trailing JJ Fall by 3 frames to 2. We saw JJ get through by the skin of his teeth over Ross Fernie in the last 16 stage. The big South African there, cut breaking, but not to good effect. So Dan Davey with the chance to level the scores. But moving on to our feature presentation, Corey Rees versus Dean Shields. Dean, the bridesmaid of the IPA, makes plenty of finals, but yet to taste that first individual victory. Corey Rees has certainly tasted victory on numerous occasions now. There will be very few games in his life that will have been sweeter than the previous one. For those just joining us who missed the action in the outer tables from this fantastic extra camera we have here, Corey, while Craig Marsh was beating Clint Jansen, was busy himself providing a memorable story alongside it, coming from 7-1 down to beat Matt Staper by 8 frames to 7. A quite astonishing run. And a good run for Matt Staper as well in this competition, but he'll probably be in the car already. I certainly would be if I was him. Corey and Dean. Wales versus England. Corey's probably just taking a couple of minutes to let the nerves settle after that clearance against Matt. So we'll just stick watching Dan Davey and JJ for a little while longer. That's a nice shot from Dan. Probably has to go down towards the balk area now and then come back for those last two reds, which isn't ideal. Not entirely sure whether that 8 ball passes the yellow to the top left corner either. But the players are now taking to the arena in the main game. The lag has been set. Corey Rees will break. Dean Shields, after a disappointing professional event, is making great strides here in the Open. There he is. The man from Stalybridge.
Table 7, Megan Proctor, Beck Sweeney, and on table 6, Ashley O'Neill and Yvonne Ewan, please.
Referee for this one, Brian Moss. Most local of our referees to this particular tournament. Softly spoken Geordie referee. It's Corey Rees to get us underway. Frame number 1. Difficult to argue that they weren't well struck, but Corey coming up dry. His first effort from the balk line. A very congested table awaits Dean Shields though. He's looking to flick this red into the right centre. It's very thin. And he would be pushing that yellow just below down towards the corner pocket, so yeah, he's rethought that idea. Making on the trickier pot to good effect. There's a fair bit of work to do here. Oh, Dean. Yeah, he really gave that everything he had. It's very difficult to do that with a ball that tight to the rail. But not the worst miss I've ever seen. Doesn't seem to have left Corey anything easy to look at. Can cut this yellow down the right hand side. In or over would be good here, I imagine. Oh, well, with that cue ball, I think he'd have preferred over rather than in. No, he really is nowhere.
Extension, please.
No, the containing safety from Corey Rees. How safe is it? clearly pot the one that the cue ball's next to. Just wonder if he can dislodge the red and yellow that are together in the same shot and get the cue ball out. That's what he's tried. And it's just about worked, but it has pushed another red into an awkward spot. That red just above the cluster of 3 yellows. But from the overhead, it does look like it passes to the right centre. So there's a pattern emerging here that Dean can take to get out from here, but he's played a poor shot there. You could see him lift his cue up immediately. Was not happy with that. And giving himself a bit of a kicking in his corner there. This is Corey's first real chance to get this opening frame on the board. Clustered, sure, but plenty of opportunity to make things happen. I mean, he doesn't actually need to. All the yellows go. Not seem to go long, but a heavy contact on the cue ball there. It's not that far away from where he wanted it, but it's probably held up an inch or maybe 2, and he's now going away from the next yellow if he takes the yellow to the middle. So there's a possible reroute here for Corey. He's using that time while our referee cleans the cue ball wisely to study the table and work out an alternative if it's required. Nicely round the back of the 8 ball. What's the angle like? Just stunned past the red. Can indeed. Now, probably screw into the red behind the yellow. Yep, leave perfect for the black. And that should be all she wrote. One 0 Corey Rees. Dean Shields misses an opportunity to take the lead in this match. It's very early stages as we watch Dan Davey take on a pretty aggressive looking shot there for Dan. Hasn't probably worked out as he'd have liked. He's got 1 red left by the looks of things. And a black on the cushion, so a tough pot and then a tough double potentially. Three all in that one. Dan has come back 3-1 down. What a pot that is. The 8 ball is no easier. Unfortunately, we won't get to see that one, but back to Dean Shields, breaking off in frame 2. Good contact, but the cue ball was railroaded into that top left corner. It's almost bullied in there. Let's watch that back. Look at that. Probably a quadruple kiss, finally sending the cue ball to its fate. And, well, an unbelievably open table on reds for Corey Rees to have a look at. Just question mark over whether the 8 ball goes. I don't think it passes that yellow to the bottom right corner, so it might be worth utilising the free shot to move that. I wonder if he's looking at a way that he can do that and break open the 2 reds in the centre of the table at the same time. I'm not sure. No, just clearing the pocket, giving himself room to manoeuvre. And I think moving the 8 ball might be plan number 2. Can screw across into it from this red here. Nice soft contact, even going so far as to push a yellow safe as well. It's the perfect shot. But however safe these yellows are, I can't see Dean Shields getting any kind of a go at them at all. And Davey, well, we're not sure whether he got the black in that visit or not. But either way, he wins the frame. So from trailing 3-1, he now leads by 4 frames to 3 over JJ Fall. Corey completes the job in the second frame after that in-off from Dean Shields. And there's a marathon man back in the commentary box. Andy Richardson can't keep away.
Now moving in, changing my address.
Yep.
Care of, commentary box for me from here on.
Have to get your post moved.
Yeah.
Well, it's been an excellent start to the game for Corey Rees. That one missed chance for Dean Shields, followed by the in-off. And, Corey with a dry break first up, so Dean will be hoping that form continues, because he'll be itching to get back to the table.
And after surviving that previous encounter when he was 7-1 down, he must feel like he's free rolling in this competition. Must be brimming with confidence now.
Yeah, it is a nice feeling. It's having a second life, isn't it?
I just bumped into him before this match, and he's buzzing.
I
He
don't
really
doubt
is,
it.
yeah.
I mean, we saw his reaction, didn't we, when he potted that? Actually, not even the black, the last red. While we were watching the Craig Marsh game. Brilliant to see the emotion there from Corey at making it through to this quarter-final. Now that he's had that second life afforded to him, can he continue all the way? Been a good start for the Welshman as he breaks off in the third frame. Well, it's another dry break. He's quite an unusual way that he breaks. You don't see many people pull the cue back almost as fast as they push it back through. Quite often see people pull it back for that stroke slowly and then sort of bang. I can't say I've ever noticed Corey doing that before, but it almost looks a bit jabby.
Yeah, and they certainly didn't split very well, did they?
No.
He hit them hard enough. But didn't get too much movement there, and as you can see, the majority of balls have remained at the top end of the table, haven't they?
Yeah, I just wonder whether there's a slight timing issue, possibly with the break. That's a clever-looking shot from Dean.
Yeah, the problem ball for him is the lowest ball next to the red. He's going to have to work something out with that. Well, having said that, he's taken reds, hasn't he?
I was going to. Yeah,
I've got battle fatigue.
Do you want a coffee, mate?
Scratch that. Yeah, I think I need a coffee. Thought he was on yellows for a second there.
That's a good effort. He's actually gotten into that more than I think he possibly thought he could have done. He got into it more than I thought he could have done. I think he'd have liked to have hit the yellow full ball there. But it has still brought the red out into play, and he does still have a shot. So this finish is still on. But it is still a tricky table. That's nicely controlled. That red closest to the bottom right corner pocket. It's not that it doesn't go, it goes comfortably. It's just getting the cue ball in a position where you can pot it comfortably.
Yeah, you want to be getting back there as soon as possible.
There is a window between all of the yellows that he could be aiming for now. If he was, he hasn't got it.
So he could attempt to get there on this shot. If he did manage to land on that ball, bottom right, he would have the opportunity to play red to centre and manufacture something for the black. He's just overrun this ball. Well, that little nudge there has helped him.
That's very useful, yeah. But it is going to be difficult to get nicely on the 8 ball. The yellow above what would be his last red really is blocking all paths, isn't it? It's difficult to see how he gets there.
Can he bring this back slightly? Yeah, well, he can a little. So the question here is, can he get behind this yellow?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to play this almost quite slowly so that there's not too much deflection, and then with tons of left-hand side. And that should speed the cue ball up off the cushion. There we go. How's that for a shot? That's pretty good indeed.
Yeah, he did well to negotiate those, weave his way through those yellows.
Terrific shot from Dean Shields, and he finishes the job. Still trailing, but just by the 1 frame. It's 2-1.
Yeah, good clearance that. Good reply.
Yeah, that was a really well done reverse dish actually, because it was such a congested table when he came to it. It took a lot of working out, perhaps a touch of fortune with that flick on the yellow. A couple of balls away, but nonetheless, an excellent finish. Gareth Hibbert there. One of the elder statesman of the game really, and a man who seems to have been winning titles forever. Still in this tournament, he will be taking Craig Marsh on in the semi-final. And there's 2 ladies semi-finals as well. Corey Reese's better half. Beck Sweeney there. As Dean Shields approaches for his second break of the match. Well, it's dry, but it's a nice dry break by the looks of things. Nestling up the cue ball and that 8 ball together.
Yeah, once again, struck them well.
Yeah, has he left Corey anything? Can he see enough of the red to the left corner? I don't think he can. There's potential for a double on the reds.
Does this red cut into the middle?
Might do. Whether it gets
The one
past
is
the
nearest,
yellow.
maybe.
If it doesn't, it definitely doubles. And if you get that, reds are all there. He's got. He can see this red on the side. He's potted it. Wants that yellow not to bounce too much, and it hasn't. So the question is, the red that you suggested he might pot first, does that go? If it does, then this is a great chance.
To get on that, yeah, he will.
If it doesn't, he's got a chance to develop it now, or even just move the yellow out of the way.
I think it does go, doesn't it?
Well, the way he's played that, it must do. I think he'd want it to be straighter on it, though, because it is tight. If he clips that yellow, it's not going in.
Yeah, this is not nice. It's not an easy shot by any stretch. The good thing is, if he does make it, the cue ball, there's nothing to do with it. Natural path. And there you see. That was a tough shot.
It was, but I mean, it must have been really tight because he's practically caught the yellow half ball. He obviously wanted to be right behind it and really got nowhere near it, to be honest. But if it was that tight, I'm surprised he didn't try to move it with that shot.
Yeah, it just came up short, didn't it?
Yeah.
If he was behind it, I think it was a much more attainable shot. So looking at the two yellows at the bottom of the table, on this bottom rail, one does block the other into this left corner. So just need to be careful. So he's in prime position here. Black will be available very possibly into the middle pocket there. That red makes it a big pocket if that's what he chooses to do. So this is the shot, this is the key shot.
You think he's tempted by just laying this up for the plant?
The only thing with the plant, if you don't get the right angle on it, is that the yellow that you hit first can spring back out again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I prefer this version.
I agree.
Tight to rail.
I agree. Yeah, I think it's the right shot.
Yeah, and he's landed well there, hasn't he? As you can see from the, well, we can see from the overhead. He, there
you go, magic of television.
Yeah, he's great on that. There you see it. So, you can take this into the middle. That red ball next to the middle pocket makes it bigger. And once again, another great finish from Dean Shields. And that's to level this match up. Parity, 2 apiece.
Yeah, Dean really showing in the last couple of frames all of his expertise in pattern play. Working out difficult issues. Making it look pretty simple. Take a look again at the ladies' semi-finals. On table 3 there, we have Yvonne Ewing versus Ashley O'Neill in an all-Scottish affair. And on table 4, the one on the left-hand side, Beck Sweeney and Megan Proctor. Megan Proctor trailing Beck Sweeney by 2 frames to 0, and Yvonne Ewing leading Ashley O'Neill. by 2 frames to 0. But as you can see, McSweeney has had her deficit halved. Sorry, her lead halved. Megan just winning the 3rd frame in that one.
So, back to this main table. Corey Reese to break.
Well, that is the best time break of the match so far, and it is somehow still dry.
Yeah, crunch those.
What kind of an opportunity has it left for Dean Shields? There's issues whichever way you look. I wouldn't necessarily say there's a favourite colour set here. Maybe, I mean, on the balance, I'd possibly be looking at red, but only really the one issue with the reds. That cluster in the centre of the table there.
Yeah, I think reds are the colour.
It's a tricky shot playing this in the middle at pace, but if he could knock the other yellow into the red and open that up. Decided against, fair enough.
Yep, just made sure of the red into the middle. And he is going to have an opportunity with the other red that's close to that ball in the middle of those 2 yellows. He will have a chance to break it out here.
Yeah, I wonder whether that might be his next shot after this one. I think if he can leave himself the right angle here, then it's worth going after that now.
And that's what he's done.
Yeah, clever. Almost stun that with a little bit of side just to pull the cue ball out a bit further. Gives himself the chance to take this on.
And he just doesn't want to stick to anything here, does it? Doesn't need to hit this too hard.
No, sort of a half ball contact on the yellow I think would be perfect. Just enough to nudge that out, but also enough to see the cue ball run through.
How does this go?
It's not bad. I think it does.
Well, he was hoping to see this ball long, the 2 balls near the corner pocket. It does look like it goes from here, doesn't it?
It does. If he can't see it or he doesn't fancy it, he is on the one he's just moved, so... Got to make his mind up though. 10-second beep just gone off. Extension used, I think.
So he can throw this. Well, he could have thrown it round the angles. But he elected to screw off the side cushion. And he's okay. But it did look dodgy for a second there.
Yeah, certainly flirting with danger there. Very nearly snookered himself. Does he have a nicer angle on that red this time? It looks like he does. Should just be able to punch this in. The cue ball back.
It's going to be all about the last red to black. Guess at some point here he's going to have to go back up table. So a lot of check side there. Let's try and stay low on this red. And he has the required angle. So he can just stun up here. That's what he's done. So it's black for a 3-2 lead.
Good finish. Very, very good finish from Dean Shields. He finds a way out off yet another dry break. We're 5 breaks in, Andy, and we haven't seen a ball drop apart from the cue ball yet.
Yeah, and they've all been hit well, haven't they?
Yeah, reasonably. But I mean, I'm perhaps being hypercritical and comparing them to Craig Marsh's break in the previous.
I didn't see the first couple, but the ones that
yeah,
I've seen, yeah. I mean, Craig Marsh was outstanding.
Yeah, it's a fair point though. You didn't see the first couple;
Yeah.
they were probably the worst of the lot, actually. Dan Davey and JJ Fall are locked in, 4 apiece for their place in the second semi-final. Whoever wins that one will be taking on the winner of this game. First semi-final, of course, is decided. Gareth Hibbert and Craig Marsh, and that has just got underway on table 2. or is just about to get underway. I'm not entirely sure. It's 0-0. Oh, look at that. We can have a look. There's the first frame for you. Magic, this camera. We will keep you posted with all the live scores now. Now that we've only got a few tables underway. Cut break from Dean Shields, and this time it works. They've popped open very nicely. Just that yellow running towards the side cushion makes reds a fairly heavy favourite here. Yeah, I think so.
Well, it's looking at yellows potentially now.
I mean, the yellow on the side is an easy double if you move the yellow over the centre pocket, so I can see this. Oh, he's tried to move it straight away. That was asking a lot. Possibly a little too much, because I don't think he could have got much more side on that cue ball. I'm a bit surprised he's gone yellows.
Yeah, the problem with having to double that yellow is that when he doubles it, the cue ball is going to be running away from the black. And the black doesn't go in this corner, does it? So he's...
Yeah,
so
well, he's
once
tried to
again,
move it again.
Wow, great shot. Great shot.
Yeah. He's not perfect here. He's kind of got a slightly awkward angle on all three of the yellows he can see. I think if he plays this one he's looking at, he needs to run through. Next one to left centre. That's very nicely controlled. I think the key shot will be the next one. Needs to leave himself an angle here, and then it'll be the furthest right of the yellows. If he can get straighter on the other one.
Ideally, would have liked to have been a little straighter, if not the other side of this yellow. But he's okay. They're running this cue ball through.
Yeah, he can just leave it long to the bottom right, can't he? There we go.
So he's putting on a bit of a clinic here. Very, very impressive. Solid as a rock.
From 2-0 down to 4-2 up, Dean Shields continues his fine run of form. The first break dish of the match from our first successful break of the match. And there's our two remaining, well, actually one remaining quarter-final, other than the one we're watching, and semi-final. Davey and Fall on the right. Dan Davey just edged his way into a lead there, as Craig Marsh levels the scores in the first semi-final. It's all going on at the moment, isn't it? There's so much action. Fantastic. Dan Davey had edged into a lead by the looks of it, but it was JJ who won the next frame. And that's down to a first to 3 now. Dry break for Dan. Let's see how Gareth's break is holding up on the outer tables. I was bigging it up earlier. And you can see why. That's a monster split. Although it is dry.
Yeah, and that's been the problem.
That's unreal. Yeah.
Yeah, gave that some. To no avail.
Oh, JJ with a bad miss on table 1 there.
Yeah, missed an open ball there, doesn't he?
Just wonder whether he's made Dan's life 10 times easier with that yellow over the centre pocket as well. Can you play the red off it? That will remain to be seen. Perhaps by us now, or perhaps by any audience members watching. As we have a slight break in play on the main arena table. Both players have wandered out for a break.
Great shot there from Dan.
Wasn't it just? Superb development shot.
Well, Dan, I don't know which table to watch.
No, my eyes are just flicking between the two. And it's, maybe we should just stream all the games like this.
Yeah, great shot from Dan Davey to get that bad ball out.
Yeah, he's eyeing up the red near the balk line there, but I imagine he wants to leave that till last, looking at the position of the black ball.
Looks like the two reds there, maybe a plant at the bottom of the table.
Yep.
He's just looking at, that's the plant he's going to be looking at. As you can see, the black ball tied to the bottom rail. So, we'll keep you posted as always.
Back to the action here. Corey Reese looking for his first successful break of the match with his 4th attempt. Well, this time he does find a ball. But again, it's just not a great split. Last few balls rolling, surrounding the black as well, which doesn't help anyone. That black gets kicked into position, and then the two reds come in almost like bodyguards. Surround it. So, well, opting for the thin cut on the yellow by the looks of things. Possibly with his first shot, looking to just open things up. The danger with going yellows is the yellow closest to the bottom right corner. That's a terrific shot, really.
It's completely opened this game up.
Yeah. The only problem left to solve is the 8 ball, and he's looking there as if he's thinking about playing the yellow closest to it, just thinning it off the red to open up the pocket. Slightly dangerous shot that, because if you catch it too thick you miss it, and if you don't catch it enough you don't move the red. So
yeah, I think he's playing this into the corner, and I think he'll be trying it. I think it's worth a go.
Yeah, well, the nice thing about playing it now is he's pretty much guaranteed position next up, and if it does go wrong, he's still got time to get it right.
Yeah, and all he's got to do is stop that cue ball, because he has a yellow to middle.
Yep,
if it's successful.
Just a dead-on stun shot here. You've got to be a little bit careful it doesn't just rock up against the 8 ball. You do see a ball occasionally just literally stick together.
This needs to be thin. Thin it is.
Thin it is, and it's just far enough away from the 8 ball.
Well, he broke, made his first ball in this match from a break. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't give him I didn't think it was possible to clear.
No, it's a terrific opening shot, wasn't it? That was the winning shot, really.
I didn't
in this
think
frame.
he had a hope from where he was.
He worked it out well. He saw that if he cut that yellow into the middle, the 8-ball was flying over towards the other problem. You could argue there was a bit of luck involved, but I think it was well deserved. And the one problem it did leave him with, well, he solved that beautifully. That's just underhit that a fraction. He's going to leave some distance now on the 8-ball. I think he's got a full pocket. If not, it's most of a pocket.
Yeah, I think he's got full pocket there, certainly. He's got enough, hasn't he?
Yeah.
As you were saying.
Easy as you like. Corey Rees gets his first frame on the board for 4 frames. He still trails, but just by 1. And both players, having failed from the break in the first 5 frames of the match, have followed that with a break dish. So you have to say, if one of these two is going to get to the semi and potentially the final, they are going to have to learn to break on this table. So it's probably a good idea that they start now. Back to the ladies' semi-finals. Megan Proctor and Beck Sweeney on the left there. Ashley O'Neill and Yvonne Ewing on the right. Both those games looking a bit tight at the moment, 2-1 and 2-all respectively. Yvonne Ewing, the only one of the 4 that does have a IPA Tour title to her name. In Bradford, I think 2018, 19, something like that. As Dean Shields found his mojo from the break, starting to look that way. But it's come out a bit awkward. Did you see enough of the one of the yellow to the left centre to start him off? Because if he can, it's a good chance. Looks like a plant, red onto yellow.
Yeah, and this yellow goes, doesn't it? Touching the red, I think.
Yeah, he doesn't. I mean, he doesn't actually need to move anything now. He could play sort of second from the left of the 4 yellows together. Just drop that in and drop onto the one below it. Okay. He's going to play the one up the rail neck. I think the bottom of those 2 yellows together from this camera angle will go down to the bottom left pocket from this camera angle. Don't think he needs to move it, but he might be doing it.
I think he has
anyway.
to now. I don't think he needed to, though. I'm with you.
Yeah,
that previous shot that you called, I thought he could have done that.
Yeah, just drop it
in and then play the ball across here. And now he has moved it, but he's put it in a worse position than it was.
Yeah,
if anything.
He's in quite a lot of trouble here. He's going to really struggle to get out from here now. Because the one in the middle of the table doesn't go up to the top right. So his only pot on is the one he's closest to, and I don't see how he can really affect the state of the frame from that. It might almost be an idea just to shut up shop here and cover that pocket.
I think he may elect to try and get himself back onto, well, there you see. I mean, I thought he might try and get on the ball that was touching red there. But he's got a big problem with that yellow hampered at the left of the screen. So this must be fine.
Well, second prize in covering the pocket, but Corey's got options with that. He's got quite a nice angle now to play the skill shot. Red to right centre and just drop down into that yellow. If he doesn't come out on another red, he'd have options for safety.
Yeah, I think that, yeah.
He's looking to see if that red goes and where it goes from. It's tight being so close to that yellow. If he takes this one down the rail, he can't afford to miss because he'll be leaving Dean perfect chance to get his bad yellow out with the one over the pocket. Shot.
So he still needs to work out what he's going to do with the red closest to him now.
Well, is he going to try and get on it now? He's got this thing cut to the middle, and it looks like a pretty natural angle to be coming back down the table towards that corner pocket. So if he judges the pace right here, this could be the frame winner.
Yeah. He can land on either of these two balls, to be honest.
This is a bit soft.
It's okay if he just holds up there, look.
Yeah.
Just past, I think. Just a little less.
I thought he might have played that a bit harder and come down for it at that attempt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't really sit and question Corey Reese's shot selection, but
he may well have an angle anyway here. Maybe okay.
Just a punch, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, he has. Would have ideally liked to be nowhere near that cushion.
Can he avoid the yellow now with the cue ball? If that double kisses and leaves him hampered.
Yeah, I think if it double kiss, he's not going to get a double kiss. I don't think he can hit it full.
No.
So I think even if he does catch the yellow, he's going to move away from it. But
he might end up right on the rail.
Yeah, and he don't want to be right on the rail. That'll do him.
Yeah. Nicely played with a bit more pace than you'd probably like, just to throw the cue ball a bit wider. Avoid that full ball kiss on the yellow.
So you can go two cushions here, bottom, side, and just spin out past the black, which he does. So that's a good finish.
Well, from 2-0 up to 4-2 down, and back to 4-all again. The first 8 frames essentially counting for nothing. As Corey Reese levels us up. Camera has been swiftly turned to point at Hibbert and Marsh and Davey and Fall. And look at that 6-all, first to 8. Dan Davey at the table with a good looking chance for 7-6. And he looks like he's underhit that by about a foot. That surely doesn't go up to the top right, does it?
It wouldn't appear so, no. Is he going to be forced to cut this into the middle and run into the black?
Well, I mean, it might be a skill shot if he does.
Well,
See what he does.
That's what he's going to do.
Going to stay with this shot. No, he's missed it, and he's got the black.
Oh.
Well, Dan Davey, from looking like he was going to go 7-6 up, he goes 7-6 down. What a body blow that will be to the Englishman. Corey Reese, really good strike of the pack this time, and it's worked out well for him.
Yeah, and this is a great layout for him after this break. Look at these yellows. So, calls an extension. He's taking his time. But there are no clusters here on yellows. No traffic.
Just doesn't want to wedge the cue ball if he takes this thin yellow on. But he should be okay, because he's got the one over the top corner pocket as insurance.
You can just float this, yeah. So, he'll be going long.
He really does need, he needs one very good positional shot now to get himself back in full control, if you like. I think where the 8 balls ended up has just made things a slightly, slightly more awkward in that half of the table.
Oh, that's okay.
Yep.
And you see there, the ball lowest, the yellow ball lowest down on the table. So left, as we're looking at the screen now, we could do with that out of the way. That would open up the yellow next to the black. Just needs to nudge that. That's okay.
Yeah, that yellow's just held up. If he nudged that a fraction harder, he would have made a real problem there.
So, in taking this ball, the one I just mentioned, frees up the yellow that's next to the black. That's just overrunning. And not as intended.
No, this next shot is fraught with danger, whichever way he goes.
So, as he's trying to screw this into the corner, screw across, target one of those reds.
If he doesn't quite get into it though, he might catch the yellow. If he catches the yellow, I don't see it ending well.
He wants to catch the higher of the two reds here, if possible. Just like that.
Yeah, that's as good as he could have hoped for. Superb shot.
Left a nice angle on this yellow. And he'll be wanting to come back out somewhere near where he is now with that cue ball.
Yeah.
In that general area.
Almost wants to mirror the previous shot in some ways. Just one cushion. Little bit of left-hand side.
Yeah, and that'll do him. So, it's black for Corey to take the lead. We're looking at 5-4. It's there.
Isn't this a topsy-turvy encounter? Both players going on winning streaks at the moment. Corey starting us off with 2, then Dean with 4. Now Corey with a further 3. Dean Shields looks to the heavens. He starting to feel like he needs a chance to halt this train of Corey Reese victories. Both ladies semi-finals in full swing, both 3-2. Ashley O'Neill there, just as we cut to that table with a terrific shot. Looks like she's going to need another one. Like this is a plant. Hasn't quite worked out for her as Beck Sweeney gives up the table to Megan Proctor. There's, looks like there's plenty to go in that game yet too, because yellow and red goes to the corner pocket. Very awkward for both players. Frames in this match tick over into double figures. And Dean Shields breaks off for the 5th time. Makes a ball. Oh, he's left a very awkward cue ball. Does he have an opening shot?
Doesn't have an obvious one.
No, I mean, if he can get a red, then not too bad. But I don't think he can see the one over the little pocket.
Yeah. Got to feel a little bit unlucky there, haven't you?
Yeah, it's all just conspired against him there. That was a nice shot. He ran perilously close to not hitting a cushion after contact. He's just basically tied things up a little bit in the bottom half of the table. Good tip for any club players out there, I always think, is if you can't see anything, just make it awkward.
So, Corey calls his extension. And yeah, it's all about the first ball here, isn't it?
Yeah. Could make an argument for either colour set here as well.
Yeah, I just feel you want a ball.
Yeah.
Is he going to cut the red in?
Oh, disaster. I mean, great pot, to be honest, but...
he was unlucky to go in off there. It was a good cut.
He was. I mean, he didn't have a huge amount of control over the cue ball, and he was trusting to luck a little bit. And Lady Luck has let him down. Yeah, that is harsh. That is brutal. Dean with a free shot and an open table still. What can he do to take advantage of the situation? I think if you move the yellow below the black, sorry, the red below the black and the yellow on the side cushion, probably going to open up both colour sets here.
He didn't want to cover that red up.
No, he might have a crumb of comfort in that. I think he might have left it as a plant. But he might have to play it as a 3-ball plant because I don't think he can see it directly now.
And these two reds that are near each other at the other end of the table, are they a plant?
Again, oh, Dean. Oh, he slammed his fist into the table. Plenty of people up and down the country who I'm sure can relate to that feeling. And there's probably quite a few with broken knuckles. I bet there's a few pool players who've had to go to the hospital and come out with a plaster cast from frustrations like that. I did once see someone break their toe from kicking the bottom of a table after they missed a shot. You ever lost your cool that badly, Andy?
Never, no. Never.
Never?
Never. Promise.
I shouldn't tell you this, viewers, but he just winked at me as he said that.
No. Never punched the table. In frustration, I promise you that. Well, these reds.
That's just getting worse. I mean, Dean's digging himself a hole. To be honest, he played a bad development shot when he had an open table. And then he played a worse shot afterwards, I think. not been his finest hour so far. But he's still got quite a lot of control in the frame. He doesn't need to be going for these. And I think that was a good ball to miss.
Yeah, I think he's better off with that where it is.
You can see the frustration starting to... I mean, we've seen it creeping. It's not even creeping in now, is it? It's barrelling in. Dean is not happy out there.
So you can take yellow here off the bottom cushion. And he's just going to try and... Well, he attempted there, I would think, to just kick in front of that red. Now, look at this. This is a chance.
He's given Dean a lifeline here because Dean can play the red off the yellow, pot it in the corner. And I think in terms of getting the other red out, he's just got to hit it hard and hope that something happens.
Yeah. He's not guaranteed to move the yellow that's behind the other red, but it's worth a go.
Yep. Well,
well, I thought he'd have hit that harder there, but...
I mean, I get it.
Not taking any risks.
I understand it. Just from the way he's played this frame, I wasn't expecting it.
A little bit of cat and mouse here.
And we have another semi-finalist. The winner of this game will go up against JJ Fall. Terrific tournament so far for the Pretoria Potter. Yeah, he will face off against either Dean or Corey in the second semi-final.
So, does he decide to have a go at this red?
It's a little thin, isn't it? Just a bit thin. He might have to pinch the pocket a little bit. He's going.
And that's why he was cautious on the previous.
Yeah, but I mean, the previous shot, he was definitely moving the yellow. It was.
Yeah, he didn't like it, did he? When I thought he might have attacked before, he played the safe. I think he had a better opportunity, to be honest with you, the first time.
Yeah, I agree.
You could just see there was no guarantee, was there, that he was going to bring anything away from that other red.
That red is so safe now as well. I mean, you've got to finish absolutely perfect on the one over the centre pocket.
Well, I thought maybe he'd have gone up table there.
Yeah.
And then he could have played the ball into the middle and tried to run into the ball lower.
He might.
Can he
might
screw
have
back?
An angle. I think he could screw into the yellow. This is such a tough shot, but if he screws this straight back, I think he comes off the right-hand side of the yellow, and it runs into the red. Just whether he can get enough on it. Oh, great effort. But it's not there. I didn't think he had the angle to get quite that straight back, to be honest.
It did look like he was pulling out, didn't it?
Yeah.
He does look frustrated. He already punched the table. But it's been a long weekend.
It's been a long week for Dean. Played in the Nations Cup in Bridlington before they arrived here. And was the runner-up in the individual competition there, and was part of the winning team in the team championship. So he's played a lot of pool this week. He's been solidly on the table since about Tuesday, I think. I imagine you feel like you've been solidly in the commentary box since about Tuesday, don't you?
I do. Fixtures and fittings. So, latest score. Gareth Hibbert in the lead. He leads by 5 frames to 3 against Craig Marsh in the semi-final. Can it be 2 finals on the bounce for Gareth Hibbert?
Yeah, that's not a feat that's been achieved very often, I tell you. Or he come just too far to drop that in the middle. I mean, he definitely can, but does he want to now?
Yeah, I think he still plays this in the middle.
He might have to. He's just missable.
Just needs to concentrate 100%, drop this ball in. There you go. So it should be just able to float out, screw off the first of these yellows, I would think. He may elect to play the other one though first and run back out across. No, he did as I said. As I first said. Floats out to side cushion. Just screws this back now. And I do feel that was a frame that got away from Dean Shields somewhat.
Yeah, big time. That was the chance to stop the rot for Dean Shields. And it's a chance that he put down. 4 frames on the trot for Dean, followed by 4 frames in return. Corey Rees, he re-establishes the 2-frame lead. He once held the 2nd frame of the match. Dean left there to ponder the meaning of life, the universe and everything by the looks of things. Just needs to bring his fist up to his chin and
lost in thought.
Get the full statue. Yeah, the ladies' semi-finals. Sweeney there, trailing by 2 frames. These are races to 6, so that's a frame she really needs to win. Doesn't want to let her opponent get to 5 while she's only at 2. As her other half breaks off this quarter-final. Oh, that red came off the far jaw of the opposite centre pocket and made its way completely unobstructed across the table. There it goes. How did it find a way through there? If that was the cue ball, someone would be absolutely screwing, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
They would have lost it. Dean Shields might have lost it.
So, first sight, look at these yellows. Far from easy. But that yellow does go to middle.
Yeah, they're almost better than they look at first glance, aren't they? When you start to look, you can see a pattern that you could work your way round. There's some traffic and there's certainly some more manoeuvring to do with the cue ball than you'd possibly like, but it's definitely there. Gareth Hibbert marching on there, 6-3 now.
So, chosen yellows. Yellow into the corner. And this ball is available into the middle pocket, but now it's not quite the right angle. He would have loved to have been able to just run through straight. And it looks as if he's going to be running into this red as well here.
Yeah, doesn't want to push that onto the yellow.
Yeah, he just wasn't where he wanted to be there. He was the wrong side of that yellow. If it had been straight or slightly the other side, it'd have just been a case of dropping it in, running through an inch or two. Couple of rolls. And there he attempted to force through the red. And as a result, it's a miss.
Hasn't left Dean Shields the nicest of tables, though. Red on the side rail. Doesn't go past the yellow. He's in a decent position for a double. But getting position from it onto something else, that's not ideal. Especially as he'd have to move the red that I suspect he's going to play into the left centre pocket before he could play the double.
Well, this ball that's on the black spot effectively, potentially he could remove that bad ball with this.
Yep. Needs to get some good action on the cue ball. Oh, it's not come out far enough. He's caught it just too thin.
So it looks like at some point, I think the double's going to be the option for him. He's going to have to take this into middle, go down table, and then he needs to negotiate his way back up to somewhere where he is now.
Yeah.
For that double, probably is his last ball.
Yeah, I think, well...
If not, is he playing safe? What's he doing?
Does he think the double goes past the red?
Wait, it's very close.
Does it? Oh!
Very close. Didn't look on, did it?
He had half a pocket, didn't he?
Yeah.
And I think it was probably the right choice. I think getting
certainly
back,
so close. Yeah.
Yeah, getting back to where he was.
It didn't look possible from where we were.
No. Just felt like the game started to turn against Dean Shields when he missed in the 8th frame at 4-all. Ever since then, any time he has had a look at the table, it's not been a particularly nice one.
So he can take this, come back to the cushion. Again, it's just not quite where he wants to be. Would have loved to have been straight on this yellow on the balk line. So he's going to cut this into the corner, but the white ball's travelling here. Wants to go well, I thought he may attempt to go behind the black there, but that'll do him. Does he just stun to the side of this red, or does he run? Well, he's run through. There you go.
Yep, just needs to...
Top through there, you see.
Yeah.
Maybe a foot.
I don't want to tempt fate here, but the one thing he can't have here is a kick.
Yeah, well, we don't see too many kicks, do we? But
no, we haven't seen many. But just when you're topping a ball through like this,
that's when you do tend to get them.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. An 8 ball that needs plenty of respect. But this, for a 7-4 lead, you will go one away from victory as long as this drops in the corner pocket. It's there, no drama at all, and Corey Rees is one away, 5 frames on the trot now. From trailing by 4 frames to 2, he leads by 7 frames to 4. has practically frozen out Dean Shields. There in the first semi-final is Gareth Hibbert breaking off, leading 6-4. But at the most inopportune moment comes a dry break. And a decent looking chance for Craig on reds, just the black to contend with really.
Yeah, red's looking good.
We seem to have had a set malfunction. Oh. Well, look at that, it's back. Excellent. Well, we like to show you the good and the bad, both on and off the table.
Well, one of his better breaks was that.
Yeah, at the perfect moment, really, right when he needs it. Dean Shields gives himself a chance. Corey, of course, with almost the comeback of the century in the previous game against Matt Staper.
Not quite as intended. Once again, just starting to struggle a little bit, isn't he?
Yeah.
And it really could be fatigue, you know. It's been a long old run. If he's been playing since Tuesday.
Yeah.
And he's been doing well, he's been winning, so he's been on the table a long time.
Oh, this is a good recovery.
Great shot.
That is a very, very good recovery.
So the red is nearest the black spot, I suppose we would say, near the two yellows there. Could he screw back into it if he felt like it? Just draw back, nudge it out.
Possibly.
It's one option.
He could also leave it to the right centre, so he could play this one to the middle.
Yeah, I
then
didn't
the one
realise it
the
went to
bottom
centre.
right.
If it goes to centre, it's the right shot.
I'm thinking the centre he's playing into now. So if he plays this and then stunned across towards the black. But I think he's left it a bit straight.
He has.
I think that might have been the plan.
Well, it still can be, as long as he's got some angle on this ball here, which it looks like he has. Takes this into the corner, stuns through the two yellows. That's what he's going to do, I believe. He has done. Yeah, he had plenty of angle, didn't he?
Yeah.
And then he can, as you alluded to, he can take this yellow, or the red, should I say, that I was talking about, into the middle.
He's got perhaps a bit too much angle here. He might have to try and sort of get into the black, but if he slides past it, he could be in trouble. This is not easy.
I think he's okay, you know. He's just okay. Just okay.
Yeah, it was just, but he had to really get into that cue ball.
Yeah, he had to get it to bite. And this was one of his better breaks. And a good layout. And that's what's required when your opponent's on the hill. So, stays in this match. It's black for a 7-5 deficit. It's there.
Good finish under pressure, that from Dean Shields. Still two behind and relying on a bit of luck. The break dish from Dean Shields just about keeps him in the match. Corey fidgeting away to himself as usual. keeping an eye there on table 4, where Beck is playing. Both the ladies' semi-finals currently at 4-3. Megan Proctor leading Beck Sweeney. Ashley O'Neill leading Yvonne Ewing by the same scoreline.
Frame 13. Corey Reese to break. Leading 7 frames to 5. Time running.
So, Corey to break on the hill. Lead 7-5. And he would dearly love a ball from this break.
But his wishes have not been answered. And this is a brilliant looking layout.
Yeah, didn't catch them well, did he there, I don't think. Didn't seem to time them as well as he has been doing.
No, but these reds, you would expect Dean Shields to clear these. There's not really anything in the way of anything else. Like that shot.
Yeah, great shot.
Yeah.
So, looks like he's going to be clearing these two reds, the lower end of the table. In fact, it looks like he may leave this red possibly as his last ball if he chooses.
Yeah, I think he had the choice to either leave that one or the one in the middle of the table as his last ball. Either way was good. That's a helpful little flick off that yellow as well, because really this is 3 straight shots and then a screw back for the black. Rory Reese led by 7 frames to 4 until Dean won that previous frame. Gareth Hibbert does the same. He's 1 away against Craig Marsh in the first semi-final.
Well, if Dean can make this clearance, he'll be just the 1 behind.
A little surprised he's taken that red now. I thought that would have been his second last ball.
Well,
there's a tens of ways that he can still get these, but
as long as he leaves an angle here, and that's perfect.
yeah.
So, like to go back down table off this red if you can. You can't really see anything going wrong here, can you?
It's difficult to.
You just need to screw back, straight line.
Yep, just slightly awkward queuing.
Yeah, there's loads of margin for error though.
Well, he used most of it.
He did. He did.
Yeah, he's just about within the margin, but there wasn't far off. 7-6 though, and Dean to break next. It could be a deciding frame before Corey Reese gets back to the table.
Yeah, and he does look tired, does Dean? I'm just seeing him saying to himself there, come on, come on. It's your concentration that starts to suffer.
Yeah, it's so difficult.
Not necessarily a physical exhaustion, but mentally very difficult to concentrate over a long period of time.
As the ladies open semi-finals. Megan Proctor and Beck Sweeney both just need 2 frames. Ashley O'Neill leading Yvonne Ewing by 4 frames to 3, but has left an opportunity there for her compatriot, perhaps. She can cut that yellow into the left centre. Could be a costly mistake. Dean Shields would like to avoid any costly mistakes from this break. Oh, no.
Dean.
Foul.
It's not the best split. That's the only thing that Dean Shields can hang on to now. He hasn't left a table where Corey Rees knows he's going to get these. There's a lot of working out to be done here.
Yeah, free shot here, but it's not easy to develop either colour set here.
No, it's almost one of those where you sort of play into an area and see what happens and then maybe reroute again. There's a potential route on either colour set, to be honest. They are sort of open.
I mean, he could develop the red on the side. I was going to play this. I think that's what I'd be looking at.
Yeah.
So develop this red.
He might have to play if he wants reds. He might have to play that as a plant now, yellow onto red, because he's almost developed it too well to the point where he now can't pot it straight.
Yeah. I like reds, even though there's a cluster there. You can sort of see where you'd be able to maybe use one ball to remove another.
That's not the best. That's not the best result. He's got one long pot on where he's bridging right over everything. That's gonna be a long. There's going to be a lot of cue poking out from his bridge on this one.
Does he try to hit the yellow here? Well, no.
I mean, that's a terrific pot. The way he was having to bridge there.
He made that look really easy.
Yeah.
It was far from it. Thought he may have elected to hit that yellow.
Now what does he do? Does he go into the black?
My only issue with that shot is the cue ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's from the middle. Yeah, he's got it. He's got to try.
What you were saying?
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a long one on. He can take the straightish red up to the top right. And he could run it through as well and then take the one over on the right-hand side to the bottom right. It's still there. It's getting tough. Is it going to make it?
So, has he got the right angle? Has he got any angle to be able to, oh, that's what I'm looking at there. Can he draw back to leave that red into the middle?
Yeah,
or either red in effect. So just pop it back.
Doesn't want to sit on the yellow. That's okay. He's got to be perfect on the next shot. He needs just enough angle. You can see where he's pointing his cue. That's where he wants the cue ball. So just enough angle to run the cue ball through to the opposite side of the table.
So he punches two rails with side.
I don't think it's there. He might just about be able to, but he's going to be leaving this very thin. I think he's just the wrong side.
Yeah. The only chance he has here maybe is that in running through, he catches the side of the yellow.
Yeah, that might be
and
helpful.
if that's the case, he may just kick himself back in line a little better. But it's not as easy to control.
He's screwing
He's screwing it.
Oh, what a shot that is.
Fantastic shot.
That is brilliant from Corey Rees.
So he is hampered by this yellow. That was a great shot. It's this black to corner for a place in the semi-final.
It's there. Fantastic stuff. from the Welshman, Corey Rees. Had a bit of a scare when Dean Shields started coming back at him. That in-off from the break was fatal in the end to the Welshman's chances. And he wins his quarter-final by 8 frames to 6. He will face JJ Fall, the Pretoria Potter, in the semi-final. In the other semi-final, which is already underway and has been for a while, Gareth Hibbert has just played an unbelievably careless shot. And he goes in off from a position where it looked like he was well in control of that frame. Now that may be going to a decider itself. We'll try and keep you posted. Well, that shot there should have won Craig Marsh the frame. Has covered the yellow on the left hand side of the table to the corner pocket, so probably have to play that to the centre now, so a little bit of jeopardy on that one. We will be staying with this match until its conclusion for now, as Craig Marsh knocks in the black to take us to a deciding frame. It's deciding frame city here, Andy.
It is.
They're
Another
all over the
7-7,
place.
another hill.
What a day of action we've had. I mean, it genuinely has been immense. Every match has been intriguing. You know, there's been not really any one-sided encounters or anyone having a particularly bad day, with, and I hate to say it, the possible exception of David Adenall, who missed countless chances to beat Matt Staper earlier.
So Gareth Hibbert with the break. Hill, race to 8, and this is for a place in the final, and this would be some feat for Gareth. This would be 2 finals in the same weekend.
Yeah, what a story that would be. Oh, look at those 2 yellows following each other in to the corner pocket, but what's he been left? Oh, not very much.
And how many times have we seen that cue ball come to rest on the bottom rail and leave a difficult layout like this, when you consider that it's crashing all over the place?
I mean, this is unbelievable, because almost anywhere else on the table, than, you know, anywhere outside of the balk area really, and Gareth's halfway to finishing these by now. Don't really know what he's got. I don't know if he can take the long yellow or...
But I was thinking that, but if he takes the long yellow, what does he follow it with?
Exactly. There's not a lot, is there?
He's got red to middle. How difficult's that?
And he may, I mean, he could cut the yellow he's closest to into that middle as well, but how difficult's that?
Yeah, and where's the cue ball going if he does?
Yeah.
So, can he cut this red back?
It looks tight. Just trying to sort of consider the vantage point we've got. I think that's further down table than it looks.
Yeah.
There's a plant on reds.
A long plant.
He's right behind it, but that red's on the rail. It's certainly no gimme. I just don't see what else. There's no nice option, is there? There's no safety.
Do you know something? That may be the shot. If you're going to attack. So. But my first thought was middle. Yeah. Red to middle, this shot. It just seemed to shout to me.
Oh,
I'll tell you what, it's a fantastic shot, that is.
That is a terrific shot.
Yeah.
With all the pressure of a final frame decider. And you hit a beautiful break like that and you come to a table. That is wonderful.
And he just rolled that in as if he was down his local pub. But it was the shot that sort of jumped out to me when I first looked at the table. Glad I wasn't playing it.
Yeah. The Godfather there. Mr. 249, heard him called that. Have you heard that one?
Back-to-back 147s.
Back-to-back 147s.
Unbelievable.
Well, he did. I was told he was called the Godfather because locally he's actually known as God, but he felt it might be a bit over the top. Well, is he going to have to take on a plant now?
No, I think he's played for the... He can't be... Is he taking his plant now? Maybe it's easier than it looks from here, but...
It does look tough.
I suppose, really. Yeah. It's the shot, isn't it?
I think it might be, yeah.
I think it has to be, from where he is. So he won't be hitting this hard. He'll just be dropping this in.
That's there. That's a tremendous shot. What an effort this has been. I mean, how much hope do you think Craig Marsh had when he saw that the layout that Gareth had left for himself? He must have had a sniff. He must have thought he was going to get a sniff.
Well, he certainly knew that that was the game ball, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
If somebody made the first ball, then the layout was there.
Well,
but that first red was worthy of any match win for me under pressure.
Yeah, and to follow it up with that plant as well. This has been brilliant stuff from Gareth Hibbert. And he wins by 8 frames to 7. A final frame decider for the Godfather. What a brilliant, brilliant match I'm sure that was. We saw bits and pieces of it. It certainly looked like a high standard. And Gareth will be joining either JJ Fall or Corey Rees in the Open final later on. Yeah, commiserations to Craig Marsh because he played his part in a fantastic match, obviously, on the stream. The game before this one against Clint Jansen, ending his run of 15 solid victories on the IPA. Gareth Hibbert, a story on its own. 2 finals in 1 weekend. And Corey Rees had to pop out of the arena, but Gareth Hibbert's just finished his match, so we're going to have a word with him instead. Gareth Hibbert joins Kev in the studio.
Was that shown, was it, at the end of that?
Well, thanks a lot, guys, and I'm here with Gareth after yet more drama. It's approaching 9 o'clock, guys. We should be tucked up in bed by now.
Feels
It's
like midnight.
work tomorrow, but you're still doing what you do best, and what a pressure clearance that we were able to see there in that last frame, because you were left nothing after the break.
It was the story of the match a little bit, Kev, to be honest. I had 2 or 3 like that, and then a couple of dry ones, and I only really made a mistake at 7-6 up. I went in off when I had complete control of the frame, and he was breaking well and taking chances, and yeah, just horrible first shot. That didn't like it at all. And people were chatting in the corner. I had to shut them up.
Was there any thought of going for yellows? The trickier yellow into the right centre, because the lay of the yellows was better than the reds.
Yeah, I couldn't quite get through to it, to be honest.
Right.
So the red was the only choice, and the yellows were nice. If I missed a red, he was going to clear those yellows all day long. So
yeah. Always a great game. You and Craig.
We've had plenty here, yeah, all the time. It usually goes to a decider as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nom's more famous than the world champs.
Yeah. That went my way as well, luckily enough. I think that was from the break as well. Sorry, Craig.
He's probably getting fed up with you, to be honest. But yeah, great character, Craig. And you're down to the nitty gritty, right to the chance of the silverware. What would it mean to you to be taking home that title? In this field, in this event, and everything else.
That'd be awesome. Yeah, I really struggled this morning, to be honest, my first 2 or 3 rounds, and the draw sort of opened up for me. The guys will admit they didn't play well against me, and I just got away with 2 or 3. And so then last 2 or 3 matches I've started playing a bit better, and that was, like I say, there's only really one mistake there, I think. So
And how have you kept your energy levels up? Because it's been, never mind a long day, a long weekend. You were in the final last night. I mean, that must have been quite, mentally draining as well to obviously come out on the wrong side.
Yeah.
But here you are again in the final of the second event. I mean, how do you do it?
I did
What's your
struggle
secret?
this morning, as I say. If I think I'd been someone playing better than one of my early rounds this morning, I'd have been way home by now. But I got away with a couple this morning and gradually got a bit of energy back. So yeah, last night was a long day and a long night, so yeah, I did feel a bit tired all day.
And thoughts on the event overall? I mean, we've said the atmosphere has just been one of the most electric events that I think we've ever done. I mean, has that felt the same as a player?
Oh, definitely, Kev. Yeah, there's a buzz in the room. There's always lots of people around and a lot of chit chat, and it's just a great place to come. Nice hotel. Yeah, you can't knock it. I'm looking forward to the Worlds here next year.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that should be quite a good event, Gaz. So yeah, I think so. You've got a bit of time now. So the other semi-finals just about to go on in the next few minutes. Corey and JJ. I mean, whoever you play in the final, it's just going to be,
I've been the first one through in about the last 4 rounds. I don't know. Us oldies are supposed to be the slow ones. I've been the first one through and waiting all the time. So yeah, it's going to be a good hour, probably hour and a half maybe, but. They're both class players. I think Corey won a match from 7-1 down, so he might feel that his name's on the trophy, but hopefully I can stop that if I do play him.
Yeah, if Matt Staper's listening, sorry, we had to mention that we won't mention it again. And JJ having another great run.
Yeah, I just played next to him there and he was taking out some good finishes, so he's always dangerous.
Right, Gaz, well, we'll let you go. Have a little powder your nose for an hour or so, and we'll see you back for the final.
Cheers,
so well done.
See you later.
Gareth Hibbert, just doing Gareth Hibbert stuff. Mark Pickworth, and great to see him in another final.
2 finals in a row, magnificent. As we've already announced him. He's made of granite, that lad. He really, that lad. And what an amazing achievement! I mean, in his first tour back, he hasn't made a tour final for a couple of years now, but to make 2 in a row, and here he is, got another chance at trying to pick up a trophy. I mean, whoever he plays. Out of these next 2 players, JJ Fall, Corey Reese, it's still going to be a tough match for him.
And Gareth's quite a modest kind of guy, but I don't want to bring the age thing up, but it just shows that if you're good enough, age doesn't matter. If you're good enough, whatever the circumstances, you're still capable of winning titles.
Yeah, and you see that in snooker as well, don't you? There's still like the older generation that are winning titles, and Gareth is exactly the same. He's probably a little bit older than some of the snooker players, etc. But he's an exceptional talent. He loves snooker himself, but here he is in another final. He'd love to pick up this one. And to be honest, the way that he's played this weekend, he probably deserves it.
And a good run for Craig. Good to see him back at the business end of tournaments, and hopefully that sets him up well for the good 2023 season.
Yeah, I mean he's played really well today, and you just look at him when it was going to take something special to beat Clint this weekend. The way that he's been focused, the way that he's been playing, won 15 matches on the bounce this year. And then, like I said, something special. Craig Marsh did that, beat Clint Ironson 8 frames to 6, and it was the loss of the lag against Gareth Hibbert, because Gareth Hibbert broke and cleared in that deciding frame, which we saw on the stream.
Yeah, absolutely, and got the just rewards for that really tricky first red into the right centre.
Yeah, it was a fantastic. I've never seen Gareth Hibbert take so long over a shot, because normally he's absolutely electric, isn't he? And but it was such an important shot. You just know how much it means to him, even the amount of matches and the amount of semi-finals he's played throughout his career. He still took his time making sure that was the right shot to play, and it was in the heart of the pocket. Let's be honest.
Yeah, brilliant shot, and he will be in the final coming up after our second semi-final. The players are ready. Referee Brian Moss, he's just fist pumping the players. They're ready to get the action underway. So let's get over to the combox. It's Andy and Dan.
Cheers, Kev. Corey Reese and JJ Fall. JJ Fall in his second IPA semi-final that I'm aware of. The first being the World Championship semi-final back in 2022. Corey fast becoming one of the players to beat on the IPA and showing all of his mettle to get through to this stage. After the last couple of rounds, a terrific performance against Dean Shields, following up from that magnificent comeback from 7-1 down against Matt Staper. Brian Moss, the man in the middle for this semi-final. It is a race to 8 once again. It's the man from South Africa to get us started. Pushing that cue right through the pack and getting a very nice split. Now, touching the 8 ball. That might slightly limit his options. I think he'd be looking at the yellow below the balk line there. If he can see enough of that, and if it passes the red, he may still look at that one. Perhaps that doesn't go. Perhaps he's just chosen a different route. Who knows? Looks like he's left himself a tricky shot either way here. Is he going to drop the one closest to the middle pocket in, or take the long yellow on? Long yellow it is. Nicely done. Leaves options. Got 2 options really, either a very similar shot to the previous, or the middle one this time. And he's missed. Wow, what an unbelievable miss that was. It looks like he was in complete control, and JJ has given up the table to Corey Rees. Terrific shot there from Corey. Does he have the angle to just run into the 2 yellows near the centre pocket and leave himself nicely on the one down the rail? Tricky shot, bit of a touchy one. That looks very good. Bonus is he can get to the bottom of the cue ball. Does give him more options to get out into open play, but the last couple of balls of this finish are going to be very difficult because I don't think he can get onto either of the ones down the rail from here. So getting from one to the other is going to be extremely difficult. Now the option. Just stun onto the bottom rail. Or does he try to move the red? It's a risk in moving it, but there's a chance he'll have a better angle to get across to the side rail. Nope. No risks taken there. And we have a result, top left of your screen. Megan Proctor is through to the Ladies Open Final. She will take on either Ashley O'Neill or Yvonne Ewing. They're in a final frame decider. Corey's going to take the double on here. Big shot. Superb shot, but, and it's a big one. He's left himself horribly straight. having a look now to see if he can play the black up to the top left. Certainly doesn't have a full pocket. Might have to go cushion first and off the yellow. Here we go, big shot here. Got to hit the cushion, probably 8 to 10 inches down from the pocket. Catch the yellow anywhere between quarter and a half ball, and it should find its way in. Oh, he's played that all wrong. He's got that completely wrong, has Corey Rees. JJ Fall comes back to the table. A chance that at one stage I suspect he didn't think he'd get. His first shot has gone at least a little bit wrong. If he can still see the enough of the yellow down to the bottom right, he's okay. If he can't, it's pretty disastrous actually. You can see it. But JJ's going to have a similar problem to Corey in that getting between the last few balls is tricky. This is a horrible cut down the rail. And he's going to be faced with another one. Super shot. This one arguably the more difficult of the two. Looks like it's welded to that bottom cushion. Running out of time, down to 5 seconds. Missed it. That's quite a long way away. And the positional shot wasn't great either. So, a slight rush of blood to the head perhaps there for JJ. Corey with a thin little clip on the black key. It's easy to catch these thick. Needs to be careful. If you play it plain ball, it brings the bottom left corner into play as well for the cue ball. So bit of side to pull it away, and Corey Rees takes a 1 frame lead. And, we're going to have a little change up in the commentary box. Andy Richardson will still be with you. He's back. And Kev Barton's going to join him in a minute. So I'll just go and find him for you. And yeah, I'll be back shortly.
Frame 2. Corey Rees to break. Leading 1 frame to 0.
So,
Time running.
Corey Rees taking the opening frame of this match. And it's his break. Race to 8. And it's a good break. There you see. Hit them well. And made a ball, so he stays at the table. There you see.
Extension, please.
Got a few obstacles. There's a red at top of table, hampered by the yellow. So left corner as we look. There's a red that's covered by a yellow at this bottom end. Similarly, the yellow obviously blocked by the red. Yellow on a cushion, so no clear favourite colour here at the moment. We'll need some developing. He's decided it's yellows he wants. Obviously, not quite landed where he wanted to be. So, didn't fancy attacking from there. Just moves his yellow off the cushion towards the middle pocket. JJ, similarly, didn't fancy the attacking option, so he sent the red over. And I'm joined in the commentary box by Kevin Barton once again.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Andy. I just had to remember where the combox was.
I don't think I'll forget in a hurry.
I can't believe you brought your bread down here, Andy. I mean, that's.
I've already said I'm moving in. My new postal address, care of Comms Box.
Absolutely, make sure you get your council tax bill redirected. But yeah, what a weekend it's been, and we hope you've all enjoyed the coverage that the guys from iViz Media have been bringing you here on Channel 4 Sport. It's been an absolute pleasure, and as we get to the end of the tournament, it's still all to play for this final. Well, it's not the final event. We've still 2 trophies to finalise. The Open in both the ladies and the men's. So still a lot of serious pool to play. And Corey Rees, let's talk about Corey Rees. 7-1 down against Matt Staper. And again, I apologise to Matt if he's tuning in. We've all been there. We've all. Oh crikey, what's JJ done there? But yeah, Corey Rees 7-1 down and came back to win 8-7. I mean, we have seen some big comebacks, but that is up there with one of the very best.
Absolutely, and I was in commentary for that match with Dan Fairway, and we could see that he was 7-1 down, and Dan turned to me and said, "Do you know something? I've seen him come back from things like this before." He said he hates losing. And as we kept looking, that scoreline just kept changing. What an incredible win. 7-1 down to an 8-7.
Yeah. Do you think he feels that his name is on the trophy after that? You've got to do, well, surely.
I did say you must feel absolutely fantastic when you survive a match like that.
Yeah. Yeah. And I just wonder, for JJ, we often see, he's had a great run. He's in the semi-finals. Is it one match too far?
Yeah, well, listen, he'll be trying, we know that. But yeah, it's a fantastic achievement to get to the semi-finals.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know what happened there, do we? He fouled, obviously missed the ball, but he fouled at the same time, so... Fantastic player.
Yeah, certainly is. Just once he gets a frame on the board, you might just relax a little bit, because obviously he's not played many games in the Stream Arena, and just play a little bit different to the outer tables.
Yeah, it does. It's quicker, and the cushions tend to play off at a different angle. So it does take some getting used to.
Sure, he's absolutely nailed that positional shot. Can he screw back and avoid those two reds? He just could. He just had enough there. Yeah, it's going to be a very, very tough ask for JJ. But if he can just make one last final assault in this match, get in the match, and before it's run away from him. Because I guess, Andy, at this time of night, you know, the guys have been playing for 3 days. Everyone's tired, physically and mentally. And, you know, if he gets behind, you know, 3, 4, 5-0, you can just see the shoulders dropping and, you know.
It's often the case.
Start thinking of the trip home.
Often the case. But he's a very experienced player. It's JJ Fall. He'll have had to dig deep many, many times in his pool career. And at the beginning of that clearance that he attempted there, he had a couple of good shots.
Yep, it's only 2-0. It's only 2-0, and still all to play for in this race to 8 for a place in the final against the Godfather, Gareth Hibbert, who defies time and logic. 85 years old, Gareth Hibbert, and in 2 finals at the weekend. And there you have it, breaking news. The other ladies' semi-final, Yvonne Ewing just getting the better of her opponent. She will take a place in the final against, I think it was Megan Proctor who got through in the other semi. Well done, Yvonne. And they'll be playing the final on one of the show table, the outer show table, in the next few minutes. So we'll keep you updated with developments there.
So, back at this table. There's an opportunity here for Reds, I feel. Well, he's electing to go yellows. Certainly an argument for Reds, but, well, he has gone Reds. I thought he was going for the yellow there for a second. Yeah.
It's been a long few days, Andy. Yeah.
Can't go stir crazy.
They're all looking the same at the moment.
Yeah, I thought, is he cutting this in the middle? So, yeah.
It's a good chance this for JJ. He can just keep his focus. He does the clearances that have been getting him to this stage. Just try and tick them off one by one, get that frame on the board, and then he'll feel a whole lot better. Because even the most experienced players, Andy, they need that first frame.
Always very important, the first frame. Yeah, you need a score on the board, don't you? Get your confidence up. He's looking good here. Just needs to keep it steady away, measured.
There's a couple of ways he could play this. He could take the one into the right centre or the one in the left centre.
Yeah, I was looking left centre then, so he's gone right. But yeah, there are a couple of ways, obviously.
Ooh, now that is not ideal. That is not ideal.
Yeah, I was going to go left centre.
I think he, when he puts this one into the bottom left-hand corner, I think he's going to need that to use the red on the right cushion as a stopper. He's taking the one down the rail. He's going for the jugular.
Oh dear, again. Not as intended.
He didn't pot it clean, did he? He potted it thick, and I think that's why the white didn't have the energy just to get to the other side of that red. Took all the pace out of the cue ball, and now he's in a bit of trouble in this frame.
Yeah, when I first looked at the clearance there, I felt that might have been his last ball, his previous ball, but so tied his own red up and let Corey back to the table.
That was a good chance there for JJ.
And he had a chance in his previous frame, didn't he? Where he fouled. We don't know what he did. We don't know whether he bridged over something or caught something with his clothing, but it's been two good opportunities that he's had. He's going to have to start taking them if he's going to have any chance in this match.
So what can JJ produce? He spectacularly made a shot against Clint Ianson in the World Semi-Finals 2 years ago. It all looked lost in the deciding frame, I think it was, and he pulled out an absolute monster. That's a good containing shot there, good clever shot.
Yeah, I thought it was a clever shot, I like that. Takes control of that pocket, blocks the yellow, brings his red off the cushion, so he's put a little bit of pressure on here.
Yeah, and he can't just nudge that yellow out that's above the black and leave the white there, because that red doubles off this right-hand side cushion into the black pocket. So he's got to be mindful of what he leaves. That's a very, very clever shot from, as you say, Andy, a very experienced player who's played at the highest levels, and as an international as well for South Africa.
Yeah, a lot of people wouldn't have seen that shot. Clever.
And it's forced the error. It's forced the error.
So, can he get back down to this red near the black? Or does he feel that he maybe has to take it on first?
Yeah, I think I'm with you there, Andy. He's got to take this first.
Cushion, just catch the cushion first.
Just a little bit of left-hand side.
Not too much pace. Well,
oh, he's so unlucky.
He is unfortunate there. He played the right pace. If anything, he played it too well, didn't he?
Yep.
Just wanted to catch that bottom cushion a little earlier. Going off the black. Would he just nudge the black, left it near the pocket? As you can see, look where he is with the cue ball. He'd been perfect.
Corey, he's going to attack these, but he's going to have to play a combination shot. He's got to be really clear in his thinking how he's going to play this shot, because he doesn't want to hit this too hard and knock the black onto the red, then pop both balls. Just getting rid of some of those easy balls. Now it's all about this big shot coming up. He's left the perfect angle for this one into the right centre. Okay, good news, bad news.
The yellow's out, but the black's in no man's land.
So what we'll be thinking now is how he leaves his last yellow, so he can send the white over to that black and red. Try and pop the red at the same time. No. What has he got up his sleeve here, Andy?
I was hoping you were going to tell me, Kevin.
Because the red and the black and the red are so close together, that makes the skill shot a little bit more tricky.
It's very difficult to play a skill shot when they're so close.
Is he going to play it off this shot? Is he going to go for the jugular 2-in-1 shot?
Or is he just going to drop it over the pocket? But I don't think it does much for him, does it?
Well.
I mean, is it worth? I mean, this is a bit of a shot, but what about the deep screw double back? Screw back to to the top cushion. So you smash it in off the yellow. And you've got the red over the pocket. Screw back out and it's all over.
Time's ticking down.
Well, he didn't fancy that one. Can't say I blame him, I'll be honest.
I think I was scratching my head there. And I haven't a clue what you're on about.
Yeah, never a shot.
But he's got a chance here. Port this, screw the white down, and play the skill shot. This will bring the house down. He's close. He's close. Oh, so unlucky. So unlucky. He's cued that absolutely fantastically. And just, the white's travelled the length of the table and he was just half a centimetre out.
Yeah, valiant effort.
What a poor attempt.
Yeah, so obviously yellow over the pocket, but he can't really leave the double here, can he? So, skill shot, is it?
Oh, this is awful.
Yeah, I'd like to be straight in for a start, and once again it's quite close to that red, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's more the fact that he's not directly behind.
I actually think I would have preferred to leave the white sort of near the black spot and try the cocked hat.
Yeah. So what's he going to do?
Clock's ticking. Yeah, those shots are very, very difficult. And he's pretty much just handed this frame now to JJ Fall, who is going to feel a whole lot better in about the next 15 seconds.
Yeah, and he'll feel a lot better after this. This was what he needed. Frame on the board. And that clever shot he played to push the black in front of the pocket and take control paid off.
Yeah, that was a very, very clever shot. A very simple shot, but very, very clever, and kept him in the frame, forced the error, and eventually he's come on the right side of that frame. So that's well done, JJ.
Well, he doesn't look too impressed, does he? Sat there, but I'm sure he's feeling much better.
He's not giving anything away, even at this late stage. Did get to the World semi-final a couple of years back, did JJ. Meanwhile, the Ladies Open final is just underway. First frame, Megan Proctor and Yvonne Ewing. Well done to them two to get to the final, coming through the field of, I think there was about the 49 ladies, which it's a fantastic achievement for the ladies game. Yvonne has won an IPA event before. I think that was in Tynemouth in Newcastle. Digging down in the memory banks there, I could be wrong. I seem to think she won an IPA ladies event there. Here she is again, a chance to add to that collection.
Before we reach the break, leading 2 frames to 1. Time running.
So there's no cut break for Corey.
Yep, wasn't holding anything back on that one.
Oh, great cue ball. Punched into these. Let's watch this cue ball straight back down the table. Just a final nudge there, knocks it offline. That's where you'd like to be. More or less centre table. Probability is you're going to be on something. At first sight, well, it's got a red tied up by a yellow top left.
Yeah, there's a case for both colours here. Probably red's marginally the better option. Either colour, he's got a little bit of work to do. He's left that a little bit short. In fact, he's left that very short. He wanted to bring the white ball another 2-3 inches, possibly, so he could pot the red into the left corner and send the white up towards that red and yellow and try and disturb them. He's a little bit undercooked on that one. Can he still clip this in? That looks a fine clip.
I think he can, you know. Well, he's taken the pocket, the other end of the table. So we've got control of this bottom left, block the top left.
Have you got any interesting ideas about how we should go about this clearance Sunday?
The problem he's got here is the ball he would probably like to use to get that yellow out is the ball that's right in front of him. So he'd like to leave that where it is.
Yeah, be happy with that. I mean, Corey can still double this red, but he's still got the problem of that red in the top right-hand corner as we look on the overhead camera. Ah, can he get to it from this one?
Or does he try and play behind the red, block the black? That's what he's tried to do. I think he was attempting both there. Well, I'm thinking of the old days here, Kevin. Half ball off the red and down behind the red and yellow. Won't be able to resist it.
He's not got much else to go at, to be honest.
Well, if he came in from the back of that red and maybe nudges the yellow away, it'd be a great shot, wouldn't it? But
could have been tempted to.
Well, he has played it. Just wanted to play a little bit harder, as you could see there.
Good line.
Yeah, a little bit harder. If he makes the other cushion and then the back of his ball, at every chance there, just shuffling that little the yellow away.
Just a little bit of nip and tuck in this one, just jostling for the advantage.
So he could elect to take his red out here, couldn't he? The red that's between the two yellows.
Yeah, I think he's just conscious if he does do that, then JJ has got a nice little area to be getting a good snooker that could be tricky to get out of. Still plenty of mileage left in this one.
Yeah, very cagey affair. It's been a while since we've seen a frame like this.
Yeah, and it's still early in this semi-final, but it's still quite a big frame in the context, you know, of the match. You know, 3-1, 2-all. You know, 2-all, JJ is going to be delighted.
Yeah, you do feel that for JJ this is a really important frame. So that was a clever little shot. He elected to kick that yellow onto the side cushion, so that takes away the opportunity potentially that he could have taken that yellow into middle to dislodge that bad yellow. For that reason, he's tapped it back. Now here, he could go cushion, red, sit back behind the yellow. I think that's a good shot for him here.
Oh, referee's called a foul. Wow.
Well, that is an error.
I think they've gone to just check the monitors. And Corey is confident that he's hit a cushion there.
I thought he could play the same shot, and I thought he would have been behind the yellow.
Just probably just need to go back a little touch. Just for the cue ball hits the cushion. Here we go in super slow-mo. Oh no, it is a foul.
I think he hit the red first.
Yeah. Oh,
red
and
first,
then the cushion.
Yeah, try watch. Jumped off. I think it. Well, I just thought he caught ball first, then cushion.
Yeah, he must have done. Referee's changed his mind. So that's a great use of the technology there.
But my glasses are in the car, I won't lie. So.
And I'm waiting for an eye operation, so between us.
Yeah.
Table's still running superbly true, even after 4 days of hammer. So that's another good shot there from JJ. So Corey cannot get that red out at all. So I think there's an opportunity here for JJ to keep this advantage, try and manoeuvre that yellow that's near the red, top right, right into an open space and set himself up to go for the game. JJ's definitely worked an advantage here. I'd like to have seen him double this yellow across to the right hand side of the table.
Yeah.
It was near the red at the top end.
I agree with you there.
Didn't need to be there, it's not doing anything, no. It's not serving any purpose, but if he'd moved it out, then he could have looked to have gone for the finish in his next visit.
He could, although I would say that when Corey put that red behind the black, he sort of made the potential skill shot more difficult. Well, he's moved it back out anyway. But if he had gone for a clearance and been looking at the skill shot, it would have been difficult to get straight behind. Now he's moved that red. That option is there.
Yeah. What JJ's got to be careful of is, you know, on Corey's next visit, he's probably going to look to go for game. Even though he's got that red tied up, he's going to look to cannon into it. But a clever shot again there from JJ. This is high quality safety tactical play we've seen here.
Yeah, all his experience. He's played several really good shots, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Tactically, promoting his own, putting his opponent's balls in worse positions. That was a clever shot.
Yeah.
As you alluded to, he'd have been looking to go game, I think, there, wouldn't he?
Well, he's just going to, well, I'm not sure about that shot from Corey. I think this is a free go for JJ.
It's a free go, or he just snookers him. If he can sit in the jaw, it'd be perfect. And if not, yeah, he won't want to pop this ball over the pocket. But it should be a fairly routine escape. Although he has to be careful here because he's not total snookered. So he needs to hit this ball under cushion afterwards. He can't afford to come behind it. Now we see the foul.
One free shot, one visit.
Yeah, so it wasn't his best attempt. And that clever tactical play there from JJ has worked wonders. Now he's got an excellent chance to level things up here at 2-all. Certainly getting the advantage in the tactical side. Where's that white going?
Go behind the yellow.
I think the yellow goes into the other centre, but that is not where he played it, and that white is probably gonna. I don't think it'll go enough in the centre pocket. It's certainly gonna hit the knuckle.
All that hard work to gain an advantage. Just keep his head here.
He's overcut it.
Yes. That was pure frustration. Corey will feed off that, won't he?
He certainly will. And even though he's got that red tied up, such is the nature of these rules. He's looking to attack. He's got an unexpected opportunity. And he's going to try and take it. And he could potentially have 2 goes to try and either create a skill shot. Oh, that's a careless one there from Corey.
That was very careless, wasn't it?
Yeah, I can see the look on his face there. That's a careless one. That's a tired shot.
So JJ, he's let you off the hook there. Brave.
Yeah, played it well. Knew he had a slightly bigger pocket, so he was pretty comfortable. Offered him the best position afterwards. And now just 4 relatively easy pots away from getting his second frame on the board.
Well, he's 4 pots away from potting the yellows, but that'd leave the black, Kevin, so...
I just said that a little bit too early. It has been a very, very busy few days. Where's he going with this one? Well, I think it's just okay, but he's going to have to dolly this in dead weight.
This is
Loads
not
of bottom
easy.
on. Where's this going? Oh, he's miscued. He's miscued.
Well, this is it fatigue?
I think there's bound to be an element of fatigue in there, Andy. I mean, it's
got to be.
It's been a long day. Played a lot of pool, a lot of matches. I mean, even though like Corey, he's won a match from 7-1 down. That is going to have to have taken a lot out of him. Mentally.
JJ played so well in this frame. Really clever tactical play. And he got those 2 visits, didn't he? Should have cleared, no problem. And then he got a let off. And there, we don't know what happened, but somehow he left himself a cut into the middle and he miscued.
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure what he was trying to do with the white ball, because it could only have come over to this right-hand side. Oh, but here we go. What's happened here?
Well, it's all happening.
It's not touching, so he's got a shot.
It will cut. He's very close to this cushion, so...
He's going to make sure he gets the cue out of the way in time. And is it going to drop? It's not dropped, and look where he's left the white ball.
So, is it 3rd time lucky? 3rd time lucky for JJ. Surely. Yellow to middle. Run through.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. You can either just dolly it in, or you can actually give it a bit more pace and take the white off the top cushion.
Yeah, I think you'd like to play with a little bit of pace just for... So hope he doesn't go behind the black. Oh, perfect. Well, he got there in the end.
Yeah, doesn't show anything for style marks in the score. Well, it'll say it's 2 frames all. That's where we're at. So yeah, I think both players will just put that frame down to one of those. Let's forget that one and move on to the next. Meanwhile, on the outer tables, the ladies open 2-1 to Yvonne Ewing. Playing a race to 6 to bring the inaugural ladies open to fine conclusion. Been a great weekend for the ladies. The elite event, absolutely fantastic. Obviously pleased for Deb, who's won the first ever elite ladies event, but also pleased for Rhiannon Graham, who got to the final, and it just shows what this is all about. Giving people opportunities, and Rhiannon came to the party.
Did very well. Put up a good show in the final.
And she'll only learn and get better from that experience.
Huge experience. So, Corey is playing this plant. You have to say unmissable. And when you look at this table, there's only really one potentially difficult red. So bottom of the screen as we look at it, nearest the side cushion, behind the 2 yellows. Does he have the angle here, maybe? Well, he's nudged it out, but is he on anything?
No.
Can he see anything else?
He's not on anything easy, that's for certain. I mean, he's got a pot, but this is tough. This is very, very tough.
And if he does miss, these yellows are not particularly hampered. Yes, the black's not easy, but you'd be in danger. But what else can he do here? Not really anywhere to hide.
There's not really anything that you're licking your lips at, that's for certain. You got this red top right. Yeah,
Part
that well.
of the pocket, that.
Yeah.
Great shot.
Fantastic shot there. You see Corey's initials, CR, on the back of his shirt. It is his own brand. It's not Cristiano Ronaldo or anything like that. But nice little touch there on Corey's shirt.
So that fantastic shot that he played, cut back to the corner pocket. Let's put him in a position here. Look at this position. Stun this in. And he can just screw this ball out from the corner pocket. And there you see. As long as he gets past the line of the black, he's fine.
Yeah, he needs to cue this one.
He does. Doesn't want to go behind the yellow. No, he's fine. And that was close. Dicing with danger.
Yeah, cued it nice. Cued it nice. So timed it really well. Put no effort into that and got some nice reaction on the cue ball. And it looks like normal service is resumed for the man from Wales. And this black to just nudge ahead 3-2 in this second semi-final. The winner of which will face a battle with Gareth Hibbert in the final, and that'll be coming straight after the conclusion of this semi-final to round off what has been a fabulous 3 days here in Gosforth.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant weekend. Absolutely brilliant. Fantastic atmosphere. We keep saying it, buzzing the whole weekend. Spectators, the players, everybody really enjoyed it. And a great venue.
Megan Proctor, 2-all. She survived a couple of scares in earlier rounds. She was 5-3 down to Sarah Middleton. Pulled that one out of the fire, 165, and here she is in the final. A great chance. She doesn't look like she's messing about, does she, Andy, around the table? Confident.
Yeah. Taking no prisoners there, rushing around the table.
What looks like a one-piece maple break cue. Yep, that's done him not much favours.
Yeah, big sigh there. So let's look at this break. Hit them well.
But the white was the closest.
It was. And this black, well, the black's not nice. Side cushion. But these balls, you know, they're makeable down the rail, as we've seen. It's a question of which colour set does he go. Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious that you'd fancy yellows of the two, and he's going to, and straight away, attempted to develop two bad ones. He's got work here, work to do.
Yeah, we see this happen, don't we? He's trying to force it. Things are just not rolling his way at the moment. He's tried to be really positive and develop the balls, but he's made it a little bit worse.
So,
angle on this one.
Yeah, good shot there.
Yeah.
Got himself onto his difficult ball. That was blocked by this red, bottom right corner. So yeah, this goes middle. Just a case of what does he do to get that yellow out that's stuck between those two reds.
Yeah, he had to screw it so that he could create the right angle with this yellow into the top left, and then to screw into that little cluster of three balls. Two reds and the yellow, just to try and free that yellow up. So this is a big, big shot.
Does he run through to leave an angle with the ball in the middle? Well, he had the angle straight away, but the problem there for me was how did he get on his next yellow?
Yeah, he's just trying to push the boat out a little bit too much here, Andy, I think.
Yeah, I thought he might run that ball through and maybe attempt to get the other awkward ball out with the ball to middle. You'd have thought he'd been able to see something afterwards if he did it that way. But at least he's positive.
Needs to pull out something big, and he's only got 2 seconds. Oh, he was pushing the shot clock then.
Well, I'm afraid you'd be in trouble here if I was playing.
There's no prizes for guessing what's coming next. It's a shot from 1987.
Yeah, and he's played it well. He's got the snooker, but he's also pushed the red into a good position. And here, we need an escape. Does he go for the 2 yellows? There is a potential pot to middle here if he was to catch it well. He wasn't a million miles away there.
A bit harder.
It was a good effort. So, at the very least, made it a little bit more difficult for one of the reds that maybe would have been going into that middle pocket.
least he's asking the question, JJ. He's not just gifting anything to Corey.
No, that escape has given him a lifeline, I feel, in this frame.
10-second beep has gone. Corey Reese, 4 seconds.
So, plays it into the corner, runs through the red. So as you can see, that black on the cushion. You don't see Corey miss many balls down the rail, to be fair.
You don't see him miss many balls, to be fair, full stop.
Correct. So the ball nearest the middle pocket. The middle pocket out of play. Obviously goes to several others.
Where's the white? Where's the white? Well, he was. I'm not sure that was what he played. That was. Wow, it was risky.
Yeah, can count himself fortunate he didn't go in off there. So Corey's playing the red on the bottom cushion. So he's playing the gap. And he wants this to bounce back at, well, that's a nice nudge. And it's still a question of the red in the middle of these three reds.
Does he take a chance here? Is it a free go to try and put this red in the top right corner and move the black?
Run into the black, yeah, he could do, couldn't he?
It's
what he's done. Right, okay, but now, does he have to play the double?
That's not an easy double, I don't think, because the white could be in the way.
Yeah.
With the red coming back, and it hits the cushion on its journey to the centre pocket. He's a little bit unlucky to snooker himself on the one over the pocket.
Yeah.
If he can just park the white, he's absolutely fine. No, it was fine. Yeah.
Nailed it. Yeah, he was unlucky there, wasn't he? Played a good shot, brought the black out. And to snooker yourself on the ball over the pocket was unlucky, but yeah, double was on. And here, he just wants to be straight on this black. So, being a good clearance once again. Tried to move that black a couple of times, got it out the second time. And it's Corey Reese that takes a 4-2 lead. And there you see.
A little bit of frustration there from JJ.
Yeah.
A little bit of frustration. So Corey opens up a 2-frame gap again. This next frame now has even more importance on it, because if Corey gets 3 ahead, you sort of feel the writing could be on the wall.
It's a long way back, isn't it? And not potentially score-wise. You know, we see a lot of matches that get turned around with a 3-frame deficit, but just with the way things have gone and the way that JJ presents at the moment, he looks frustrated, beating himself up.
We'll just get the score update from the Ladies Open Final shortly. Right then from Yvonne, but looks like she's come up dry. And things are still very tight, locked at 3 frames apiece.
Does the yellow go to middle? Just having a look now. I think she'd like yellows. If it does,
she clip it in. Oh, she overcut it.
Yeah. maybe the only saving grace is that yellow she overcut. Well, is it a little bit awkward there just below the middle pocket? Could have left an easier opportunity than this.
Yvonne not really taking much chance there, just making sure she got that easy plan. Lloyd, our referee, done a sterling job, all the referees this weekend, Andy.
They have. Been a long weekend.
Yeah. Rick, Darren, Brian and Fiona, fantastic job.
Yeah, great job
from the team. And a word about Bron on the top table.
Well, Bron, 20-hour days. Yeah.
She's had to cope with a lot, but you know, dealt with it in the way that only Bron can. And
always a smile on her face. Nothing too much trouble.
Fantastic break there from JJ.
Yeah, he thumped them, didn't he?
Yeah.
Look at these yellows.
And let's have a word about our streaming team that are here. High Vis.
Fantastic.
They have put a shift in over these last 3 days. They will earn a well-earned rest. Probably got another job on tomorrow, though, knowing those guys.
Well, JJ, you went for a comfort break. You probably had a word with yourself. And this is the reply that was required. He needs to get back into this match. He needs to build his confidence.
Yeah, this is where it starts to get critical, you know, where the precise positional shots need to come into play, because if he makes the slightest mistake, he's going to find it hard work.
Yeah, and the previous shot there, he really could have done with being on that yellow next to the red, I feel. I think he just didn't come back far enough, so elected to take the ball lower. And this needs to be very accurate indeed for position on this final yellow, and that's the problem.
That is not a good shot from JJ. It's more frustration, mumbling to himself. The thing about JJ, you certainly know how he's feeling in a match.
So, very, very, very fine cut.
He's playing it off the red.
Yeah, well, I looked at that straight away, and maybe he can screw back to the cushion if he feels he's got a chance.
Yeah, that is the shot.
I can see the value. It's the first thing I looked at. If he does play this, it needs some pace. But straight back to the cushion, behind, so he's behind the black.
He's clipping.
He's clipping now.
He's
clipping. So yeah, don't fancy it. You can see it better than we can. What a shot that is.
Where's the white?
What a shot.
Fantastic shot there. The black doesn't double, but I tell you what, Andy, that trebles. There is a beautiful line between those two reds.
Yeah.
If he can get the black in between them, it's going to come into the opposite centre pocket.
Medium pace, not too hard.
It looks good. Oh, it's skidded.
It slid. And I think he played it as well as he could there, I'll be honest. It just slid, didn't it?
Just not enough pace. Just needed a bit more pace.
The problem with the pace was it changed the angle, though. I could see why he played the pace he did. Yeah, you shorten up the angle when you punch the ball harder. So it was a bit of a difficult situation there, but that was a great effort.
Yeah.
But again, when he had 3 yellows left, he just lost the white slightly.
Yeah, I think Corey's only shot here is to play this red on the right cushion and run the white forward a ball's length. It's a tricky shot, lots of pressure. He's got absolutely nothing else to go at. He's got some long pot options, but nothing that he's going to be thinking, I can't wait to play this shot. Got to make sure he gets enough momentum on that white that runs forward.
Very, very well executed, that.
Has he left an edge?
Well, even if he has, it must be very, very fine, that edge. And where's the cue ball going if he does have an edge?
So we know how good JJ is with his angles. What can he muster up here? It's a 3 cushion.
Kick in the corner. Whoa.
Oh, fantastic effort there, JJ Fall.
So, do these two reds plant down this rail? He's taking a close look.
Yeah, I think that is easily makeable. He's probably aiming for the right knuckle. He might just have to do a little bit with the angle.
And if he doesn't fancy it, he can go into it here, off this ball into the middle. If he chooses, and I think he does, that's what he's going to do. And he knows as long as he makes this ball, if he hits those two balls, he'd be very, very unfortunate not to be on another red. 100% concentration on making this ball. We've seen a few missed in over this weekend. So, yeah.
Oh, that's come out absolutely perfect. Big moments in this match, you feel. 5-2. It's looking like JJ is going to be feeling a little bit frustrated, a little bit angry. He's getting the opportunities, but just can't put them away.
Yeah, he's not converting them into wins, is it? That's the trouble. So, punches the ball there off the bottom cushion.
Yeah, you get that frustration. Your opponent senses it. They get more confident. It's a
vicious circle.
It's yeah.
So here, Corey looking at taking this ball into the corner, and we saw him there looking at that red to middle next is what he looked at initially, but he may choose a different route here, and he has done. He had the option to go either way. He did take a look at that to middle.
Played that well. Punched in with a lot of confidence. He's got a nice, easy plan. He can then just play this however he wants, really. Probably with a little touch of left-hand side to bring the cue ball off the cushion and just to the right of that right-hand red. See there, just a little touch of left, and there's the side, kicks in.
Yeah, and he wanted that red to stay near the pocket. So, won't be doing too much with this cue ball.
Yeah, if he thinks he can just park the white there, he'll play it, but he can screw back if he wants.
I don't think he needs to, does he? And if he just plays with a little bit of left-hand side here, just opens the angle out, and he'll be black to the same pocket more than likely, unless he fancies. Well, there you go. Just for a second, yeah. Thought he might have just kicked the black, but he passes it, and this is for 5-2. And yeah, he's just starting to dominate semi-final.
Yeah, it just seems to have stopped the careless errors, as Corey, whereas JJ is just still making the odd one. He's getting the opportunities. It's going to be so frustrating for him.
Yeah, that is the thing. He has the opportunities and he's scrapping. Don't you worry about that.
Oh, he won't
give up.
No, 100%. 100%. Meanwhile, that white ball is perilously close. Yvonne Ewing has just sneaked ahead 4 frames to 3. What a great finish to the ladies' game. But look at these yellows for Megan, so she's got a great chance here to level things up.
Yeah, and that yellow near the middle does go in off that red. It looks like a bit of a cut here. Lovely.
Did it well. Did it very well. Absolutely prime position now. Keep you posted on that one as it moves towards the conclusion.
Meanwhile, back at the mainstream table, it's Corey Rees to break, leading 5 frames to 2 in this semi-final.
Quite catch them as well as he normally does. And he's going to be dry. And straight away, a very good opportunity for JJ Fall.
And the thing is, in this match, he's had opportunities already. He's just not converted them.
And he can take either colour here. I think probably yellows. But there is, yeah.
I think it's yellows, Kevin.
Yep.
I do. Yes, the black's not easy. But the two yellows right of screen. You've got yellow to middle, leaves the ball down the cushion. So concentrate on making this ball to, there we see, ball to middle. So loads of left-hand side there.
This is where the hard work starts to begin. But meanwhile, Megan Proctor takes advantage of that opportunity. She has levelled things up at 4 frames all, and the ladies are in a best of 3 to see who is going to take home the title.
So Kevin takes this ball, that black ball. Where has he planned to land on his last yellow, Affy? I wonder.
The white almost got away from him there. It just depends where this black goes. Does it go in that bottom left corner as we look on the overhead shot? It looks tight.
Yeah, I didn't think it did. Now we look, it possibly does, doesn't it?
If it does, then the yellow nearest his left hand will definitely be his last ball. Just use the red to stun the white.
Yeah, I think it must go, Kevin. So, ball to corner, bottom cushion, and if it does pass into this bottom left corner pocket, the black, he'd like to be potentially straight or thereabouts, and he doesn't want to be near the cushion.
It's that just careless error that sneaks in at the crucial time.
Yeah, he just keeps running out of position, doesn't he? He does all the hard work, but he's fighting. So
I think he's probably got to stun the white across to the side and try and take the black
middle
into the centre.
Yeah,
I think that's all he can do.
That's what I think he has to do. So one good shot here. Needs to run.
Oh, great shot, JJ Fall. He couldn't have played that much better.
No, he'd have liked another couple of rolls of the white ball there. Ideally, but that was a great shot. He was in trouble.
Showing real character here, JJ Fall. The black's on its way. Fantastic finish there from the man from South Africa. He pegs a frame back against Corey Reese. He now trails 5 frames to 3 in this race to 8 frames.
Yeah, the last yellow there. Really good shot, wasn't it? Didn't land as planned. Too near the side cushion. Had to regroup. And that stun across and back out for the black in the middle. And the black wasn't an easy black, that.
No. You just see there behind Corey, that is actually JJ's wife, Christine. Recently married in Vegas.
Cas Vegas?
I don't think Elvis held the ceremony, but might be wrong. Meanwhile, the ladies is getting to a gripping finale. Yvonne's got her work cut out here to get around onto her final red. Big break from JJ.
It was, but it was very close to the middle pocket then.
Good split, and well, was looking good till that red just rolled in front of the black.
Yeah.
Almost lost the cue ball.
Yeah, and as you say, look at that. Just ties that black up.
Extension, please.
So, calls for an extension.
So I think it could be reds, Andy, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think if the yellow that was nearest the cue ball into the top left, if that had gone past that other yellow, I think he may have been tempted for yellows. But as it doesn't, I think his only option here is the reds. There's a bit in no man's land there.
Yeah. He really is in no man's land there.
Quite sure what he played there.
Did he play to leave the ball into the middle? I really don't know myself. So, a lot of left-hand side on this cue ball. And he's let Corey Rees back to the table.
Yeah, I was never going to reach the pocket. But, at least Corey will be happy. He's getting a shot from his opponent's break. He's got options.
He could elect to take this into the corner, and if he chooses to, he could even screw back into the yellow. Just nudge it over that middle pocket. I do feel he'd still be on the ball, the other middle. And that black does it go into this bottom left pocket? Difficult to tell. So yeah, he did that. Elected to promote the yellow ball that was on the cushion.
See there, top left of your screen, Yvonne Ewing is 1 frame away from the title. 5-4, she leads Megan Proctor. And she sealed the deal in the next frame. Oh, are they going to go to a hill decider? It's Megan Proctor to break, I can tell you, in that match. We'll keep you posted as that reaches its finale. Well, Andy, it's been a pleasure to be in the comms box with you, but
time for bed.
I've now been substituted. And, we've got our lead comms main man. He's put a shift in, as you have, and to take you through the rest of this semi-final and the final. It's Dan Fairway.
So, Corey just landed a little close to this side cushion, but he's on this yellow. He's got to take it now.
Yeah, the chairman's done his stint and you're stuck with me again. Corey Rees. Oh, that's not gone well.
No. Well, he has this ball to the middle. And he's just looking now. He's going to have to go up table, back down. And where's that black going to go?
Yeah, I think that's the issue, isn't it? It's not. I mean, it's about the pace this shot to get on the yellow, but what kind of angles are he going to be left with?
Needs to run.
Oh, this is pretty good, you know.
Well,
that's pretty good.
He'll take that.
He can give himself a shot. He's got a couple of options. I mean, he could try and move it.
You can get behind it to leave it in the top corner.
Yep.
It's there.
Yeah, there's options available. If he's going to top this, no, he's not.
No, he's going to draw the ball, so it's almost a stun with spin. In fact, he's tried to go.
He's trying to move it well. If it gets past the red near the other corner, there's a huge pocket for a double here.
Yeah, back double. It does look on. Just a case, as you say, of whether the red that's near this bottom left corner is in the way.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, he can afford to hit this double a bit, what's the word, shallow, if you like, because that red is there. So, I think this is on.
He's going middle.
He's going middle, taking the straight pot. Is it there? I think it's
there.
wide.
Oh!
Just by the barest of margins. Just wide.
Well, he didn't fancy the double, obviously.
Oh, I thought it might have been the shot, you know.
Yeah, it did look like it from here. But I'm sure he would have attempted it if he thought it was the right shot.
Yeah.
I'm not going to question his judgment.
What an opportunity for JJ.
Yeah, and for JJ to get back to one behind would be a result. He has struggled somewhat in this match. Just seems to keep losing the cue ball. Oh, just taking his time here. So red to middle. He's going to run it here. So yeah, he's run right down off the bottom cushion. It's a corner. And I think that JJ Fall will be delighted to be only one behind in this match. With the errors that he's made. We've seen signs of brilliance. Some fantastic tactical play from JJ Fall. Some great pots. Just a loose cue ball at times. There it is. And he's only one behind.
Yeah, it was always going to be a tall order for Corey to get that finish when he had the 3 balls left, but he gave himself a chance, and he'll be disappointed that he didn't make it. It's a good shot to develop the black, but I still think the double may have been the shot. But it's as you see it at the time, and to be fair, the double would have left a loose cue ball, so I can see the. Look at this. The players have stepped out of the arena, and that gives us the perfect opportunity to take a look at the ladies' open final. And Yvonne Ewing is at the table. And she just needs this final yellow and the black to take the title back to Scotland. Technically the first ladies open final this. Of course we have had a ladies event for a while, but previously it was just the IPA ladies trophy. Now we have 3, the open, the amateur and the elite. On a previous ladies tour winner, looking to add to her collection, but she's missed the yellow to the centre. And Megan Proctor has a brilliant chance to take us all the way to a deciding frame. That's pure nerves there for Yvonne. Nicely controlled cue ball leaves a simple black to the right centre pocket. cameraman's quickly turned round to have a look. And that one's going the distance. It's astonishing how many games have gone the distance today. I mean, you see it quite a lot because the nature of pool is that you don't tend to see too many one-sided score lines. You have so many, so many dishes, so many frames where really after the break only one player's got a serious chance of winning it.
Yeah.
You don't get that many, whitewashes or 6-1, 7-1, 7-2s. But you don't see this many final frames all that often. And for me, it's the pinnacle of the sport. There's nothing better than watching a final frame decider.
Yeah, I'm with you. So,
Leading 5 frames to 4.
back to the main table. Corey Reese is breaking off.
and I'm sure that JJ Fall will be the happier of the two with this scoreline, despite the fact he's one behind.
Cue ball. It might have just rattled the jaws were it not for the yellow tracking right towards it and sealing its fate. Now, you don't get a much more open table to come to, JJ Fall. You said he'll be the happier of the two. Well, that will only be the case if he takes these out as well. He's got to.
Well, a couple of ways he could have played this.
Yeah, just keeping it simple. Yeah, I'm not sure that was entirely necessary, to be honest. Moving that yellow. It leaves a little bit of work to do, doesn't it, on the right hand side? Well, he's going reds. This is. He spotted something on the cue ball. He's had some time to consider.
So, reds it is.
I'm sure he's going to get them, but for me it wasn't the obvious colour choice.
Yeah, I fancied reds, I must admit, when I first looked at the table there, and I think he did go the right colour, but I don't like that shot, I'll be honest with you. I mean, obviously it's right next to the pocket, but he could have been in a better position than that. So the ball in the middle of the bottom cushion needs to be careful.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he should have been easier on one of these balls for this shot here. Good shot. Played it well.
Yeah, nicely recovered. Couple of options here. It might be worth going down and taking the plant.
Yeah, I think it is worth taking the plant purely because that way the last red leaves an easy path. Well, same thing. He's played a great shot anyway there. Yeah. Suppose the risk with playing the plant is that the second red could just float up. He could land awkward.
Yep.
So he's played a good shot.
Yeah, with the benefit of hindsight, it was a good way to play it.
Yeah, and here he could even play cushion first if he chooses, which is what he's done. So black to middle to level this match. And JJ is right back in this. Just needs this black to middle. It's there. 5 apiece.
It's amazing how the game turns around, isn't it?
It is. Best of 5 now for a place in the final.
Back to the ladies' final. Oh wow, Megan Proctor's gone all out there. She was snookered. She's not happy. Yvonne Ewing will have a second bite at the cherry. And she's got a free visit as well. That red near the side pocket must be further away from the cushion than we think it is. Yeah, it flew in comfortably. A little fist bump from Yvonne. And she knocks the black home. She has won the inaugural IPA Ladies Open trophy, the European Open here in Newcastle. A fantastic result there for Yvonne Ewing. Apologies, we've missed the break in this match, but we felt it was worth keeping with that final few shots in the Ladies Open final. That's what happened.
Well, almost scratched in the middle pocket.
Yep. Almost did. So, even though the cue ball didn't go in, neither did anything else. So an opportunity to return fire for Corey Rees after the reverse dish from JJ in the previous frame.
So, it's a chance here. If he can just drift out and leave the right angle. Well, he didn't want to be there.
It's not the end of the world, this, because he's on the one he's closest to.
Yeah, correct. And he can draw the ball back slightly if he wants to. What he was looking for there was an angle on the red that's nearest the black, which would afford him the opportunity to remove the awkward red. And there you have it. He's got the right angle now.
Yeah, I think he sort of slumped his shoulders initially when he saw where the cue ball had ended up, and then, not unlike us, suddenly realised that all was not lost. Yeah. The perfect opportunity to get back into a great position. And to be honest, that red in the middle of the table wasn't really giving him anything. It wasn't.
Well,
oh, no way.
Yeah, he didn't need to hit it that hard for a start for me. But he has to count himself unfortunate that he's gone in off.
Yeah, that's a little unlucky. And I think Corey's just starting to feel like the world is against him.
Yeah, I think Corey's thinking to himself, how am I 5-all in this match? The way the game started. In the early stages of this match, it was definitely JJ that was annoyed with himself and struggling. But now, well, look at this table. Those two yellows are a plant into the corner, I'm sure. Yeah, he's got a more difficult yellow, top of the table. But he's got a couple of balls there he can get down with. So, call for his extension. Just float this out his side. Well, that might have helped him, just catching that black.
Yeah, he can get through to the bottom angle now, I believe, if that.
He can.
Oh, yellow.
So that eliminates the necessity for a plant. And again, dicing with the black, but things are starting to go JJ Fall's way.
Yeah, he's going to have one tricky positional shot here.
Well, not necessarily, Dan, because if he drops this in the middle, leaves an angle on this ball into the other middle, he can run down for that lower yellow, and it's just a one cushion back up to middle table.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, yeah, that's the shot I'm thinking of. It's kind of what angle he gets from this one.
Yeah.
You don't want to be too straight, but equally you don't want to be too thin.
No, you want to be sort of just below the balk line would be good.
Yeah, there's a sweet spot here, and if he doesn't hit it,
so doesn't want to get
hampered.
too many of the red.
Just okay, I think.
Yeah, he's okay there. So ideally, he'd like to come back up to something in line with what would be the blue spot on a snooker table. Just concentrate on the pot, natural angle here. There you go, just hold up. Just wants to hold up.
That's good. Just the right side of this, I think, that you can just punch back. Oh, no way.
No, and he wasn't the right side, was he? That's a bad miss.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, just the wrong side, and he's maybe just tried to pinch a little bit.
I think he might have just cued across it, you know.
Well, this is what he was doing earlier in the match, getting himself into a position, then just throwing in the odd shot.
Not an unhelpful little flick that for Corey Reese. I think he'd rather it didn't happen because the cue ball would be a bit further down the table. Is it worth taking on the long one now, or is he going to try and get better on it?
Get better on it for me. Anything but straight on his second to last ball, and he's got a good opportunity to get over to that final red. Anything but straight.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, he's straight down there, is he? So he's going to be taking this red into middle.
Yeah, a little bit of top, maybe a touch of right-hand side, just to pull the cue ball over towards the balk line.
And he would like to be straight, or ideally low, but he needs to make sure of this red first and foremost.
That is a little short of pace.
Yeah, but I think he just had to make sure of the pot. Yeah. And he can afford to run through here.
Yeah, if you're confident, you really top this through.
Yeah.
But that far jaw always looks a bit more bouncy when you're playing these under pressure.
I'd be tempted to just make sure of the pot. Come away from that cushion though.
Just far enough off that it's not horrendously hampered this. But it is a little. We'll have to just lift the butt of the cue a little.
But these are the kind of shots that you fancy Corey Reese for.
And that's why straight into the heart of the pocket. He regains the lead. He leads by 6 frames to 5. He was staring down the barrel a little bit there, and he's pulled out a good finish. JJ, that was a big mistake.
Yeah, big let off. Had a great chance there to take the lead. And there you see it. I think he tried to pinch. He was the wrong side of that yellow. And maybe would have been better off just dropping it in. Yeah, would have had a little bit of a longer pot. But he'd have had a better line, that's for certain.
Yeah.
Leading 6 frames to 5. Time running.
Rory down. May have refound his focus. Lost it a little after seeing a lead slip. Much better break.
Yeah, crunch those balls.
Whoa. Well, it's a tricky yellow to centre to start with, but if you get it,
yeah,
it's you'd imagine it's done and dusted this frame. Don't think you can go for the reds because of the two closest to the cue ball. One goes, but
yeah, but you could take the other red, couldn't you? If you wanted reds, you could take red to the other corner, float out.
yeah, I just think you kind of have to leave the one on the cushion. It's a bit awkward to get back from that, I think.
Well, let's
you
see.
could do.
I mean, yellows are great, aren't they?
Yeah, it's just the first shot.
But these reds, they are on.
Yeah, reds it is.
Yeah, and he could see much more of that than we thought he could at first sight. So,
it's a tricky positional shot, potentially, to get to the one next to the black. There's a lot of traffic.
He takes this to middle, he stuns down. And as long as he leaves an angle on either of these two balls on the bottom rail, so here we go. Didn't particularly want to be straight on this other ball, so
That'll be his last. That'll be
yeah,
his
it
penultimate
will now,
red
yeah.
now. And that's not the easier one to get down table from.
No. So he could play this first if he wanted to, but there you can see what he's going to do. I mean, as long as he leaves this ball away from the baulk cushion, you can see that he's got a natural line here. He's going to have to play a longer pot than he might have liked. But you can see there, look, relatively long straight red. And not a great deal to do with the cue ball. That's important when you've got these long pots.
So running side, just to pull the cue ball out to the right hand side of the table.
Played it very well.
Yeah, I don't think you could physically play it better than that. It's a fantastic shot.
Yeah, you could have forgiven him there for just making short, just leaving a longer pot, but well. And he played that really well. Spun it round off two cushions for a black into the same pocket. It's been a good clearance, this one. This will put Corey Rees on the hill.
Yep, Corey Rees moves one away from the IPA European Open final of 2023. JJ Fall now needs all remaining potential 3 frames if he is to upset the apple cart and make his first IPA Open final. It's a long road. It's been a long road this weekend. It's 11:15. It's going to be a long night for those of us on the team.
Yeah, but we love it, don't we?
We do. But by morning, this will be back to a normal hotel conference room, and we'll be on our way home. It's been a fantastic weekend, Paul. Truly exceptional. So much of it's down to the players. What a job they've done. JJ, very close to win off. It looked like it was going to be a better break than that. It's all just gone a little bit awkward. AJ just working his way around this clearance. Here's the key shot. JJ's got to pot this red, draw the cue ball back. Not too far, because that yellow's looming large.
Yeah, but on the overhead that we have here, that black does go to middle, it would appear.
Flirting with it, but that is perfect. That is perfect. That is a great shot.
And that was a solid finish.
Yep. Yep. Keeps Corey Rees away from the table, crucially for another frame. And now the pressure is really on Corey's break, because another foul break, another dry break here, and well, that could be Corey's last shot of the match.
It really could.
I am genuinely stunned at how many long matches I've seen today.
Yeah.
You're a hero, honestly. Like you've commentated on literally every game today.
Yeah, I think I have, haven't I?
I think I've missed 2. But you've been here the entire day and nothing but respect.
We have had so many.
Hill
really close. If not Hill, they've been sort of a couple of frames.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we had the final yesterday, 10-2. We had some, big score lines. Potentially, Corey Rees was 7-1 down in one of his matches today.
Yeah.
But he won at 8-7. And he's looking...
he's dry.
I was about to say,
dry.
he's looking likely or has a great chance of being in tonight's final, but...
He's still got a chance, but he now needs to rely on either a dry break or a mistake from JJ Fall, because JJ has got an opportunity at the table here. He's not the best.
No, he's got a yellow to middle if he chooses, but he has got a long red here.
Yeah, I think I marginally favour the reds, but you definitely need to develop that red next to the black.
Yeah, for me, I think reds. I think he takes this long red.
Oh, we can see
Well,
that one.
Either red, but I'd take reds for definite. I think
That's
reds are
even
the colour.
better, actually.
Okay.
The long red, I think he was coming round towards the yellows nearer the bottom right corner, and he may have found himself in trouble. Now he's got a chance to break out that red. Off the one off to the middle. He's tried to play that delicately, and that is superb.
That is a great shot. A great shot.
That is brilliantly judged. Under the circumstances, it would have been so easy to underhit that and stick on the red. They're all open now. And the red next to his hand there where he was bridging, that is, if you can work the clearance out to make that your last red, it's perfect for the black.
Yeah.
Then again, so is the red that we thought he was going to go for first, down to the bottom left, because the black also goes to the right centre once that red's out of the way.
Yeah, I feel that may be potentially his last ball, the one that we thought he may have taken first. But it does depend on which way he plans to go here, and the clock's ticking down here.
Oh, he was rushed into that. That was quite wide.
Well, now I think he's forced to take this other ball.
Yep.
And if he is he going to have to top this ball? Is he playing the plan, or does it pass? Does this pass?
Oh, he's nowhere. He's absolutely nowhere.
So Corey gets back to the table. And he'll be relieved.
He will, and he's in a strong position. He's got plenty of options here to keep JJ away. It's probably worth taking the chance to move that awkward red on the side rail. You know, if you were to play that up the rail and just bring the cue ball so that it was somewhere in line with the red, you're not going to leave JJ anything to go at, and you get your awkward ball off the cushion.
Yeah, but he could play middle, and the same thing here if you look. So yellow to middle, and he can still run into the same yellow.
Yep, true.
Same result, and if he nudges it, he can still go.
Yeah, and it's a shot to nothing, this really.
It was, but he
come
didn't
out.
mean to come out like that.
But it has.
If he had missed that ball, he'd have left JJ there on the yellow, on the red.
Yeah.
But he didn't miss.
Yeah, I say shot to nothing, but you're right. It's
yeah. He didn't intend landing where he did, but he's happy with it. I can assure you that. So, yellow to middle. Just looking there. If he drifts out towards the middle of the table. So he's just going to play this, just run out to middle. There you see it. Ball on the bottom rail, the ball behind the black, two key balls in this clearance.
the atmosphere here in Newcastle has been electric all weekend, as always on the Sunday night when all the players have stopped playing. Becomes still quiet, and actually I don't hate it. It's a different dynamic, but it's,
yeah, you still feel the tension.
The tension is palpable, isn't it? It really is. This is a great shot.
Well,
that is a great shot.
That was a superb shot. So well judged.
If anything, he's overdone it an inch. Now I think he's got to screw back off the side cushion rather than just stunning it.
Yeah, but that should be no problem.
No.
As long as he's not screwing back into the middle pocket, he's happy.
No, I think if I was 7-6 up in an IPA semi-final, everything would feel like a problem.
Yeah. Look at this. Absolutely perfect. Yep. His last yellow. So, JJ Fall never gave up.
No, deserves a lot of credit, this JJ, for sticking in with this match when it would have been very easy to throw it away. But in the end, it's Corey Rees who comes through. A fantastic counter clearance sees him into the IPA European Open final. And we will be back with that. We'll give Corey 5 minutes to just give himself a break. And then we will be back live with the final in 5-10 minutes time. final of the IPA European Open will be between Gareth Hibbert and Corey Rees. It's England versus Wales. It's coming up now. Andy Richardson still alongside me in the commentary box. He's doing the full day, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm seeing it out.
That is some achievement.
Well,
what will be some achievement is whichever one of these two takes home the Open final. What is some achievement as well is this is Gareth Hibbert's second final of the weekend. Unbelievable stuff.
It really is, yeah. 2 finals, same weekend. The standard of play, the incredible standard that these players have shown us over the duration of this weekend, and to arrive in both finals, it takes some doing, it really does.
Yep, and this one certainly is the old guard versus the new blood, if you like. Corey, one of those players who you would probably describe as the future of the IPA, up against Gareth, a man who, even into his 50s, is still at the peak of his powers. Unbelievable longevity. A man from Cheshire. Gareth and Corey have met several times before, memorably in the Champions Cup final, the second of the Sporty Stuff Champions Cup finals, where Corey was victorious. Gareth there, just entering the arena. The two players, obviously, they'll be tired. They'll be tired, like we're all tired. Let's be honest. But in a final, I don't think that matters.
There we go. Yeah, they will be tired, but the adrenaline keeps you going. So you can see there in the background, both players have arrived in the arena. So it's the one final push. What time we're looking at here? Approaching near enough 11:10. So this final could well go past midnight. Likely will do.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me one bit. I think this will be the latest Open finish that certainly I've ever seen. Gareth Hibbert on your left, Corey Rees on your right, and the man in the middle for the last match of this European Open weekend is Brian Moss. The referees, we should give a mention to them this weekend, done a sterling job as always.
Yeah, your whole team have put in a shift, that's for sure.
So professional. You barely notice them most of the time, which is exactly what you want. There's no tiredness with the lag, is there? Look at that from Gareth Hibbert. That's nearly touching the cushion. Gareth doing his stretches there. Limbering up for the break. And, well, I'm sure you will have, but if there are any new viewers tuning in at this late at night, if you've never seen Gareth Hibbert break, you'll see why he's limbering up. He certainly hits them full-blooded.
He doesn't hold back.
No, he certainly does not. Are we there struggling to stay awake?
Yeah, been a long day for both players. And Corey Rees, as we keep mentioning, in one of these rounds was 7-1 down in a race to 8.
Way back in the last 16, 5 or 6 hours ago now, that match. It actually doesn't feel like it was that long ago. It's been entertaining all the way through. And I'm sure it will continue to be so as Gareth Hibbert gets us underway with A dry break? Yep, just a dry, not a foul.
Yeah, a dry break, and yep, we were bigging up Gareth's break, and it's not one of his best. He hit them hard, but just not quite the control that we're used to. So, can he see this yellow, or is the jaw in the way? Well, he's having a good look. Dearly love to be able to make this yellow into the corner.
Yeah, he's certainly having a good look. It's hard to tell from any of our vantage points, but it must be tight. The fact that he's taken this long to look at it.
Yellows would be a strong favourite if he can make this in the corner.
Which he can. So he's on the preferred colour set. There is still work to be done. Really does need to move. Probably the two yellows over by the middle pocket that are close together. But he does have the perfect ball to do that. He's going to do it now. It's a risk if he does. It's a thin snip in the middle, and I think you might lose a bit of control.
Yeah, I think that is the issue. It's the control of the cue ball. He will be trusting to look slightly here as to where this cue ball lands. But yeah, doesn't need to hit it hard. Oh, that'll do him. That will do him.
Yeah, he could hit that a little thicker than I expected.
Yeah, hit a
which was
good
helpful.
pace. Good pace. So, just wants to play this down the side cushion. He's just shown you there where he wants to be. He'll be playing the left-hand yellow next. Back up for the middle of the three, I would imagine.
Yeah, it'll have to be, won't it? I think that passes to the bottom right. Which means he has to play this with a bit of pace. It's straightforward enough, but cueing near the rail, there's a bit of a tariff here.
There is, but this is the TV table, and it does run.
Yeah.
So, play the yellow into corner. He can hold on the red if he chooses, which would leave himself straight on this final yellow, and that's what he's done. And the black comfortably passes into that corner, so...
Yeah, I think the cue ball, roughly where it is now, a fraction further back. Just
tad
to keep the
further
red
will
out the
do
way.
it.
Just like that.
There we are.
It's an easy game, this.
Oh, a doddle. A doddle.
And 1-0, Corey Rees.
First frame to Corey Rees.
Yep, first blood in this final goes to the Welshman.
Gareth, well, he hit them hard. And the white was running a little, but nothing down.
Do you think it's harder for Gareth having had a break or Corey having played all the way through? Because at this time of night, when you've stopped for an hour...
Yeah, I think I'd have rather just come off the table to go back on if out of the two, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah.
But, do you know, Gareth, does it really faze him? I think that's his strength, his mental strength, isn't it? I don't think he'd be too concerned.
Yeah, I mean, these two have mental strength in bags. Corey proved that earlier in the last 16. Apologies to Matt Staper if you are watching, but I have every doubt that you would be, to be honest. I don't think Matt Staper's ever going to watch this back.
No, I think he'd be laying down in a dark room, and I don't just mean his bedroom. I think he's he'll be in a pit of doom somewhere.
Corey with his first break, and that is a proper contact. Oh, this is huge.
What a break that was.
Now then, he's got an opening yellow, the one just below the balk line. Just the red and yellow that have gone close together in the middle of the table. I think that yellow would probably go long, but do you want to take it long?
Well, what about reds?
Yeah, that's the...
What about reds? Because that red that's near the yellow goes into the corner.
It does, and actually, is he on the red that's sort of second away from the side cushion?
It does look tight, doesn't it? But if he is, I'm sure he'll be taking it.
Yeah, if he is, he could take that and screw back into the one on the side rail, get that out in the same shot. But it does look tight. From the overhead, I think he's definitely on it, but from here, well, he's going for it.
Yeah, he didn't really need to screw back. He could have done. I'm with you, Dan, but didn't feel the need.
He's overrun it a little, though.
He has. He's
Maybe
low.
he's playing this as a plant. No?
So he's going to take this. He could run into that red and yellow.
He doesn't need to, though.
Doesn't need to, but it wouldn't do him any harm, would it?
No.
He's got that insurance over the corner. And well, he's gone past it, but I think he's missed that. Yeah, he has missed it. Yeah. So, first chance at the table for Gareth Hibbert. Our double finalist this weekend.
Just wonder if the cue ball had held up a fraction, if Gareth would have been tempted at all by the skill shot. I think because it's just off straight now, might not. But he's got problems everywhere and nowhere really to hide, with Corey having a pocket covered at either end of the table. So you feel like Gareth's got to be aggressive here. He's got to go game, even though it's difficult.
So he can take this yellow next to the red. But yeah, I agree with you, Dan. This is very difficult.
I think he might have to take a skill shot on the next shot. If he takes the yellow next to the red and just runs through so that he's straight behind the yellow on the balk line, the top left, that would give him a chance, because then he could drift down table off the one near the centre pocket.
He's missed that, I think.
I think he's had a kick there.
Well, we haven't had many, have we?
No, but he got up like he's had a kick, and the
Yeah.
referee is immediately cleaning the cue ball. You just saw that the cue ball just died, didn't it? It just didn't go. Corey Reese with the second bite of the cherry in frame number 2. I don't know how Gareth will feel. I mean, it's very frustrating to get a kick. It always is. It's one of the most irritating things that can happen in cue sports. But at least it's a kick where he probably didn't feel like he had an amazing chance of winning the frame.
I was thinking
anyway.
the same thing, yeah.
If you're going to get a kick, then at least if you're chasing a finish that probably isn't on, that's the time to get it. If you don't get a guaranteed finish because you got a kick, that's when they really hurt you. Oh, he's been a bit careless here. Because he's only left this red on. He's absolutely knocked it in beautifully. But it wasn't the best positional shot the previous one.
No, and he may have hampered the black into that corner. Now, I do know that obviously it goes in the middle.
Yeah.
But it was just an extra possible pocket, should the need arise.
Yeah, and it's not like he can leave the red that he's taking on now for last either, because he's snookered on the other one over the corner pocket. So it's still pretty hard to mess it up from here. But you know, if he plays this one in the corner and lands straight on the one in the middle, then he may be in a bit of trouble.
Maybe it does pass the yellow, but it certainly looks very tight from here.
It might just, but again, I think it's one of those ones where you're possibly relying on the generosity of the table off the cushion. Oh, that's very straight. I don't see how he gets down table, so that's either a mistake or he is playing out to the top
I think
left.
he believes it goes.
think he's going to be using all the pocket.
Well, we do say that these TV tables, they do tend to slide slightly, these cushions. So you've got a little bit more leeway. But he wants to be right behind this if he's going to attempt to take it past that yellow.
That's come a bit far. Because if this is really tight, you want it in your eye line, and it's a blind.
Yeah, you want it to be
It's a
straight.
blind shot now. He's not looking at the yellow while he's looking, while he's queuing up. This is mighty tough. This is when we need like Hawkeye.
Yeah. So, does it go? Does it go?
He's used all of it, but it did. It was the pace that took that in.
Yeah, on one of the outer tables.
Yeah, no
that
chance.
might not have dropped. But TV table. Lightning fast.
Lightning fast, slidey, and
yeah, TV lights. So Gareth Hibbert there, feel a little aggrieved with that kick.
Yeah.
He may well have missed the shot anyway, but he doesn't miss many in open play, does he?
No. No, I think it's just the fact that he'd have had to take at least one skill shot, and then the positional shot after the skill shot was also going to be hugely difficult, but he'd have backed himself to make it.
Yeah, we can't. I don't think we can put that down as an error, really, can we? It's a kick.
Yeah, I'm not that cruel.
No.
I'm a cruel man, but not like that.
Yeah, first break, he broke dry, didn't he? Had an opportunity there, he's had a kick, so really, he's done nothing wrong. Up to press, he's 2 behind. Well, that was very close to an in-off, very close. And it would have been his own fault, to be fair. He was tracking straight back to that corner, and the side kept it out, I think.
Yeah, just caught the near knuckle, and fortunately for Gareth, the pocket wasn't as forgiving as it was for Corey's black.
And also, fortunately, he's not left Corey anything easy.
No, I think Gareth really needs a good visit to the table to get into the game, I think. He hasn't really had one yet. You know, he's had one shot in the previous frame and a kick, and before that it was a reverse dish from Corey.
So is Corey looking at the red off the red into the middle? I'm not sure, but it is on.
I don't know if he can see enough of
I don't know if that's
the
what he
red
was
he's
like.
hitting.
I think he might have been eyeing it up, you know. Let's see. Well, he was. That's what he attempted.
Oh, he's fluked one. Oh, my word.
Oh. That's all Gareth wants, isn't it? He's had a kick, had a dry break.
And Corey's fluked one, yeah.
Full house.
Oh, well, we've had everything today, and we continue to have more of everything. Corey, oh, this is a terrific positional shot, is it? Oh, it's actually gone.
Well,
he's okay. He's okay. He's still on a ball. I thought he was going to catch that yellow full, and it would have been superb.
Yeah, he played it very well. And as you can see there, it looks, yeah, that red does go.
The biggest problem he's got now is actually the red next to the cue ball, because it's going to be tough to get on that again. You don't have a huge window of opportunity over on that right-hand side of the table. And after he knocks this in, he's straight on the one to the middle. He's probably just the wrong side, actually.
Yeah.
He'll do well. If he's got the angle I think he has, I'd almost be tempted to screw this back and take that red next and thin cut it.
Well, he's going to try and draw this cue ball back. Okay. Now, he would love to get on the ball that you were talking about.
I think he might have done it. I think he might be on that. He's not looking at it though. He's still looking.
I was thinking he's taking this ball long.
Yeah.
And then see, he can play this now, but
yeah, this is the shot for me.
He checks it up. He what he was looking for there was contact on the yellow.
Yeah.
If he got contact on the yellow there,
I actually thought he might have played it twice across. Tried to play it a little thinner. But it depends how much of it he could see, because the yellow was sort of in the way. Still a chance here.
Yeah, it's a thin one though. He's got to get position on this last red.
Yeah.
So he's running side.
Running side's going close to the corner pocket. It's
And
come out.
that is a top draw shot, let me tell you. Great positional shot there from where he was. Loads of right hand side.
The perfect amount of side as well.
Yeah.
He could have put a bit more on it. And sort of guaranteed missing the corner pocket. But he played it to perfection.
Well, Dan, after that match when he was 7-1 down and he got out of jail 8-7, do you think maybe his name was on the trophy?
Well, I mean, it's starting to seem that way, isn't it? It's only 3-0.
Yeah, but we've had the fluke, we've had a kick, and he's playing lights out at the same time.
Yeah, it's Gareth Hibbert, though. There are some players who, you know, there are plenty of players, really, even some of the top players who, seeing the way that this has gone, I might begin to write off, or begin to say probably not their day. Gareth's not in that camp.
Gareth's done nothing wrong yet for me.
Yeah.
He's had a kick, that's it.
Yeah, exactly. He's had a kick. And to be fair, actually, he hasn't hit the break that well.
Yeah, I mean, he hit it with some power, but didn't control the cue ball.
Yeah.
I will agree with that, yeah.
He hasn't caught that front ball flush yet. The split in that frame was pretty awful. And in the first frame, it wasn't that much better either. So, you know, Corey's taken out 2 good finishes there, albeit with a fluke in between.
Yeah, the fluke, though, was very important in that particular frame.
Yeah, massive. It gave him the right colour set, because it was still when it was an open table. You know, if he flukes a yellow there, he's in a huge amount of trouble.
But that final red that he played was a great shot.
Yeah, class.
Or second to last, should I say, not the final.
Whoa.
Well,
How
again,
has the cue ball stayed out? It was tracking towards one corner pocket, it was tracking towards another, and it's still on the table somehow, and it's sort of causing Gareth a problem, which is about the way this game has gone.
yeah, so poor Gareth. Well, this yellow does go to middle.
He's got to go yellows. Do they all go? The one next to the black, I think, might be not go in the corner or the centre, which would be a bit harsh.
I think from the overhead, it looks like it does possibly go into the corner, but from there it doesn't.
Yeah, I'm not so sure.
We have the luxury of the overhead, and it does look like it goes to me, but
I
tight.
don't think it does.
Well,
but I did have to get an inch away from the screen to work it out.
Well, we'll find out, I'm sure.
I mean, he made the pot. The news isn't getting any better.
Well, it has the plant.
Yeah, that is tough. There's a lot of distance there between cue ball and both object balls. That's a really tricky plant.
Yeah, I do fancy him for that plant, to be fair, but I mean, this is an awkward finish, isn't it? We don't know whether that red next to the black, the yellow next to the black, does go into this corner.
He's tried to move it, so
it's
definitely
been
didn't.
unlucky there.
I think it's sort of worked out.
Well, he's unlucky that he's not released the yellow immediately.
He is, but the ball he's closest to, he can stun that in and go into the red. It will probably open most things out. If he goes into the red and it just flicks the black, I think this might work out okay for Gareth.
It would have been nice, though, if he'd have just flicked that yellow out. because he could have used the yellow that is nearest to get to the ball that's on the rail. But that, it's a great recovery.
It is, but he doesn't look too happy with it, and I think I know why, because he hasn't actually opened the black up now. That doesn't really go anywhere. So he's still got work to do, and he's still got an awkward yellow over on the side rail as well. He's starting to dig here. Well, what a positional shot this is. That is utterly magnificent.
Yeah. Class.
That's just...
It really was.
That's awesome.
But he still has the problem, as you said, Dan, of what does he do with that black? He doesn't really want to be breaking it free with his last yellow.
Yeah, but I don't know if he can possibly get an angle to do it with his second last, so... Oh, no. He's tried to hold for the one to the centre pocket, and he hasn't managed it. I think he tried to stun it, almost sort of a soft stun, and the cue ball's just run through. Just decelerated on that one.
Yeah, that was an unforced error. A very rare unforced error from Gareth.
Oh, running out of time. Shot clock's ticking down, and Gareth has used his extension. No. Well, no.
One free shot, one visit.
One of those ones where you want a second extension, isn't it? It's...
So, he's elected to pick the cue ball up anywhere behind the string line, balk line. He's got a free shot here. So that black that was looking troublesome won't be looking so after this shot, I wouldn't have thought.
Well, it's not. I don't suppose it is so troublesome for.
No, it's
for
fine.
Corey.
It's fine. He just wanted to move that yellow away.
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't need to move it. The top yellow, the top red of the two that's next to the black goes across,
which opens up the other one to the bottom right.
In fact, he's going the other way around. But yeah, he elected to use his free shot there to move the yellow. So this goes to middle. And in doing so, well, he's a little awkward here. Bridging over the yellow.
Yeah, he may just choose just to drop this in now and then take the red in the centre of the table next. He'd have liked to have gone through and taken the one next to the black next, I think.
Yeah, he really does want to take the ball next to black next.
But having said that, that also goes to the right centre.
Yeah, but this is the time to take it, Dan. Do you not think, if you've got the opportunity?
Yeah, he's got more angle than I thought he had there.
Yeah.
But you could have had that as your last ball.
Yeah, of course could, yeah. Yeah, nice touch.
It's just spot on, isn't it? Just everything he does touches. Excuse me. Everything he touches turns to gold at the moment for Corey.
Yeah. He certainly had the run in this game, but he's played fantastic, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, he's done what good players do, which is when they've got the run, he's made the most of it.
Yeah, and then that last mistake, well, probably the first mistake, to be fair, by Gareth, unforced error. And when you're 3-0 down in a race to 8, oof.
And even then, it's a little bit. I mean, it is an unforced error, but it was such a tough finish to start with.
Yeah, I know. But he sets high standards for himself, does Gareth? And he'll have known he shouldn't have landed where he did. So, absolutely perfect on this last red. Well, he could have popped out a little further there, but Absolutely dead straight, lovely. And this is looking very much, well, it's a certainty, isn't it? 4-0 the lead if this black drops. He's taking his time, does right.
And it goes 4-0. Now things starting to look ominous for Gareth Hibbert. I did just catch a glimpse of Corey Reese's power pose on his photo on the TV. We took those photos. There we go. We asked the players to you know, show a bit of personality. Most of them had their arms folded, not Corey. What a great picture. Gareth will know, he's been around this game a long time, that these kind of situations can turn around so quickly. You know.
Most definitely. And, as we said, he's only had the one error. Yeah, he's only had, for me, he's only made one real mistake. You know, snookered himself behind the red. We've had a kick, we've had a fluke from his opponent.
And a couple of dry breaks.
Yeah, so.
Time to start righting the ship, Gareth.
So, one good break.
Oh, that's the one.
Much better.
That's the one.
Much better.
Yeah, that is a Gareth Hibbert break, ladies and gentlemen. And look at it. Reds or yellows, take your pick.
Crunch. Look at that. Fabulous break.
Yeah, argument for both colour sets here. Probably be a little disappointed that the black's gone so awkward with nothing really around to manoeuvre it if you wanted to, but
yeah,
he'll be happy enough as long as he can get right behind it.
I think it's reds here for me. But yeah, I'm
Yeah,
with
me
you.
too.
You could go either. I think if his opponent told him which colour he had to be on, I think he'd still clear.
Yeah. Has got an opportunity to move the black now if he wants to, or in the next shot.
Yeah, well, I think he'd take one of these two maybe first, and then he could.
Yeah, he's nicely on one of the two, isn't he?
Yeah.
So it's worth taking that. But
and then, yeah, well, he can do it now. It doesn't matter. He had a choice either way. So he's just going to try and bring this black off the cushion.
yeah, that's perfect. Really nice.
And you can see there with that break he just had. What a weapon that break is for Gareth Hibbert. Smashed them all over the place there.
That's a very nice shot. He had. I thought he could hold for the red to the centre, but obviously felt that he couldn't. Done well to avoid it.
He was very close to it. Perfectly played, perfectly executed.
Yep, and again. Is he maybe a touch short of pace there? If he screws this back, is he going towards the yellow?
I think he's okay. I think he's got a good line. It's just that you need to be accurate when you're screwing this back if that's what you choose to do.
He may have to go through and take.
Well, he is going
take
through,
the long
isn't it?
one.
He is going through.
Yeah.
Just punches off the side.
Again, I just think it's slightly like a bit more angle here, maybe.
Yeah, he's all right if he stops dead though.
Yeah.
You can just stun off the side cushion, back out. If he chooses to, he can leave the black into middle. That's what he's going to do. So, that break, the weapon we keep talking about. You've
He's
just
finally fired it.
Exactly, yeah. You've just seen evidence.
Our first break dish of the match goes to Gareth Hibbert. For his first frame of the match, he still trails. But this time only by 3 frames, 4-1. Corey's had one good break and one bad one so far as well, one dry, so Gareth may feel like there might be another chance coming. I'd say it's the one thing that, having watched Corey as many times as we have today, one thing that I don't think he's quite had at 100% is his break. I don't think it's been at his most lethal. He's obviously broken well because you have to break well to get this far in the tournament. It wasn't quite up there with the Marsh break. It wasn't quite up there with the Hibbert break from yesterday. It's been a little more inconsistent.
Frame 6. Rory Reese to break, leading 4 frames to 1. Time running.
So, Corey Reese, can he repeat the break that we just had from Gareth Hibbert?
Not far off, is it? It's pretty good.
It's pretty good. I don't think he hit them quite as hard, but...
No, I thought the cue ball was going to end up in the centre pocket, right about there. Yeah. Just caught the yellow thick enough.
Yeah, it would have been cruel.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Did strike them well.
Extension, please.
So, looking at yellows here. Of the 2 colour sets.
Yeah, he's got to. The 2 reds over on the right hand side are pretty nasty. This is a tricky opening shot. When you're getting your colour set, these look a bit harder than they are.
Yeah, and I think the key ball could well be the ball to the right of your screen here.
Shot clock's tired.
He's not happy, the shot clock, is he?
Oh, can he hear us?
So yeah, as I was saying, it's the ball to the right of your screen. He's going to have to worry about here.
Yeah, the yellow in the middle of the table, sort of slightly awkward. Doesn't go to any of the centre pockets, but it goes to most of the corners. And it should be fine.
So he could play position if he chooses to. From here, there's a natural path here to get on the ball,
There we go.
and that's what he's gone for.
If that yellow in the middle of the table is Corey's last ball, which sort of assuming it is now, he's got to be quite straight on it. He doesn't want to risk running the cue ball into the red that's next to it, because if he ends up in that, he may not have much of a shot on the 8 ball.
Yeah, and we could see that he was checking there whether the black passed the red into the corner if it was required.
I don't know if it does. I think ideally
you could run
you want to run through and take it top right. But this is where he's got to be careful not to leave too much angle on the.
Yeah, I think he was just checking in case, wasn't he? Oh.
Just about okay. He's double checking that goes, because if he tops this through now, I think he's running into the black, and I think that might be a problem. So if it's that tight, then he wants to be right behind this black. If he's playing it into a blind pocket, there could be a bit of trouble. That's about as perfect gets, isn't it? Played on it, so it must go. He could play it off the red.
He could. I was just about to say that if he was, if he needed to.
If it's that tight that you've had to look at it 4 times, I think you play it off the red.
Yeah, any half ball contact or thereabouts, and you would feel he'd make this black. Well, he flew in. Flew in.
Makes us look silly.
Well, he kept checking it. He made it look like it was tight, but if it was...
All for the cameras.
He made short work of it. Flew in.
It was all for the cameras. See, I told you that was a difficult shot. Yeah. All right, Corey.
So, Corey Rees with a 5-1 lead.
Yeah, Gareth still really hasn't done a lot wrong.
No, he really hasn't.
But I think, from his point of view, if you asked him to pinpoint the moment or the moments that have led him to 5-1, I think he'd say his first two breaks. I think he knows he didn't catch them right. And when you look at the difference between the first two and the third one, when he had got his arm going and when he was ready to hit them again, you know, it's so important to get off to a fast start, and he's so capable of it. But he's also a little bit reliant on that break as a way to win as many frames as he does.
Didn't hit those as well as his previous break. You can see there the cue ball was still spinning. So didn't catch it central as he normally does.
No, it wasn't absolutely perfect.
Still got the power.
Yeah, quite a lot of side on that ball coming back.
And thankfully still made a ball.
Now then, it's all gone a bit messy. I think reds might have
Reds
to
for
be
me.
the colour.
Yeah, it's reds. Reds.
If that yellow that's next to the black went past it, I think it'd be a different story, but clearly doesn't.
Just a tad over perfect.
Yeah, the two reds that are in the centre of the table, I don't think either of those go up to the top right, which is making life a little more difficult because he's got to get back up to that top half of the table first, and he also has to clear the red that he's closest to first for either of those two to go anywhere.
He could elect to run into them if he wanted to. Well,
he's overcut it.
He has.
He ran out of time there. I think he just hadn't made his mind up which way to play the shot, and in the end just had to play a shot. Now, is there a shot on here for Corey to play the yellow off the yellow and open everything right up immediately? From the overhead it doesn't look like it's on, but from this camera angle I think he can play the yellow closest to the cushion off the one next to the black.
Yeah, he needs to catch it quite thin though.
Yeah, I think this is on.
It's definitely on.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to be hitting this too hard. The
No.
only thing with that shot is you may well push the black onto the rail, onto the cushion. But that's what he's taking on. So a little bit more delicate than it looks. Yeah, that's okay.
That's a great shot.
That's okay.
It's completely open now. All the yellows go. It's actually flicking the black in the way that it has helped him because it's opened up the pocket for the top of those two yellows that are close together. That really, for me, is where the top players shine. They find those shots. That looked like such an awful table he was coming to. And one clever little shot later, do you think he can't miss them?